talkSPORT Goals is with you until 6:30 this afternoon. We're taking you through another busy, action-packed Sunday of football, and we've got plenty of big games to take you across all of it. I think you know the drill by now. We'll be watching the 2 o'clock games, watching the 4:30 games, and trying to bring you some of the best reaction and opinion. I'm your host, Sam Ellard. A very good afternoon. Thanks for being with us on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and your smart TVs. Lee Phelps alongside me to my right-hand side from William Hill. We've got CJ, the Deluded Gooner, back with us. CJ, good to have you back on the show.
Thank you for having me again, man.
And the part-time Quakey Wafari is also here. Just does he just stops working at 4:30 at the moment. Quakey Wafari, not sure what's going on there. Gents, thank you very much for being here. We're looking forward to a big day of football. So we've got 2 games at 2 o'clock that have just got underway. We've got Brighton versus Manchester City. Between 2017 and 2023, Brighton only avoided defeat in 2 of 14 Premier League games against Man City. They were both last season. They didn't lose against City, winning 2-1 at home and drawing 2-2 at the Etihad. Brighton starting the season with a 1-1 draw against Fulham and then losing away at Everton by 2-0. Brighton's team today has Verbruggen in goal, Veltman, Van Heck, Dunn, De Coopier, the back 4, Hinshelwood, Belaber, the midfield 2, Minter, Gomez and Matoma will support Danny Welbeck. Man City have won 19 out of 30 league matches against Brighton. Among the 46 teams they faced over 25 times, the only side they have a higher win ratio against is Swansea. Trying to guess a Pep Guardiola Man City team is near on impossible. Exactly the same today. Trafford in goal, keeps his place after last week's tough game against Spurs. Nunez at right back, there's no Diaz, so it's Stones and Kuzanov. Remember him at centre back. Nouri's fit, he goes at left back. Big news is that Rodri is fit, he starts. He's part of a midfield 3 with Bernardo Silva and Reinders. Bob from the right, Haaland leads the line, Marmoush from the left. Brighton Man City just got underway, 2 minutes gone in that game. Brighton 0, Man City 0. Forest v West Ham. Nottingham Forest are looking to record victories in their first 2 homely matches in the season for the first time since the 17-18 Championship campaign. A similar team for Forest, Sells in goal, Aina, Milenkovic, Murillo, Williams the back 4, Sangare and Anderson the midfield 2. Of course, Elliot Anderson is in the England squad for the upcoming games. Ndoye, Gibbs White, Hudson-Odoi will support Chris Wood. So once again, all the players they've signed in the last few days once again on the bench. As for West Ham, how about this for a stat? Since Graham Potter's first Premier League game in charge at West Ham on January the 14th this year, no ever-present side have picked up fewer points than the Hammers. It's 20 since the start of March. They've won just 2 out of 13 games. But today, Mateus Fernandes makes his first start for the club. It's Hermansen in goal. It looks like a change of formation to a back 4. Diouf, Kilman, Mavropanos, Kyle Walker-Peters, the back 4. Ward-Prowse and Souček will sit. Mateus Fernandes makes his debut. Bowen from the right. Lucas Paqueta, linked with Aston Villa. He starts. Fulkrug leads the line. Forest West Ham goalless after 3 minutes. I'll bring in CJ and Kwaku very shortly. But Lee Phelps will come to you first in terms of the odds for the 2 o'clock games. What odds stand out to you?
Yeah, well, City and Forest are the most backed teams. You won't be surprised to know that in pretty much every ACCA that's going today. Forest a touch of odds on at home to West Ham at 4-6. I think that's a decent price. And then you look at the price for Man City, and I've been scratching my head about this one. Their odds against 21-20 to win at Brighton. Now they obviously a season ago they would have been odds on, no question about that. And you've got to ask yourself the question: is this team that much worse to mean that they've got less than a 50% chance of winning this game effectively, according to the odds? I liked it before the start of the game. Man City to win and both teams to score, doubled up with Nottingham Forest to win and both teams to score. That comes to, in play, it comes to getting on for 11-1. I like that. I think we'll see goals in both games. I think City will dominate because they've got a better midfield. Both teams, as we know, are possession-based. I think, Mitoma and Minter, the outlets for Brighton, they could be dangers, but I think with Rodri back in that midfield, whether he lasts the full match or not, I think City will be too good. We had an epic boost on Haaland to score or assist in this game. He scored 5 and assisted 1 in his last 5 against Brighton. And as for the other game, Forest West Ham, we were talking beforehand, West Ham on paper look like they've got goals in them. They scored against Chelsea. They had one ruled out against Chelsea. The Fulkrug's just had a header blaze over the bar. Should have done better with it. I think they've got goals in them, but I think Forest will be too good. West Ham have given away 41 shots on target in their 3 games so far this season. If they do that against Forest this afternoon, Chris Wood's got a 1 in 3 last season scoring rate from shots on target. And this season, it's 1 in 2. So I think there'll be too many goals from them.
Good stuff. Kwaku, come to you. Let's talk West Ham. They're in big trouble. They've had a bad start to the season, as well as losing 2 league games. They've also been knocked out of the Cup midweek against Wolves. Graham Potter is under big pressure. Do you fear for him?
Yeah, I think they're in big trouble. Look at their transfer business. It's a bit bizarre as well at West Ham in terms of potential outgoings. I know Paqueta starts this game, but heavily linked with Aston Villa last night. They're just a team in flux. Obviously, Emerson's left as well. Lost Kudus earlier on in the window, and the incomers haven't really wowed or astounded. If you look at El Hadji, maybe the standout signing, who looks pretty good as an attacking fullback. Callum Wilson on a free pay to play. There's nothing that really wows you if you're a West Ham fan. And you look at Graham Potter's demeanour, not just on the touchline, but in interviews, post-match and pre-match. He seems like a defeated man. I don't really see him lasting the season. When he goes remains to be seen. But it's a West Ham team that will be struggling at the bottom of the table come the end of the season.
The Paqueta one's interesting because Fabrizio very late last night tweeted, understand Villa are closing in on Paqueta deal with the West Ham £47 million package. Paqueta has accepted Aston Villa move, keen on the project and ready to join. Here we go, expected soon. So according to Fabrizio, that's not just there's been sort of early talk. It's almost sort of, pretty much telling us that the deal is nearly done. So I guess if that is the case, I mean, we've seen lots of players we probably wouldn't have wanted to play today for West Ham.
Yeah.
But can West Ham, despite the package, £47 million package, I know he's not in particularly good form, CJ, but given all the things Kwaku's just said about West Ham not being in good form, selling Kudus, not replacing him, can they really afford to sell Paqueta a day before the deadline?
I mean, you can afford to sell him a day before the deadline. It's just who do you
Should
bring?
they?
They shouldn't. It's like you said, time is running out. Who do you bring in? The sentiment around West Ham off the back of last season is probably negative and it's going to continue. It probably leaves a bad taste in West Ham fans' mouths that not only did Kudus leave, but he obviously went to Spurs and they're firmly in a relegation fight. I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to have to pull a rabbit out the hat. As Kwaku said there, the most standout signing is a fullback, and respectfully to him, that's not going to excite West Ham fans or make them believe that this season is going to be better than last. You never know, but probably Graham Potter's odds on to be one of the first managers to get sacked, give or take, with Amorim. So, yeah, to answer your question, it don't look good for West Ham right now.
Yeah, again, Fabrizio Romano saying Villa are closing in on Lucas Paqueta deal with West Ham.
One thing that strikes me about early in the season, though, is that we make these judgments, don't we? I'm not sticking up for West Ham, by the way. I'm just saying, before yesterday's games, everyone thought Tottenham had a chance of finishing top 4.
Yeah.
And then, look, teams do put in bad performances. I'm not saying West Ham are going to win this game, but at some point they'll put in a performance and you go, yeah, all right, there is something in there. If they'd have gone 2-up against Chelsea, we don't know how that game would have gone.
Football's a fickle sport.
Yeah, exactly.
5-2, not 5-1?
You know what I mean? It can change. If Fulham don't get the goal ruled out yesterday, that's a different game completely.
Yeah, there was a chance there for Nottingham Forest.
But if Forest take an early lead here,
yeah,
then it's worrying.
There was half a chance there for the new signing, Dan and Doy, down the right-hand side, did really well, got to the bar and put a ball across the...
Haaland's through.
Haaland's through for Man City. Oh, that's a really, really weak finish from Erling Haaland. Did the Dan and Doy chance, he put a ball across goal for Chris Wood, who just ran past the ball. This time, Omar Mamouche picked up the ball just inside Brighton half. Brighton's line is really, really high. He plays a through ball to Erling Haaland. And as he goes through on goal, Kwaku, it's a really, really weak and tame finish, and he goes straight into Bart Verbruggen's hands. That's very un-Haaland-like, really. Lacks conviction and composure.
Yeah, he pulls... Oh, there's a bit of after.
A little bit of a coming together there from Van Heck and Haaland very early on, which is good to see.
Love it. He pulls a shot a little bit. This is interesting, right? Because I think the Erling Haaland that we've seen in England over the last 3 seasons, it's not the same Erling Haaland that we saw at Borussia Dortmund, where he had loads of space to run in behind. Against Brighton, they play a high line. We're going to see Erling Haaland. We're going to see a link up between Marmouche and Haaland a lot in this game, and same vice versa as well. In terms of the other way, Man City plays such a high line as well. Brighton are going to have opportunities.
Mitoma and Mintel fancy their chances.
There's going to be a lot of chances in this game. It's about how high the keepers play, really, in terms of Verbruggen and James Trafford. They're going to have a lot of work to do in terms of covering that back line. But Haaland should have taken that chance. It was a poor shot from him. He expected to do a lot better, but I do expect him to have a lot of chances in this game.
Yeah, it looks an open game already. 9 minutes gone. Brighton 0, Man City 0. Brighton starting the season with a draw at home to Fulham. They went to Everton. Really poor performance. We watched that together last weekend. They did get through in the week, a convincing victory against Oxford in the Carabao Cup. Of course, Man City really impressive. First game of the season going to Molineux, then so poor last weekend in their home defeat to Spurs. But 10 minutes gone, Brighton 0, Man City 0, and no goals yet in the game between Nottingham Forest and West Ham. Also, by the way, just to bring you the result in the Scottish Premiership game, am I right in saying, Lee, the William Hill Scottish Premiership, which obviously I should make that perfectly clear. Rangers 0, Celtic 0, Lee. In terms of the odds on, I mean, Russell Martin's been a man under big pressure. 4 games yet to win in the Scottish Premiership, of course, dumped out of the Champions League, a 9-1 aggregate defeat to Club Brugge. Would this just maybe stop a little bit of the pressure on him, given they didn't lose to Celtic?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's 4 draws now. So it's like it's not.
They're not losing, are they?
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, and it doesn't. It changes the odds. I mean, Celtic were 1-8 before that game to win the title. You want it to be closer, don't you? Because of that. What we know that league's like. It's a 2-horse race. But really, Rangers still aren't really bridging the gap to Hearts that much in terms of the odds. We've also got the Dundee derby today as well, so it's big derby day up in Scotland. Looking forward to it. Should be a cracker. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it'll just, if they'd have lost that game, that would have been dire. I mean, look, they've had a terrible week. Celtic, of course.
They're also at the Champions League.
Kazakhstan, the penalty shootout. Both in the Europa League. Both got interesting games ahead of the league phase of that competition as well. Just one shout for the a statistical shout, if you like, for the Forest West Ham game. Callum Hudson-Odoi has scored in his last 2 games against West Ham here at the City Ground, and just looking at the price for him to score at any time in the game, 14-5, so just under 3-1 to score in the match, and he likes playing against West Ham.
Good stuff. So no goals yet then in our early games in the Premier League. 11 minutes gone. It's Brighton 0, City 0. Looks quite a lively game, doesn't it? Early on in the game of the MX.
Yeah, definitely. There was a challenge early on from Reinders on Diego Gomez that sent Hertzler in fits. Hertzler was absolutely fuming, screaming at the 4th official. And if you look at it on the replay, not too dissimilar to the challenge on Trevor Chalobah yesterday. Nothing given in terms of more than just a foul. But it was a bit of a nasty challenge, and Hertzler was berating the 4th official and the referee. Surprised he didn't get booking because he was very, very annoyed. And Diego Gomez looked like he was in a lot of pain. But it's I know we're going to talk about it later on, but just those kind of fouls, those pinicky fouls, I think we're seeing that a lot more in football. And when you see like the slowed down version, obviously looks a lot worse than it in real time.
Yeah, Brighton there looking to come forward. Man City really good, winning the ball back, quickly fed the ball to Omar Mamouche, who carried the ball into the Brighton half, but Brighton were really good and really quick to get bodies in and around him. Let's just turn our attention. I'll obviously keep you across all the games today in the Premier League, but there is plenty going on in the world of transfers. Deadline day is tomorrow, and I think we're expecting a pretty busy final 30 hours or so. Matoma there with the ball in from the left-hand side, tried to do it first time on the outside of his boot, but it goes out for a Man City throw. How about this then? Jackson Fury over Chelsea U-turn. Nicholas Jackson does not want to return to Chelsea, despite the club trying to cancel his loan move to Bayern Munich and insisting he must fly back to England. Reports in Jackson's home country of Senegal have claimed that the striker is determined to push through a loan move to Bayern. Chelsea gave Jackson permission to fly to Munich yesterday to take a medical and complete a season-long loan after agreeing a deal with the German club that would have involved them paying a 13 million euro fee. But following Liam Delap's injury against Fulham, Chelsea informed Bayern that the loan was to be cancelled and that Jackson was no longer having permission to undergo a medical. The expectation at Chelsea is that because he is under contract and considered a consummate professional, Jackson will fly back to England and accept the situation, even though there is believed to be understanding about any disappointment. But reports in Senegal from Jackson's family confirmed last night that Jackson was still in Munich and had no intention of returning or playing for Chelsea. They claimed he had not accepted the club's decision to call off the loan and was furious over the situation he has been left in. I'm reading that from the Telegraph. Kwaku, of course, a Chelsea fan. Delap gets injured. Jackson's in Munich. Jackson being called back to England. What have you made of the whole situation?
Yeah, it's a saga. It's never a dull day at Stamford Bridge. As soon as I saw Delap go down, the hamstring injury, and we know minimum hamstring injuries are normally 6 to 8 weeks, and Maresca confirmed that post-match, that was going to have ramifications for the Jackson move. Unfortunate for Nicholas Jackson that Chelsea played on 12:30 on Saturday rather than 4:30 on Sunday. He might have been a Bayern Munich player already. And we're living in a world, right, where it's pick a side. Are you on the side of the player who's holding out, or are you on the side of the club who still owns the rights to the player? in this situation, I have full sympathy for Nicholas Jackson. As a Chelsea fan, of course, I want the best for my football club. And the best for my football club in this situation is for us to keep Nicholas Jackson. We have not got enough bodies to fulfill the areas at the top of the pitch, despite the fact that João Pedro's started his Chelsea career on fire. And if Liam Delap is going to be out to 6 to 8 weeks, Chelsea need Nicholas Jackson, especially competing in the Champions League. But Chelsea clearly showed Nicholas Jackson that he was surplus to requirements. In press conferences and in interviews, when asked about Nicholas Jackson and Christopher Nkunku, Maresca said they are not part of my plans and we'll see where their future lies. Nkunku found a move to AC Milan. Jackson was set to make a move to Bayern Munich, a move of a ridiculous loan fee, by the way. Chelsea are benefiting hugely from that, £15 million with an option to buy about 60 plus million pounds. A huge deal for Chelsea. Now all of a sudden, the situation has turned. Liam Delap's out and Chelsea have now called Nicholas Jackson back despite the fact that he's in Munich to do his medical. I can understand from the player's point of view why he'd be so frustrated, right? That you've been told you are no longer wanted at this football club. We brought in players to replace you. You're not even training with the first team anymore, despite the fact that last season you were a first team player. And now you've got this move to a team that's playing in the Champions League, the biggest team in Germany. Think about the fact that Nicholas Jackson 2 years ago or 3 years ago was playing at Villarreal and nobody really fancied him to get to this level. And now you're being called back by your club who are saying, actually, no, we do want you. Maybe not even to start, just to sit on our bench whilst we find cover. I can understand why, from a player's point of view, from his agent point of view, why they haven't really got much leverage in this situation, right? As a Chelsea player, but they are trying to utilise the leverage of being in Munich and saying, we're here now, we want to go here. You told us we can go here, and we don't want you to renege on that. I can understand the frustration completely from Jackson's point of view, but it looks like he's not going to get his way.
Yeah, again, I do have sympathy for the player. It can't be nice being somewhere, almost looking forward to a new challenge. You're there, you're meeting people, you're in conversations. But unfortunately, these things can happen in football, right? And you often hear managers talk about, we're not doing this unless circumstances change. And in this situation, one of Chelsea's two centre-forwards has got, and I was also reading this morning that there are some fears that it might be longer than 6 to 8 weeks. And therefore, Nicholas Jackson's contracted to Chelsea. So while it's brutal on the player, harsh on the player, he's contracted to that football club. Chelsea need him. So unfortunately, he's going to have to come back and fight for his place.
But then how do you reintegrate him, right? He would have heard his manager talk in interviews. He would have felt the energy around the training ground. You are no longer wanted here. But, now you are. And by the way, Chelsea play against Bayern Munich in the first game of the Champions League. How does that sit with Nicholas Jackson? I normally side with the club in these situations. When we talk about Visa, when we talk about Alexander Isak, but in this situation, I have full sympathy and I'm siding with Nicholas Jackson. This is a situation which Chelsea have to live with, right? You're a team with incredible resources. You're a team that are currently linked with a striker right now. Chelsea can go and get a striker like that. And so for Nicholas Jackson's point of view,
do you think that could be an option, Quake, in the next 24 hours? Do you think Chelsea could try and sign another centre-forward and almost say to Nicholas Jackson, look, we're going to try and make this happen for you. We're going to try and bring in a new centre-forward. We're going to do our best here. And listen, if we can't get one in, I'm sorry, pal, you're going to have to come back for at least 6 months. So you think if Chelsea bring in another striker, he's almost a lapsed replacement. It won't be another striker plus Jackson comes back.
Well, Chelsea are trying to now navigate or trying to change the terms of the loan. So it was a loan with an option. And they want to change it to a loan with an obligation to give them a bit of free cash to go and bring in somebody this summer. Who that person is, the caliber of that player when you've got, 24 hours?
It's hard to do a deal now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to do
Chelsea
a deal.
are desperate.
But I think even if Liam Delap stayed fit, I did believe Chelsea left themselves short in the striker area, right? Let Mark Guéhi go out to Sunderland on loan. Your only two recognised strikers are João Pedro and Liam Delap. And João Pedro's not even a striker. No. So even before the injury, you had left yourself short.
But
so
does that make the signing of Alejandro Garnacho even more confusing? When you're, because I agree with you. Again, in terms of behind the centre forward, whether it's out wide on the left-hand side or as a 10. Chelsea have got plenty of options. There's a chance there for Brighton at the Amex Stadium. Man City get caught in their own half. Minter wins the ball back. He carries it forward, plays the ball infield to Danny Welbeck. Danny Welbeck then plays a really nice first-time ball into Mitoma, who goes through on goal, and he tries to beat James Trafford across goal. But to be fair to Trafford, he gets down, and he just about with his right hand gets enough on it to push it out for a corner kick. But once again there, we saw City lose the ball in Brighton's half, and in the space of 5 seconds, Brighton are in 1-on-1.
Yeah, we said that was going to be the danger, wasn't it? Those wings, hitting the wings early and turning City round. And yeah, it was a great effort in the end from Matoma. I mean, all the stick that we gave and people have given James Trafford, that's a great save.
Yeah, he did well. Karo Matoma was through on goal. City defender was coming across, but Trafford had to get down pretty quickly to his right-hand side. And one-handed with his right hand, he did manage to push the ball away. So 19 minutes gone, Brighton 0, Man City 0. Corner for Brighton, and it's Mateus Nunes, the near post, who wins the header. Brighton head the ball back into the box, overhit, though James Trafford comes out and collects and tries to play a very quick ball forward to Omar Mamouche, which I think Brighton should be able to clear very nicely, as they do. Belaber heads it back to Bart Verbruggen, not Vart Verbruggen, Bart Verbruggen, there we go.
One other quick thing, Van Heck picked up a yellow for a pretty industrial challenge on Reinders earlier on, so he's already in the book for a yellow. Already had a bit of a thing with Haaland, didn't he, as well? So he's walking a bit of a tightrope now, as Van Heck.
That back four does not inspire confidence for me in Man City. Aït-Nouri, who, again, is a great player going forward, but I don't think is a conventional left-back. John Stones, who's obviously been in and out the side in recent years with injury issues. Of course, when he's fit and firing, he's one of the best centre-backs in the league. Kuzanov, who... he's appeared from nowhere. I'm not too convinced of him yet. And Mateus Nunes, who's not a right back. If you're Brighton, you're looking at that back line saying we've got chances here.
I've never known a manager to tinker with his back four as much as Pep Guardiola.
Ruben Diaz.
Ruben Diaz is captain, starts the first 2 games, and then Ruben Diaz just left on the bench. Even Rico Lewis has a decent start right back.
Where's Guardiola?
Mateus Nunes. Yeah, Guardiola's not on the squad still. He hasn't been involved, has he, in any of the games so far this season? But yeah, especially Ruben Diaz at the heart of the defensive centre back. Surely he has to stay. You keep his place in the team and almost build the defence around him. Quakey, back to you on Chelsea.
Yeah.
You mentioned before the injury of Delap, you thought you were short up front. Lots of people, myself included, not sure you think the same though, believe you're short a centre-back. One area I don't think you can say you're short on is kind of wide players, 10s, attacking players in general, players who can play anywhere in behind the centre-forward. Why did Chelsea sign Alejandro Garnacho? Did Chelsea need Alejandro Garnacho?
So I think there's a misnomer about Chelsea at the moment, and I think people look at the names and look at the volume of players that we've signed in the attacking positions and say Chelsea's issue is not going forward. But last season, Chelsea had the 3rd best defence in the Premier League. Chelsea's defence is not an issue. The unit working together actually works. I know if you look at the individuals, you think, oh, maybe Rob Sanchez isn't good enough, and then is Tosin and Chalobah, does that work, especially with the injury to Levi Colwill? But if you look at Chelsea and how they work defensively, it works, right? They've only conceded 1 goal this season. That was against West Ham, a wonder goal from Lucas Paqueta. Apart from that, teams haven't really had the sniff. But going forward, Chelsea just lack a bit of dynamism. We saw it yesterday against Fulham. Got very lucky to get the win in that game. Obviously, a fortuitous penalty decision, the handball, that it was a handball, but it was also a handball in the build-up. And then, again, João Pedro from a set piece, and Chelsea looked very good from set pieces. I think Garnacho gives you something a little bit different to the current wide players. He's a bit more direct. Obviously, he's clearly Premier League proven, but I think the biggest thing for Garnacho, from Chelsea's point of view, and again, I hate myself for using this lingo, it's the market opportunity. If you would have asked football fans after the 2024 FA Cup final, where Garnacho had, by the way, in that season, scored the goal of the season, the overhead kick against Everton, has scored double figures in all competitions, was still a young player, still a teenager, and scored a goal in an FA Cup final as well, you would have said the value after FA Cup final, you say probably what, 70, 80 mil? And now a year removed, after playing under a manager that we all think is not good enough, he's now worth 40 mil. We saw Dango Ouattara go for more than that. And so I think Chelsea looking at this opportunity, an Argentine international saying, even if it doesn't work out, we'll go and get our money back from him next summer, which Chelsea have done consistently throughout the last 2 years.
Based on ability, if Chelsea got ambitions to get closer to the top 2 and the top 3, you think Alejandro Garnacho is a good signing? That, forget about market value, I take your point on that, but based purely on ability, you think he's a good enough player that improves his Chelsea attack?
I do.
CJ?
It's another player that Estalvio is the one I look at. That's a game changer for Chelsea. It sounds silly, but Garnacho for me is just square pegs in round holes. Like, I guess he's got out of the environment. He has to prove Manchester United wrong. It's like he can play I feel the same way about a lot of the Chelsea attackers in that they can play in a number of roles, but what are they specialists in? The one thing that if I was a Chelsea fan would give me confidence about Garnacho, whether I rate him or not, would be they have tried to get him for a year or 2. So we just have to see how it works. I don't know, and I got a question for Quaku actually. Like, do you rate him more than Jamie Gittins or Gittins over him?
I rate him more than Jamie Gittins. Okay, so this is one thing I'll ask you. I'll pose you guys a question. we know the baggage that comes with Garnacho, and that's what I think is tainted.
Shots for Haaland. He drags it wide. It's really, really nice build-up play for Man City. 24 gone. Still Brighton 0, Man City 0. For the first time in this game, City have just started to settle. Oscar Bob comes in field from the right-hand side, takes the ball forward, plays it into Reinders, that is. First time touch to Haaland. He takes the control, then drags his shot right. 24 minutes gone. Brighton 0, Man City 0.
Yeah, I want to ask you guys a question. I know that Garnacho comes with baggage, and that's what kind of is putting people off of him. But in terms of pedigree and what he has done already in his career when coming to Chelsea, has Cole Palmer done more than Garnacho when Chelsea signed him for 40+ million? No. Hadn't done half as much as Garnacho. Garnacho played more games, scored more goals. He played 36 league games last season, played 36 league games the season before. Bear in mind, both those seasons, he was a teenager. He's an Argentine international. Of course, we understand the baggage that's brought with Garnacho because...
Haaland! Oh, it somehow stays out. I think the goalkeeper for Bruggen's just done enough. Nuri gets played in down the left-hand side. He stands up a really nice, beautiful ball to the back post. Hang time on the ball. Haaland gets up, heads the ball from close range goalwards. And I think Verbruggen, running across from the right to the left, does really, really well to keep this ball out. But yeah, the ball from Nuri is really impressive. Stood up to the back post. Haaland wins the header.
Big save.
And is it off the post or does he get a right hand to it, CJ?
I don't know what he's done, but he's managed to keep it out of the back of the net. I actually thought it went in. That's another quick chance from Haaland in quick succession. It's a big save. Great reactionary save to deny Haaland.
They've just started
waking up now.
Yeah, they've just started to settle. In the last 5 minutes, they're just playing with a bit more confidence, bit more swag, moving the ball a little bit quickly. The only surprise they're really Quaker is that Haaland didn't score from 3 or 4. He had the goalkeeper, to be fair to be, and Dunk was covering as well. But you almost sort of you expect from 3-4 yards out, Haaland just to bury that.
That's the thing. Haaland over the last couple of seasons has been a little bit more profligate. Of course, in his first season in the Premier League, broke the goal scoring record. Seemed like he took every chance that came his way. Last season and the beginning of this season hasn't been as deadly in front of goal. He's Erling Haaland. The volume of chances that he's going to get is far more than any other striker in the Premier League. But in terms of taking his chances, not necessarily been at his very best recently.
That's 2 shots on target in this game. Does he get the first goal? 9-2 to score the first goal in this match live. I think if he gets a third shot on target, it goes in.
Is that quite a normal price for Haaland first goal scorer? Is that quite a standard price?
Live,
9-2,
yeah. But I mean, when you're watching the game and you see, hang on, he's had 2 shots on target, and he had a shot off target, didn't he? He had one that just went wide. And the first one was a bit of a weak shot. Would have scored on any other given day. Could have scored that one. I mean, it's like... It looks like if he gets 2 more shots on target, he will score, won't he?
Yeah.
Mathematically,
you would. Well, I'm not sure. Yeah, well, possibly. Yeah, I feel like given how good he is and given how good City are, goodness me, that's a long ball forward. Nuri's got so much space to run in down the left-hand side, but to be fair, that's Minter tracking back and does well. Quaku, going back to Garnacho, I might be proved wrong. He's a young player, perhaps a new environment, a new team, a new culture will bring the best out of him. I've always thought, you've mentioned there, that he scored a great bicycle kick against Everton. True. He was great in the FA Cup final against Man City. True.
As a teenager.
There's also there are periods, long periods in the season where you watch Garnacho and he just flatters to deceive. I think he's a really, really inconsistent player. Don't think he's a bad player, but I just thought where Chelsea are at right now, I think Maresca's had a really, really solid first season. He's got you back into the Champions League. You've obviously won trophies. We know the core of that team is really, really good, right? You've got some good players in that team. I just don't think that Garnacho improves that team. I don't think Garnacho takes that team to another level. And again, adding on to all of that, and I've made this point to you plenty of times, I disagree with you in terms of where you are defensively. I thought you needed a centre-back before Levi Colwill gets injured. So you've got 3 centre-backs available right now, correct me if I'm wrong. Chalobah, Tosin and Achapong. When I look at the balance of this Chelsea team going into the final day or 2 of the transfer window, I cannot believe that Chelsea decided to add another winger into that team as opposed to another centre-back. And the winger, in my opinion, as I said, is someone that's so inconsistent. Possibly there's question marks over his attitude. So look, listen, again, new culture. It might bring the best out of him. I'm not Garnacho's biggest fan.
We talk about Garnacho as if he's a 26-year-old, right? The season that we're talking about him being inconsistent, he was 18 and 19 years old. We give a lot of other players leeway. Ahmad is, a year or 2 older than Garnacho, but we give him leeway. Oh, he's a new player, he's established himself.
I don't think Chelsea should sign him either.
Yeah, but the way that people talk about him, the discourse around him, I think that people treat Garnacho as if he's a seasoned vet. He is younger than Cole Palmer, or the same age Cole Palmer when Cole Palmer joined Chelsea, right? And has done way more in his footballing career, has achieved way more, been been way more of a contributor to a first 11 in the Premier League than Cole Palmer was. I'm not comparing Alejandro Garnacho to Cole Palmer. Cole Palmer's one of the best players in the world. I'm just drawing a parallel to a situation where Chelsea signed Cole Palmer for a similar fee, and he went on to become this incredible player.
Kwaku. Liverpool, Van Dijk, Konate, Gahey possibly, we think, Joe Gomez. Arsenal, we know defensively are outstanding with Gabriel and Saliba, new signing coming in. They've got real strength and depth there. Man City, whilst, again, at the moment, they're not amazing defensively. Gvardiol will come back. They've got Diaz, they've got Stones, they've got Ake, they've got Akanji. Lots of good options. Chalobah, Tosin, Achapong, and you're happy with that. You think that those three centre-backs are good enough this season for Chelsea to push on and possibly compete for the Premier League?
I would argue with you right now that you're looking at individuals. I'd argue with you right now as a collective unit, Chelsea are a better collective unit defensively than Liverpool.
Based on the first 2 games of the season.
Based on
over the course of 38 games, I can't see that happening. Well, Liverpool are going to be better today when the balance to midfield improves. Konate is not going to have as many bad games as he has done in the last 2 games. I don't know. The only reason
I think Chelsea will concede less goals this season.
You spent pretty much all of last season. When Colwill was fit, you mentioned this phrase all the time, we need an A+ centre-back to come in. Colwill's got injured, and now you're fine with what you've got.
I'm fine with what I've got because this unit has developed together, right? Reece James has now showed that he can keep fit. Despite the fact that he didn't start last night or start yesterday, he's showing us now that he can stay fit. I think Malagusto is a more than adequate replacement. Marco Cucurella, in my opinion, is one of, if not the best left-back in the league. And I know that, again, I was on here last week talking about it. I think by the end of the season, we'll be talking about Trevor Chalobah as one of the best English centre-backs, and he will be going to that World Cup. His development as a player is he's taken leaps and bounds, and I think people who don't watch Chelsea week in, week out don't see it. And hear the name Trevor Chalobah, hear the fact he's linked with a move consistently year after year after year. His development is abnormal, and I think that right now, if you look at him next to Tosin, it's not ideal, right? We'd rather have Levi Colwill in there, but I'm happy with what I've got with that. I haven't got an issue when it comes to centre-backs. It's the goalkeeper that I've got an issue with.
What happened to Hatto as well?
Joe Hatto is cover.
The left-back? We bought
him to be cover for Cucurella at left-back. Well, I actually did play centre-back, and he can be covering in that area, but he's a very young player. I don't want to rely on a 19-year-old to be one of our options when it comes to centre-back, and I think he's more than adequate to be cover for Cucurella at left-back. I haven't got a problem with it. And I know people look at it and say, but look at the names. I think as a unit, it works. And like I said, I think defensively, Chelsea will be a better team this season than Liverpool, who've got Van Dijk, they've got Gahey, they've got Konate. It's about how they work together. And I think this Chelsea team work as a cohesive unit. We conceded 1 goal this season. 1 goal this season. There was a wonder goal from Paqueta. I don't worry about Chelsea defensively. It's going forward, that's the issue.
And Chelsea only conceded 2 fewer goals than Liverpool last season. You know what I mean? It's 43 goals they conceded. Liverpool's conceded 41. You'd say Liverpool's defence was, if anything, slightly worse this season as we sit here right now. Transfer window still open, obviously.
We might get he to come in as well, Lee.
Yeah, so that would solidify it. But then another injury somewhere, and then suddenly it's panic stations again. It's the goals. Going back to the point, it's the goals that are Chelsea's problem. You know, they need to score more goals. You look at last season, if you take out the top teams, you've got Newcastle scored more than Chelsea, Brentford, Brighton, Tottenham, obviously down at the bottom of the table, but they need the goals. You get, so Jackson goes, what did he get, 13 goals last season? Garnacho comes in, he actually scores goals, 10 goals. Like, I know he's played nearly 60 games, I think, across all competitions, but he does score goals. And I think with an arm around his shoulder, he's been playing in an inconsistent Man United team. And there's been, imagine being a teenager.
And he was part of that as well. Lee.
Yeah, part of it. But also, there's no stability as a teenage footballer there for you. If he goes to Chelsea and they put an arm around him and get the best out of him, I think he could be a 15-goal a season man.
Final question on the centre back, because yes or no, does Mark Gahey for £35 million not improve the Chelsea back four?
He does, but I think yes, he does.
Okay,
but I think Mark Gahey
surprised the club on exploring that possibility.
Chelsea would. That's the one thing I can't accuse Luco of. They are aggressive, right? They would have.
They know Liverpool.
They would have sounded out Mark Gahey, and Mark Gahey would have been like, "I want to go to Liverpool." As any player, when given the option between Chelsea and Liverpool, barring Caicedo and Lavia, would pick Liverpool.
Oh, Haaland gets his goal for Manchester City. Omar Mamouche gets the assist, but Erling Haaland, who's missed a couple of chances, does score. And he's got his arms around Omar Mamouche. Brighton 0, Man City 1. 33 minutes gone. What was it, Lee? 9-2? I said that sounded tasty, didn't it? Erling Haaland gets his goal. Really good work from Omar Mamouche, who had to battle through past a couple of Brighton players. The ball goes through to Erling Haaland, who slots the ball past the goalkeeper. But yeah, build-up play comes down the right-hand side. Oscar Bob has space, too much time on the ball. He comes in onto his left foot, picks out Marmoush, who manages to get past Van Heck, and then in a really, really tight space with bodies around him, manages to thread the ball into Erling Haaland. Goalkeeper comes out to try and close down the angle, and Erling Haaland slots the ball past the keeper. But CJ, you have to say, Haaland gets the goal, but it's really clever play, industrial play from Omar Marmoush.
You have
with
to
bodies around him.
You have to give credit to not only Marmoush but also Oscar Bob for forcing the issues. Poor defending, I must admit, slightly poor defending from Brighton. There's a touch of fortune which leads the ball into Haaland's path, but that's an instinctive finish from a clinical striker. You play silly games in this Premier League, you win stupid prizes, and Brighton have been made to pay there. 1-0 C.
Yeah, it was an instinctive finish, wasn't it, Quake? The
Instinctive.
ball just fell to him loosely. Keeper comes out, and he was making no mistake this time.
You know what?
wasn't
I love the little pass from Marmoush, because that's not what you see. That's not the path where you think you play the path. But he just plays it ahead where he knows Haaland can get to, and yeah, Haaland finishes it. And Lee said he's going to have another couple shots, and he's definitely going to score one more shot, one goal for Erling Haaland. Regular service resume.
It's just maths, isn't it? You know, when you've got someone as reliable as Haaland, you know, unless he goes on even if he goes on some weird run where he has 5 shots on target and doesn't score, you know they're coming, and the maths will always bear out because it's right. You know, it's proven over season after season after season. So yeah, it's nice to see that. And if anyone backed the epic boost before the game for Haaland to score or assist in the game, that's copped inside 35 minutes. Yesterday it was João Pedro to have a shot on target. It landed inside 5 minutes.
That's a nice start. That's a nice start to the Premier League weekend, isn't it? Right. Yeah. So Brighton 0, Man City 1. Erling Haaland with the goal. Only 3 teams have produced a higher XG in their opening 2 Premier League games this season than Brighton. Although the Seagulls have just 1 goal so far, the biggest negative differential of any side so far this season. But they started the game pretty brightly in the first 10 minutes. But certainly as the first half went on, Manchester City dominating play, creating chances, and I think it's fair to say they deserve their lead. And since losing 5-1 at Arsenal in February, Man City have conceded just 1 goal in 7 away Premier League matches, keeping 5 clean sheets in a row. Only 4 sides have kept 6 in a row, most recently Arsenal between February and April back in 2024. Do you think, Quake, who went? I think with Liverpool and Arsenal, I think we know what we're going to see this season from the 2 sides. But do you think with Man City, given their slow, the majority of last season was a struggle, lots of new faces came in January and in the summer, it feels like it's quite hard to predict whether the City team will be any good or not this season.
Yeah, I think they're the hardest team to predict, and I think they're a hindsight team, right? At the end of the season, if Man City finish 4th, you'd be like, yeah, well, obviously, like, look at the defence, look at the lack of business that they've done, or not lack of business, but the interesting business that they've done in the summer, and maybe Pep Guardiola's influence and power and stranglehold on this league is waning. But then, conversely, if Man City turn around and win the league, be like, well, obviously, it's Pep Guardiola, it's Rodri, it's Erling Haaland. They're such a hard team to read because they have still got world-class players. They've still got, in my opinion, the best manager in the league. But I've said it so many times, I look at that defence, I look at some of the signings, I look at the fact that in 2025, they're still very reliant on the Bernardo Silva, who's made it clear that he wants to lead the football club a couple of times.
Starting today again?
Starting today next to Rodri in midfield. They're a very, very difficult team to read. And from my team's perspective, I think Liverpool and Arsenal are clearly the 2 best teams in the league. But from Chelsea's point of view, if you want to break into that top 3, the best 3 teams in the land for the last 2 or 3 seasons, I think you look at Man City and say they can be picked off. I looked at their game against Tottenham last week. It wasn't a case that Tottenham got lucky. Tottenham fully deserved that win. And I know Spurs are always good against Man City, but it was a bit different to the 4-0 last year where it just seemed like an abnormal evening or an abnormal day for Man City. Spurs were very good, very resolute. Pressed well, and Man City didn't have any answers for it. So, let's watch City closely, right? Because if Erling Haaland turns around and gives you 30-plus goals, Rodri plays 30-plus games, and they can just get into their rhythm, there's no reason why they can't challenge for the title again. But I just think they're a little bit off it when it comes to challenging the likes of Liverpool and Arsenal who are playing.
Do you think Chelsea could come above City this season?
I do.
Do you think they will?
I do, yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, I do. I look at the Chelsea team that haven't played well in any of the 3 games this season, even against West Ham where they won 5-1, and it's winning games. And that's what these other teams have done so well, just win games, in terms of Liverpool and Arsenal especially, and Man City as well. Man City are still a great side. But Chelsea now playing poorly are getting 3 points on the board regularly, and I think that's going to see them finish in the top 3 this season. How
do the odds see it in terms of the title? How much is there a big difference between City and Chelsea for the title?
Chelsea 15-2, Man City 9-2. So big enough. You know what I mean? It's like 7.5 to 1 versus 4.5 to 1. Yeah, I mean, Man City 92 for the title just shows you how good that 92 first goal scorer bet.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Because you'd rather take that one than wait all season to see if Man City win the league. Yeah, then Arsenal and Liverpool, before the game today, joint favourites for the title, 7-4, both of them, which is really interesting, isn't it? You know, you could say the same about Liverpool, not playing well, but still winning games.
Would you see those odds, like in terms of the favourites of the title, right? I know this game we're only 3 games in, but say Arsenal win, right? Do Arsenal, do you reckon, suddenly become favourites to win the league off the back of just one result?
No. Today? Definitely. Yeah. Arsenal will be favourites if they win the game today. If they draw, they might just slightly edge favouritism. They've been favourites this week over Liverpool. Yeah. It's going to be that's going to be the interest. So when the traders are creating these prices, you've got to take into consideration. You might say that's too big a gap between Man City and Chelsea for the title. City have been there and done it. Yeah, you've got to see Chelsea go there and do it to make them closer. But it's the same with Arsenal, really. The fact that Arsenal and Liverpool are joint favourites probably means that Arsenal are really, favourites because they haven't been there and done it yet. Yeah. And whereas there's a bit of trust in Liverpool, isn't there? They know the manager knows how to get over the line. They know the players know how to get over the line, and that's the difference for me with Man City and Chelsea. Can Chelsea go on long winning runs like Man City used to? Can Man City do it this season? I don't know, but they could. We know they can. Yeah. We know that it's in their makeup. They can go on long, not unbeaten, winning runs. 10 games winning in the Premier League.
There's a big chance there, Lee, for Lucas Paqueta for West Ham away at Nottingham Forest. The left-footed effort was well tipped over the bar by Sell. So it remains Forest 0, West Ham 0, Brighton 0, Man City 1. The transfer deadline day is tomorrow. There is a lot going on. I want to read this from Fabrizio Romano. It's regarding the goalkeeping situation between Villa, Man United, Martinez and Lamens. I understand Aston Villa have made a formal approach with Royal Antwerp for Lamens. He's the main option alongside Diogo Costa in case Martinez ends up leaving the club. Manchester United are in talks with Villa for Martinez. Fabrizio has then gone on to tweet just after that Man United have agreed personal terms with Martinez and have now approached Aston Villa. How do you guys see this situation playing out? Manchester United for Emi Martinez. Do you think it's something that Man United can get done? Can you see Villa selling him with a day to go in the window, CJ?
Money talks, man. Money talks. It's still Manchester United. I know they're a far cry away from what they used to be, but it's still Manchester United. I have felt like Emi Martinez has looked like he's leaving for a very long time. He was
waving to the fans last home game of last season.
So what does that tell you?
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
He thought he was going anyway.
He's probably going to go. He's probably feels like he wants a new situation. He's going to earn a lot of money at Man United. To be fair with you, any goalkeeper, much less someone like Martinez, probably a couple of academy keepers at City at United have to back themselves against Onana and the other guy. What makes sense?
I was reading a bit in the papers today that one of the papers saying Man United players can't believe Tom Eaton hasn't been playing in goal.
Can you believe it?
I know he's no spring chicken anymore, but I think he should be playing goal. I'd say it'd be almost impossible for him to look any worse in goal than both Bayindir and Onana over the last couple of weeks. Kwaku, Emi Martinez, would that be a good signing for Man United?
Yeah, and we're split on this, right, when it comes to Emi Martinez.
Hey, one thing I think we both agree on. Wait for this hot take. He's better than Bayindir and Onana, right?
Yeah, of course. Emi Martinez with his hand time behind his back is still better than Onana and Bayindir.
And he's a Man United keeper, isn't he? Yeah, he feels like he's got the personality to carry it.
That's exactly.
I know that's a
good point. No, it's a good point. It's a really good point.
That's what Emi Martinez brings, right? Because I know he can be rash. I know he can sometimes be volatile. But what he does really well is bring that big personality in big games and big moments. That's what he's dined out on for the last 4 years. Of course,
makes you feel confident with a decent keeper in goal.
100%, man. And you saw it when Aston Villa were in the Champions League. When the lights were the brightest, that's when Emi Martinez would really turn up. It's the games at 3 o'clock on a Saturday that you'd see him make a few howlers. I know Sam doesn't like me talking about.
Speaking of howlers,
sorry to cut you across you there. Talking of goalkeepers and howlers, you're right. Wout Verbruggen had the ball pretty much on his goal line. Erling Haaland was literally millimetres away from taking the ball off him before he went to clear. It got worked out to Marmoush on the left-hand side and City managed to clear their lines. Just looking here at this, guys, across social media, it really does look like this is an absolute goer. Emi Martinez to Manchester United.
What I don't understand, right, is that when you're waving goodbye to your home fans in the final home game of the season...
Why did he do that?
When you're doing that,
what do you think was lined up?
That's exactly it. When you do that, you've normally got to move lined up.
Like he's done.
It's not like I'm just going to go anywhere. It could be Saudi, it could be Man United, it could be anywhere. I'm going regardless, especially because he was one of their most important players. He's their captain. or one of their captains. And so that was very bizarre. And when he was doing that, I was thinking, okay, he knows he's going to Saudi.
Something's done. It's signed. It's going to be announced in the next few days.
But we're now on the final or the penultimate day of the transfer window, and he is still Aston Villa player. So I look at that situation. And I think to myself, no, like I love the move because it's Emi Martinez and I think he's a good goalkeeper. But is this what Man United had planned at the beginning of the window? Is what Emi Martinez had planned at the beginning of this window?
Do you think United should have simply... Because Ruben Amorim, I know he's got back his players in the press conference, but it was quite forceful with journalists and saying, I'm happy with my goalkeeping options, but you just think, Kwaku, given what's happened in the last couple of weeks, there was absolutely no way they could have carried on the season with Onana and Binder.
Come on, man. Like,
it'd be impossible, right?
Onana against Grimsby, like you can tell me yourself. Like he was.
Hey, they got beat by Bristol Rovers yesterday. This is a bad end to the week for our very own Grimsby supporting Lee Phelps.
I think we may have got carried away.
What the hell happened yesterday, Lee?
I think we got carried away with socials.
Yeah, just a little bit. But as you should, right? It was a great performance. But you looked at Onana against Grimsby, absolutely terrible. You looked at Binder in the first few
Quake, he looked like that performance against Grimsby. Horrible. Was an absolute joke. And even Binder the week before, Quaker, we watched the game together here against Fulham. I've never seen a goalkeeper in my life be that big and look that weak and that lacking confidence and authority from balls into the box.
And opposition teams smell that as well.
Of course they do. Balls were literally coming into the box. He was almost trying to hide behind players. Where did they find him from?
But my big issue, right, is that 3 years ago, Andre Onana was putting in a man of the match performance in a Champions League final. And now against Grimsby midweek in the Carabao Cup second round that we haven't seen Man United in years. And he's putting in a performance like that. There is something in the water at Manchester United. It can't just be the players, right? It can't just be like, this player is really good. He's something for Man United. Oh, no, actually,
poor
they're rubbish.
coaching and terrible
There is something so toxic.
Manchester United is a graveyard for players and managers.
100%.
In the last decade, you could count on one hand the players that have come to that football club. Was it sad?
No, you're a Liverpool man. It's sad, man.
That have gone to that football club and been a success. Same with the managers. Are all these guys that have come to Man United, are they all bad managers? Is Ruben Amorim a bad coach? No. Or is it just the environment, the culture, the football club that just sucks the life out of everyone?
Conversely, you look at someone like Liverpool, right? Or even Newcastle. Look at Newcastle signings in recent years under Eddie Howe. Barely a bad signing. Almost every signing works out and they improve as a player. At Liverpool, it's been the case for the last 5 or 6 years.
Same with Arsenal as well.
Same with Arsenal. Yeah. Like, players come in, they improve. And if they don't improve, they don't get that much worse. They don't get as bad as Onana's got. It's bizarre. I mean, I just look at Man United and people talk about returning them to their former glories. I think you have to remove that conversation from your mind.
Conversation has to stop.
The conversation has to be different.
That's not the. It always annoys me when he goes, "Oh, how far away are Man United back to there?"
Very.
He got relegated last season. And honestly,
you don't get there overnight. That's a series of years and years and years of terrible decisions.
But Man United fans would if you said, okay, say it doesn't work out for Nuno at Forest, would you take Nuno at Man United? They'd turn their nose up. It's like, yo, the job that Nuno's done at Forest is what you need a manager to come and do at Manchester United. It's a bizarre situation, but on the goalkeeper situation, I do think that Emi Martinez is an upgrade on those two keepers.
And also, I would say as well, given that we're recording this live, 20 hours to go until the window closes, I actually think, especially given the time they've got left, because normally at this point you think it'd be a panic buy, maybe someone we haven't heard of, maybe a backup goalkeeper in the Premier League, but to go and get Martinez out of Villa, who I know he struggled towards the end of last season, and I maybe don't think he's one of the best in the league. I maybe think there's probably 5 or 10 better keepers than him. Yeah, I think so. I think towards the end of the season, I think he really, really struggled, and I think he was inconsistent. But what I would say is I still think, given their options, given where we are on the window, I think they're getting in a good goalkeeper.
Yeah.
10!
Yeah, but 10's mad. 10.
Go on, let's have the 10.
Yeah, let's have the 10.
No,
Raya and Alisson, the 2.
That's it.
Raya and Alisson, and that's it for me.
Raya, Alisson, Sells, Pickford. Pickford's been outstanding
Pickford
for
over
Everton
Martinez.
for the last 18 months.
You reckon? Pickford over
do you know what?
Martinez?
There is some disrespect. That
I like
comes the
Pickford,
way
but Pickford
of
over
Jordan
Martinez.
Pickford. I would rather have Pickford and goal than Emi Martinez.
I'd rather Emi.
Why are you laughing at me?
I'd rather Emi. I don't know about that.
So we've got Raya, Alisson, Sells has been faultless at Forest. Why are you tutting?
Martinez over Sells.
I know
man.
the Sells hasn't won a World Cup, but Sells and Forest the last 18 months. I don't think it's a laughable comment to say that Sells
We're talking about-
has been better.
Yeah, but it's
and
not.
more, and
You're
more
saying names that
consistent
are not
than
necessarily clear, Sam. Like it's not clear that they're better than Emi Martinez. It's
Okay, but it's obviously opinion based.
but Ryan's clearly.
Matt Sells had a good season last season.
Thank you.
Martinez has been voted best goalkeeper in the world 2 years on the trot. We are
Exactly.
not having that conversation.
And you're saying
Well,
we're disrespecting
I
Pickford.
wasn't on that. But John Pickford of Everton for the last 2 or 3.
You're disrespecting Emi.
They'd be a championship team, wasn't John Pickford? He
Yeah.
single-handedly at times kept them up in the Premier League. I think we're showing a little. I think because Martinez won the World Cup and no one can take that away from him. I think his form towards the end of last season really dipped, where Pickford himself consistently been really. I don't think it's that bad of a shout, boys. So we got Ray up.
It was crazy.
I think there's more to go out as we get down this list. than
10 is crazy.
We got Ray up. That was only number 3. We got Raya, we got Alisson, we got Sells, we've got Pickford. I think Verbruchen's been great.
I'll give you that one, to be fair.
Give me Verbruchen.
I'll give you that one.
Do you know what? I think I've got 5 there, haven't I? All right, look, one thing I would say, on a serious note, whilst I don't think of Martinez, maybe because I've listened to Dan Bardell tell me he is actually the best goalkeeper in the world, I disagree with that. One thing I would say, he's a good goalkeeper, and I think given where we are in terms of it being August the 31st, I think for United to better get this done with a few hours to go with the window, I think is good. What are you surprised Villa are sanctioning this deal?
Yeah, Villa's transfer business has been strange, right? And Unai Emery in his pre-match notes in the program talked about how Villa have been restricted by PSR and how it doesn't match the kind of commercial aspects of the football clubs, doesn't match the on-field success. There needs to be a change to PSR because these clubs like Aston Villa that got really good really quickly, right? When he came in, they were in a relegation battle. And within a couple of seasons, they're a Champions League team. And all of a sudden, they're asked to compete commercially with teams like Manchester United, who've been terrible on the pitch for the last 4 or 5 seasons. I can understand why at Villa you're so frustrated. You've got owners that are willing to spend, but cannot spend.
Yeah.
You've got owners that shown ambition, right? In January, in the bid to try and finish in the top 4, they brought in Marcus Rashford and Asensio on loan. And I know they were on high wages and didn't necessarily work out because they missed out Champions. It's ambition, and that's what you want to see. And Simon Jordan made a great point. He goes, the Premier League is cannibalising itself, right? It's a league that's got owners that want to spend money. So allow these owners to spend money. And I think Aston Villa are a victim of PSR not actually really working the way it should work.
Final point on this Martinez one. I think Lee makes a really good point. The character as well. Yeah. They are desperate on their Man United.
The shirt is
characters
heavy.
fully. Of course, it's a heavy shirt. Standing in front of that Stretford end every other week. And we know CJ, he's someone that he'll love that, won't he? He'll embrace that.
Yeah. He's a rattler.
Well, there's no coincidence that, I've said it before, the only player that's really succeeded at Manchester United post-Fergie is Bruno Fernandes. Big personality. At Man United, at certain clubs, they've got different hallmarks, right? At Arsenal, you think about technically sound players. At Liverpool, you're talking about maybe more emotional, right? It's an emotional football club. At Manchester United, it's personality. You need to show personality, and it doesn't matter if it's under Fergie, under Mourinho, under Amorim. You need to have big personality because you know, Sam, 4:30 on a Sunday, we're talking about you. And if you're a Man United player, you need to be able to deal with the criticism. And Emi Martinez, as a World Cup winner, has dealt with that pressure for the last 4 or 5 seasons. I think it's a good sign for Man United.
And adversity as well, because obviously Emi Martinez was at Arsenal. He's at Arsenal for years. Everyone forgot he was there, and he stood up tall, helped us win the FA Cup. He's always reacted very well to adversity, so that ties in well with obviously what you need at Man United. A lot of managers, a lot of players have crumbled in a Man United shirt. I don't think Emi Martinez will do that. And he'll give confidence to the defence. Realistically, in the Premier League, if you know your goalkeeper, well, the opposition keeper isn't good, test him, have shots, pull it into the box. League 2 side Grimsby did it. It's going to keep happening. They need a goalie. They need Emi Martinez. They could do a lot worse. They have a lot worse. Bring him in.
He's no Matt Sells, but he's on his way to Manchester United, isn't he? It looks like Emi Martinez to Man United could possibly be happening. Lots of reports that Man United are in talks with Aston Villa over a fee. Personal terms have been agreed. Aston Villa lining up a replacement. Lots of transfer news to come over the next couple of hours. In our 2 o'clock games in the Premier League, we've gone to half-time. It's Forest 0, West Ham not the best of halves. The best chance fell to Lucas Paqueta. A shot with his left foot on the edge of the box, tipped over by Sells. Great save there from Sells, tipping the ball acrobatically over the bar. Not many goalkeepers in the Premier League could make that save. And it's Brighton 0, Man City 1. Erling Haaland finally getting his goal, giving City the lead at half-time. It is talkSPORT Goals with William Hill, 18+, gamble aware dog. We'll take a very quick break. We're back in a couple of minutes' time, guys. afternoon and welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill, 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org. Terms and conditions apply. It's Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps, Quakey Wafari, CJ the deluded Gooner. Will he be deluded later on this afternoon? Let's hope so. Hey, Liverpool Arsenal coming up at 4:30. Two games though in the Premier League at half time. Brighton 0, Man City 1. Man City from 20 minutes on really dominating that game, keeping possession well, creating chances. Erling Haaland missed a couple of good chances from close range, and on 34 minutes on his 100th Premier League appearance for Manchester City, he got his goal. Really good work from Omar Mamouche, playing him through quick feet, getting past a couple of Brighton players, and Haaland was really good in front of goal. In the other game at 2 o'clock, Forest 0, West Ham 0. Pretty poor game of football. Lucas Paqueta with the best chance of the game. He had an effort from just outside the box. Beautiful side-footed curling effort. The cells tipped over the bar. Lee Phelps from William Hill. What are the odds saying at half-time?
Yeah, Forest still the odds-on favourites to win in the 90 minutes. West Ham 4-1, the draw 9-5. I mean, there's been, it's been back and forth, but like as soon as either team get to the final third, it really breaks down. A lot of poor passing, no final product between either of them. You just think to yourself, Forest have dominated, to be fair, in terms of like the momentum of the match. West Ham coming back into it, but not a single shot on target for Forest. We know that if Chris Wood gets one or two, he's likely to get a goal, and that's, I think, what West Ham are guarding against. Defensively, they've been okay, but like I say, Forest haven't really put them under enough pressure. As you mentioned, the one shot on target in the match came from Lucas Paqueta.
That's the only shot on target, was it?
Only shot on target in the game so far. In the other match, you won't be surprised to know that City are now 1-3 favourites to win in the 90 minutes. Again, you think one up, you think they'd be shorter than that, to be honest, and that's just a sign of where Man City are as a team these days. But 7-2 the draw, and Brighton are 10-1. Look, I said at the start of the match, I thought Man City would win and both teams to score. It's hard to see where the Brighton goal comes from. There was that great James Trafford save, but there's not been much else.
That was early in the game,
yeah,
wasn't it?
from Brighton. They're going to have to push forward themselves to try and get back into it, and you think that's only going to give more opportunities to City. But one shot on target from Matoma, that's the save from James Trafford so far. So that is still going to be the outlet, isn't it? They're going to have to hope that City will just sit in now, though, and pass them to death, won't they? And want Brighton to come on. So Brighton, what do you do if you're Brighton now? You've got to push forward.
Yeah, Brighton at some point have got to try and be a bit more aggressive.
And more goals for City, you'd think.
The 4:30 games, Liverpool Arsenal, I'm sure we'll do a bit more kind of focused odds building up to that game. But also, by the way, Quaker, we can do this now at half time. Quaker's got this thing, Lee. I'm sure CJ would have heard this last season. He's got this obsession with kickoff times, don't you? And how you think kickoff times mean a certain thing. Can you just very briefly explain to Lee and our new audience what your theory is on kickoff times and why it's so important?
It's so important because, again, in this country, hopefully it changes, but at 3 p.m, you can't watch the games on Saturday, right? And that's when the bulk of the games are played. And that's when the teams that maybe don't get much of the headlines play their football. But the prime time
United
games,
played 3 o'clock yesterday, mate.
Yeah,
Spurs played yesterday 3 o'clock, mate.
They can't put United on 4:30 on Sunday.
They can.
They can. But 4:30 on a Sunday is prime time viewing. There's a reason why Liverpool versus Arsenal ain't going to be on 3 p.m. on a Saturday, is it?
Sure.
It's going to be on the 4:30 on a Sunday.
Numbers.
And players sometimes rise to those occasions, and sometimes players shrink under the bright lights. And one thing I do want to point out to you, Sam, is that this season we've seen a lot of 3 p.m. players make moves to top clubs. Look at Aït-Nouri, made a move from Wolves to Man City. He's a 3 p.m. player. Mbeumo's a prime 3 p.m. player. Take that step.
Mate, he can be a 4:30 p.m. player on a Sunday.
He plays for Manchester United. You look at Cunha. Cunha was also a 3 p.m. player. You look at, and again, this is harsh because he scored the winner in the FA Cup final. Eze, you could argue, is a 3 p.m. player.
No. He's mustard.
When Palace aren't really...
You said to me Kirkez is the most 3 p.m. player of all time.
Kirkez is such a free... How many Bournemouth games did we watch in their entirety last season? So a lot of these João Pedro, a 3 p.m. player. A lot of these players, 3 p.m. players, are making a step up to these 4:30 p.m. or the 8 o'clock on Monday night clubs.
People like us are doing watch-alongs.
Exactly. That's where the money's made.
The reason why I wanted you to do that is we have a new kickoff time introduced into the Premier League this evening. What are your thoughts on the Sunday 7 p.m. kickoff times? I have to say, by the way, we all love our football here, don't we? Watching on talkSPORT Goals. I feel like Sunday at 7 p.m. is the time of the weekend where I'm happy to forget about the football, put on a good box set on Netflix, get a takeaway, and maybe go and get on Monday evening at 8 o'clock.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think it's sacrilege, really, man, to have games on at that late on
Crazy.
Sunday is just ridiculous. Especially with the NFL season coming. I'm a big NFL fan. Like that's when I don't watch my NFL on 7 p.m. on a Sunday.
Well, why don't they just get you through to the 9 p.m. game and the NFL, though? Might just bridge that gap for you, maybe.
True. But I need like
a break, man.
I've got child league.
But it's basically doing what it's been the case in Europe for ages, isn't it? Sunday night games, you know, because we obviously
Spain love it, don't they?
Yeah, Spain love it. Yeah, of course. You always get those decent teams playing on a Sunday night as well. But I love the theory. I'm loving this theory, and
I do like Greg's theory.
Who are 3
Convince me,
p.m.
I can't
teams?
lie.
If your team begins with B, you're a 3 p.m. team. Brighton, Bournemouth, Burnley,
Brentford?
Yeah, I get it. What about 12:30, by the way, just quickly?
Oh, 12. You know what? 12:30 is normal.
You got 10 seconds, then we got a break.
I'm saying Liverpool for me are the 12:30 team.
Well, like Brighton always playing Man United, Arsenal, and Spurs at home at 12:30 on Saturday.
It's a trip to the Amex on a Saturday at 12:30. Yeah.
This is talkSPORT Goals brought to you by Final One Standing, New from William Hill. Gambleaware.org, terms and conditions apply. We're watching the second half games in the 2 o'clock kickoffs in a couple of minutes' time on talkSPORT Goals. A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18 plus, gambleaware.org, terms and conditions apply. I am still Sam Ellard, and I am still, by the way, in Final One Standing, although possibly not for much longer, because Lee Phelps from William Hill, CJ, the deluded goon. Have you mentioned Arsenal yet, CJ? It's coming, mate. We're building up to the big 4:30 game, and part-time Quakey Wafari as well. He's going home 4:30. Final One Standing. I'm still in. I'm still there, but I have gone Forest to beat West Ham, Lee, and in the first 45 minutes, Forest 0, West Ham 0, Brighton 0, Man City 1. Forest have been pretty poor. Chris Wood! Header from close range into the hands of Hermanson. That's the first shot on target for Forest.
And he averages a goal every 2 shots on target this season, every 3 last season. So that's the first one. Yeah, so over 25% of players have gone for Forest today.
Yeah.
This is, across all the
West
different
Ham have been
jackpots.
awful. Forest in decent form. Forest at home. I like Forest at home, but they've just lacked a bit of quality so far today. Forest.
Yesterday, there were over 50% of players had Man United. You can imagine it 2-2, and then when that winner goes in, obviously that keeps.
How many people were left in before this weekend?
In the jackpot game, 89,000.
And how many started?
300.
Or a third of people already.
I'm still in it.
Who did you go first and second game of the weekend?
Yeah, I went Chelsea.
First weekend, Man City. Second weekend, Arsenal.
Yeah, exactly the same as you. You went Chelsea yesterday, did you? I was torn between Chelsea and Forest.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm obliged to remind people that producer Jamie gives you the big one, doesn't he? Every weekend he went for Burnley to beat. He's got Man City today. You're out, mate. You were out. You were out with 3:30 p.m. mate on the first Premier League weekend of the Saturday League. Don't back Jamie up on this.
No, but the beautiful thing about this is that
it's not beautiful.
You go out of the big game. You can go into another. There's a £500,000 game going on. There's two 50k games going on, and we've just released another 200k game. So.
No, that's a belter, isn't it? Honestly, no, you know what? I'm winding up, Jamie. No, that is a belter, isn't it, Quake? You're the
Giving people like Jamie a chance.
No, because people like Jamie need second and third chances. So that's why we're. Honestly, he tried to back Bristol City yesterday. You can't back Bristol City, mate. He's still in the Championship, pal.
Premier League only. You can only pick a team once.
But the Premier League is so unpredictable, right? And there was moments yesterday when I was watching Chelsea, I was like,
good 3 p.m. games yesterday, by the way. Lots of drama. The Sunderland game. Spurs Bournemouth, by the way. Bournemouth. I only watched the highlights. They absolutely battered Spurs yesterday. Like, that could have easily been 6 and 7 for Bournemouth. There was only one somehow.
Spurs just didn't look like they could create anything at all.
Got booed off for full time.
Yeah, no, it was
First half stats. I had a quick look at the stats. The first
never
half.
shot on target or something.
Zero.
XG
down to everything.
You have to give credit to Areola, like what he's done for Bournemouth. They've lost so many players.
Lost the whole back four apart from Adam Smith.
Yeah, and Kepa if you include him as well.
And he was decent last season.
One of my
think
calls
they'll
for a
hold
big
on to
season at the
Semenyo.
beginning of the year was Evan Nilsson. I know last year he got injured for a little bit, but still got to double figures, and I think he's going to have a big year this year.
You like him?
player.
I mean, Semenyo. Do you think Semenyo is one of those 3 p.m. Saturdays?
Oh,
Because he's a baller, by the way. He
Done well
just
against you
glides
lot,
with
yeah.
He was amazing against us.
He's quality.
He
man.
was
He's
great.
mastered.
It was great. Like, again, he should have scored a header against Spurs yesterday, but he was great. He's such a good footballer, and he's got his head screwed on as well. And I think he's one of these players. I think him and Iliman and Jai are 2 players next summer that would be looking at big moves.
Are you a Semenyo or Semenyo?
Semenyo?
Oh, it is. Sorry, apologies. Bristol. Do you know where he started?
Bristol City.
I just said that. Yeah. Sorry, Bristol.
No, I'm sure
Oh,
he was
you
at,
knew that, yeah,
I'm sure he was at Chelsea as well. One point in his youth days.
Yeah, he was he came in his youth career. He came through at Bristol City. Played 112 times for Bristol City. Did you always know, producer Jamie? You always knew that he was going to go on and be.
He doesn't know anything, mate.
He doesn't know anything. That's absolutely bang out of order. I tell you what, it's much better than a proper job, isn't it? We do love Premier League. We love Premier League Sundays.
And one thing I will say again.
Talk to me, Quake. You can say whatever you want, mate.
Talking about kickoff times, right? I like the fact on 2 p.m. I know we've only got 2 today, but they've increased the volume of 2 p.m. kickoffs and can watch it and really get an idea of what these players are actually saying. Because a player like Kirkes, for example, oh great, look at the numbers or whatever. We didn't really watch him fully in the first 2 games at Liverpool this season. I'm not too sure. I think Andy
Do you think he
Robson
starts today?
We've got 10 minutes to find out.
I hope so.
8 minutes till. You want Madueke up against
I
Kirkes?
think Robertson. I think you draw on that experience. I think Kirkes is still learning your system, but he does look like he can be got at defensively.
Yeah.
I'd rather Kirkes.
Also, by the way, I think there's a little bit of disrespect, Quake.
People are doing too much stuff.
from you on Kirkes. I mean, in 2 games and you're already writing him off.
Do you know what my issue is? I think that Frimpong, of course, is injured, but I don't think he's actually a right back. And then if your left back's also struggling, I think you've got a problem in terms of defence.
Why is Frimpong not a right back?
Because at Leverkusen, he wasn't a right back. He played as a right wing back and sometimes played as a winger towards back end of the season. Like, he's not an actual right back. And he might be able to make it work, but I think if you're assimilating to a new position and you've got your left back who's not looked necessarily the most sturdy, Van Dijk had to drag you still conceded 2 goals against Newcastle, but Van Dijk had to be at his imperious best.
How good was he on Monday night?
Oh,
that was one of his best performances.
He was carrying his
I think
teammates.
if you didn't watch the game, you'd be like, what, Liverpool conceded 2 goals, Van Dijk must have not been that good. But honestly, the headers he was winning, how commanding he was. And
What's happened to Konate, Kwaku?
Oh, I think
He looks a different player.
Do you think his head's gone? Yeah.
A little bit, but with the links.
Madrid links and...
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question?
Go on.
You hear that phrase a lot, don't you, in football? His head's gone.
Yeah.
If we were to actually break down what that means, so like when that long ball gets pumped up, he missed a header, didn't he? For one of the, was it for the goal against? So when you say his head's gone, what does that mean then? That he's just not
complacent.
He's not. He loses concentration, so
bit of
therefore
everything.
can't win simple basic headers. What does that mean?
In centre-back partnerships, right, it's always like a yin and a yang. There's the like cerebral one and there's the aggressive attack.
Triple
dog.
H.
Yeah, here we go, the cerebral assassin. And so you look at Arsenal, right? The cerebral one is Saliba, the attack dog is Gabriel. You look at, historically, Vidic Ferdinand. That Ferdinand
What's Chalobah and Tosin?
Nasty, man.
Mate, one of the best
work.
centre backs in the league. I mean, come on.
Nasty work from you,
That is horrible, man.
What? That's a fair question to ask, isn't it?
You know what he's doing.
You look at Terry, you look at Carvalho, same thing. And when you're the attack dog, right, and you're the person who's on the front foot, when you lose that 1 or 2%, it's hard to kind of get it back. We saw what Gabriel looked like without Saliba, a very different player. And when you're that player,
To be fair, Saliba without Gabriel last year as well.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. But I just think with Konate, when your head's turned a little bit, you're not fully on it, and maybe you've achieved the goal, win the league last season, you might have just lost 1 or 2%, which makes a big difference in the Premier League.
I think he's a bit too reactive nowadays, Konate. Like, he relies on his physical qualities. He just needs to regain that focus. I don't know if that's with the whole Madrid staff or complacent about winning a title, but it does look like Van Dijk's carrying that back line at the moment for Liverpool.
Team news in 6 minutes' time.
I think he's a good bet for a card today, Konate. I think he could have it all on against that Arsenal.
Yeah, he's going to clatter Martinelli. That's a given.
V. Martinelli plays on the left today, yeah?
He has to, man. You have to double up against Salah.
Temptation to throw Eze in? Or?
If it was up to me, I want to see something different. I don't really care if Eze plays in the middle or off the left, but if I was a betting man, Martinelli is obviously going to play. He's going to have to double up against Mohamed Salah, which is still a difficult test. If Odegaard's 50% fit, he starts, so Eze is not playing in midfield today.
Would you ever have Eze in over Odegaard?
Yeah. I can't believe you're asking me that. I love Odegaard, but yeah, it's Eze.
Do you think Eze's better than Odegaard?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm shocked by that.
Yeah, but in Arteta's mind, I don't think so, because you got to remember, Odegaard leads the press, and now we've got Gyökeres.
And he's the captain as well.
And he's the captain. But you've got Odegaard leading. You've got Odegaard who leads the press. You haven't got Saka, who's part of that unit. That's probably why I think Martinelli's there. Gyökeres is learning the system. We haven't got Kai, which I actually think Kai Havertz would help us today, because I think when you've got Van Dijk and Konate, they're on it against traditional number 9s, like they always do well against Haaland, and that's kind of what Gyökeres is. We need a Jesus, a Trossard, a Kai Havertz, someone that's just not going to stand between the centre halves. So it'd be interesting. But if I was a better man, yeah, Eze's not starting today. But I do think he's better than Odegaard.
I think that's
if you're talking about the technical level of Odegaard, Odegaard's mustard. But if you're talking, because we spoke about Man United and carrying the shirt, sometimes I felt sorry for Odegaard, like last season where we couldn't pull him out. Eze's got his new move. He's going to relish it. It's not that he doesn't care that he's playing Liverpool, but he's just got the bit between his teeth. He's living his dream. And Eze provokes havoc. And I would imagine both Arsenal and Liverpool, they're open books to each other. Eze gives us something that's you can't really account for in the game. We don't know what Eze looks like at Arsenal. So today's the day for me, but I don't think he starts.
Oh yeah, fair enough. I'm shocked by that. I think obviously last year was a real down year for Martin Odegaard, and there was a lot of talk about him in the beginning of the season, a lot of talk about whether he should be Arsenal captain.
That's one thing I hate. Like, the guy needs to stay the captain. Forgive me for being naive. I don't know what magical powers Odegaard's meant to either gain by losing that captain's armband. But people still get onto the guy about not performing for Arsenal. We're meant to be a big club, so there's going to be pressure. People want him out. So I don't understand, if you take off this armband from the guy, what is meant to change? Is Odegaard a traditional captain to me? No, he's not. But there's a reason Arteta, all the players have voted him as that captain.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
So do you think, I know there's going to be lots of rotation when the Champions League comes back after the international break, but do you think the plan will be that when everyone's fit and you've got a big game, that it's Odegaard in the 10 and Eze from the left? Do you think Arteta sees that being his strongest 11, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I can't see either Zubamendi or Rice dropping out and you've got Eze playing in like a more traditional midfield role. We've just spoken about Odegaard in the 10, so naturally on paper, the only kind of opening is off the left. Now, how he operates in that left space, maybe it'd be like Liverpool's Wirtz, I don't know, because we do have an inverted left back. It's too narrow, but I'm on it.
Can you talk about left back? Lewis Kelly was one of the best young players in the league last season. Calafiori seems to have displaced him in the starting 11 this season. Who would you prefer in that role at left back, Calafiori or Miles Lewis Kelly? Because Calafiori, just in general going forward, like Sam said, big Champions League game, you need to win it. Who starts, Lewis Kelly or Calafiori?
It's horses for courses, because I remember in the league phase of the Champions League last year, Calafiori did well against Paris Saint-Germain. You mentioned Miles Lewis Kelly. He put in 2 monstrous performances against Real Madrid, so I can't look beyond Miles Lewis Kelly. And that's actually what I was saying to Sam off camera. It's like the bigger question isn't necessarily Eze starting for me, it's who goes left back. Calafiori so far in his 2 games ain't put a foot wrong. Miles Lewis Kelly's a bit more switched on or a bit more receptive to the threat that Salah's going to obviously occupy. So I don't know. And we've got this Hincapie guy coming in. So that's another option off the left. It's horses for courses. Like, I'm living a dream as an Arsenal fan because we need these numbers. Like, we need it. I don't want to hear about injuries this year.
Yeah.
But
is it so interesting, right? Arsenal going to this game in team news in like a couple of minutes. Arsenal going to this game without Bukayo Saka, and nobody's using that as an excuse.
Don't remind me, man.
But that's what I like, though, because in previous seasons, like, we haven't got Bukayo Saka, got no chance. But now, if Arsenal don't win this game, I don't want to hear anybody point the fact that Saka's not there. He's made so many good signings, got so much strength and depth. This is mano a mano, head to head, and we're going to see who the best team in the Premier League is on this day.
And you're right, Quakey, because if you look through the last few years of Arsenal's results or big results or scalps, of course Saka has been there, but Man City last season, Saka wasn't there. There's been a number of games that we've won where we haven't had our strongest team. Even when we drew with Liverpool last year, like, I was sat here doing this very same show, and Sam was telling me, yeah, you should have a bit more optimism. We had Marino and Kivior and players of that ilk. It's a squad game. There's 38 games, probably 50 plus if we go all the way, and you factor in club and country. You need a bigger squad, and we've got that now, so there's no excuses. Put in a performance at Anfield. We've done well at Anfield in the last few years, but we've not been able to get over the line. Hopefully today, step in the right direction.
Team news coming up in a minute or so's time. It's still Brighton 0, Man City 1. No chances yet in the second half. Forest West Ham, the game just starting to stretch a little bit. Nicholas Füllkrug has had a shot from a tight angle. The Matt Sells brilliantly pushed away without making... honestly, this guy does not concede goals, Matt Sells. So that remains Forest 0, West Ham 0. James McAtee, just signed from Man City, has come off the bench, and it is 3:15. So that means that Team News should be dropping, well, right about now then. So I'm very much checking X to wait and see if T, they just drop it, don't they?
So am I. I'm just like, I can't wait. I'm really excited about this team to see how Arsenal line up.
Part of me don't want to know.
Let's have a look.
Yeah, on this Forest West Ham game, like you said, it is starting to open up a little bit. Forest just drifted a little bit in the betting, 5-4. The draw 13-10. West Ham 4-1 currently. Chris Wood to score the first goal is 13-2.
Team news for Arsenal: Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Calafiori. The midfield three. There's no Odegaard. It's Zubamendi, Rice, and Mikel Merino is going to play in a midfield three. It's Madueke from the right, Gyökeres leading the line, and Martinelli from the left-hand side.
He's bottled it.
Odegaard is on the bench, so is Eza. There is, of course, as we know, no Saka. Mikel Merino, then, is going to be part of a midfield three, CJ. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, Mikel Arteta's doing Mikel Arteta things. At the end of the day, you're the professional manager. I'm an armchair expert, so I hope it all works out. I can't rationalise why Merino's there. I mean, is it because Gyökeres is going to drop into midfield and Merino's going to float in behind? I don't know. Arteta, I can't get my head around this one, but I hope it all works out. Bewildering decision, I'm not going to lie. Like, I would have thought Wanyeri or Eze, or even if Odegaard would start, would have been the talking points, but Arteta's just thrown a spanner in that. Wow.
2 goals in 2 games against Liverpool, though.
Yeah,
Marino.
yeah.
So
yeah.
maybe
And he did bang against Madrid. He is a big game player for us, but nah, come on.
4:30 player.
Interesting with the Liverpool team, it's going to be Alisson in goal. The back four is going to be the same. It looks like Szoboszlai is going to go at right back again. Conor Bradley's on the bench as Van Dijk, Konate. Kirkes starts for Liverpool because he is a 4:30pm player, not a Saturday 3 o'clock player. Big news that McAllister and Gravenberch are reunited in the midfield two together. They haven't been on the pitch at the same time since Liverpool won the league officially against Spurs towards the end of last season. Then the front four stay the front four. It's Ekitike, it's Gakpo, it's Salah, it's Wirtz. What are your thoughts on that team, Kwaku? The only thing I thought maybe is I thought that Bradley would have gone to right back in his preferred position. So Szoboszlai into the midfield three with Gravenberch and McAllister to try and trusted midfield three. And then one of the front four misses out. And I personally would have been harsh on him, but I would have dropped Gakpo.
Yeah, I think that I would have preferred to see Szoboszlai. Ooh.
Yeah, ball came in there to Chris Wood, tried to get a shot away, but he just couldn't sort his feet out quick enough, and it stays Forest 0, West Ham 0.
There's an element of this Liverpool team as well. It's like trying to just get all your best players on the pitch, right? And doing that and backing the fact that they're good enough.
The big question now there is is the balance of the team better though when it's the try and trust in midfield three of Szoboszlai, McAllister, and Gravenberch that worked so well together last season?
Yeah,
because
sure.
With Wirtz coming in, it's more of a 4-2-3-1 than a 4-3-3, and we've looked very open in our first 3 games of the season. I think Gravenberch playing today will be better, but even then on Monday night, he played Monday night, didn't he? And we were completely open.
Yeah, well, Szoboszlai is the player that's really, really impressed me, right? And you have to get him on the football pitch. He played right back against Newcastle. Honestly, not even just working the socks off, because last season I think it was more about what he did off the ball. But this season, you've just seen the class in terms of on the ball, the little dummy for Rio.
Finally looks at home now.
He was the only player in the build-up to that goal that didn't touch the ball, Szoboszlai.
But he made the most difference.
And the non-touch was the most important part of the goal.
He's saying everything.
And also, the way he looks, especially in this new Liverpool kit, with his hair like that, looks like a classic Liverpool mid-noughties player. Whether it's Luis Garcia, whether it's Fernando Morientes, whether it's Patrick Berger, he looks like one of the classic Liverpool players that's got the Alice fan and got the long hair. I think he's really impressed me.
I cannot believe a Chelsea fan is saying the words Luis Garcia. I thought you guys won. I thought you guys had banished him in that moment from. Did it cross the line?
No, I didn't. But it gave us the greatest Champions League final of all time. So I will let you have that.
The glass half full way of looking at your team being knocked out of a Champions League semi-final.
Honestly, mate, I was there. Yeah, it was.
Oh, you were at Anfield that night?
Yeah, that was the
atmosphere. That was like.
I was young as well, and it felt like, do you know when you walk up and you just go into a football stadium and you just feel it? It was very intimidating. I think it's the best atmosphere I've been to in an away ground, ever. It was a joke. But Szoboszlai is a player that I think has to be on the football pitch for Liverpool at all times, especially what he gives you on the ball and off the ball, like you said. The Mikel Arteta player, Mikel Merino, I think we need to now understand and establish that he's cut more from the Jose Mourinho cloth than he is from the Pep Guardiola cloth.
Or David Moyes.
He played the majority of his career under David Moyes. He's a pragmatic manager at his core. And you look at the decisions he makes in big games, it's must not lose as opposed to go out there and win, especially away from
total
home
domination
against big teams. Because the thing is, like you said, unless Odegaard is not fully fit, or unless Eze is not up to full fit. Well, as they should be. He had a pre-season.
You know, it's never finished. It's tactically, because we all know how intricate this kind of system is. Ooh, how intricate the system kind of is from Mikel Arteta. Yeah. The only reason I can rationalise Mikel Merino starting today, with all respect to him, is whatever that role is probably what Kai Havertz would have done had Kai Havertz been available today. I just hope it works, Mikel.
No,
right.
I think it's just him being pragmatic.
Yeah,
man.
no, 100%.
I think it's him being a little
100%.
bit fearful.
Playing a little bit safe, I think, isn't it? Eze off the bench.
But is that wrong against Liverpool? Being fearful, being pragmatic.
Go and win it, man.
I'm with you with that.
What Ric Flair said is, to be the man, you got to beat the man. And
Woo!
Loving the wrestling reference.
And unfortunately,
Can you slap TJ across the chest, please?
Unfortunately for Arsenal, everyone points to their record against the Big Six, right? What an incredible record. You haven't gone to the Etihad and won.
Etihad,
you haven't gone to
Anfield.
Anfield and won. You've gone and got draws of those places, but to really
go there, be aggressive, take the 3 points off Liverpool.
If you lose, but you go there and be
So
aggressive.
if you're an Arsenal fan, Quaker, and I'm offering you a draw right now, third game of the season away at Anfield, are you taking it?
I'm saying no.
CJ, are you taking
I'm
it?
taking a point today.
No, I think you would, yeah.
But obviously, I want to win, because I'm piggybacking off what Kwaku said. It's like, we've done well at Anfield in recent years, but you've not won. We don't travel well to Old Trafford, but we won the other week. We need to go to the Etihad, go to Anfield, and I would even say St James's Park, and win. The last time we won at you guys' place, Arteta was a player who's playing for us. It's unacceptable. It's like the top 6 record's great, but now it's about those same fine margins our manager speaks about and being on the right side of those. And that's where I echo Kwaku's point in that I want us to just take the handbrake, put the handbrake down.
What I've seen as well, though, is that Arsenal last season, I know people can point to the fact that it's not the same Real Madrid team. They went to the Bernabeu in a game they didn't have to win and won. You've got that confidence. With a depleted side.
Oh, big chance for Brighton. Caro Mitoma carries the ball a long way from the left-hand side. Minter from the right-hand side makes a run coming into the box. Mitoma finds him. Minter takes the ball into his path, going away from goal. He tries to beat James Trafford, but the Man City goalkeeper pushes the ball over the bar. Both these games now really open and stretching. Brighton 0, Man City 1. Brighton are winless in their opening 2 Premier League games this season. In only one of the last 15 league seasons have they failed to win their opening 3 games, doing so in the 17-18 campaign in their first Premier League season. Brighton 0, Man City 1. Erling Haaland's first half goal, the difference between the two sides. Brighton have just made 4 substitutions. Details of those changes very shortly, but on 61 minutes, Brighton have got a corner which they whip into the box. It's a poor corner though. Mateus Nunes wins the header, comes back into the box once again, cleared away moments before that chance for Brighton. Oscar Bob missed a really good chance for City. Ball played across the face of goal from the left-hand side. He was unmarked, making a run, and it was just over here a little bit. He tried to slide onto the ball and put it into the back of the net. Brighton have made changes. Ayari's on, Milner's on, Ruter's on. I thought it was 4 changes, although I think it might have just been 3. Meanwhile, Forest 0, West Ham 0. Again, game was very tense in the first half, starting to be a little bit more open now in the last 15 or 20 minutes. Nicholas Füllkrug has been substituted again for West Ham. Callum Wilson's come on as West Ham search for their first point of the season. It's been a bad start to the season for West Ham. They were really poor away at Sunderland. They were poor at home to Chelsea. Dumped out of the cup in the week. Kwaku's made a noise because Kuzanov has left one in on Minter.
Yeah, that's not a great challenge. That's a booking. That's definitely a booking. That doesn't need to be any more than that. I've not really been locked into Kuzanov in terms of performances. I was surprised to see him start today, but that's not a good challenge.
Do you want some more? Go on, Lee. Do you want to say something?
No, I was just going to say I can sense Forest are going to score a goal soon because they are absolutely piling the pressure on. West Ham sinking back. Wood goes one. That's just over the bar. We didn't quite get enough on the header, but we've been offering a price on Chris Wood to score the first goal for the last 5 minutes. It's 7-1. I said no shots on target in the first half. Woods had 1 and then 1 off target. Gibbs White's had 1. Hudson-Odoi's had a shot on target as well. So Forest really pouring it on. West Ham are sat so far back. It's like they're 1-0 up and they're defending a lead. Someone needs to tell them it's still 0-0 and you're facing if they keep playing like this, they're just inviting Forest onto them. Forest are going to keep banging the balls into the box. They need to kind of get out of their half, West Ham.
I think you touched on it earlier, but West Ham have faced the most shots on target in the Premier League this season, and with the way they're playing at the moment, as you said, men pretty much from the edge of the box, inviting pressure, but they come forward now with Callum Wilson outside the box. Can he get a shot away? Wilson! Oh, that's a great save from Self. Wilson's shot. Oh, handball! Brian, what a handball! Penalty given!
Wow!
Penalty penalty given at the Amex Stadium. It's a corner. Brighton have it on the right-hand side. It goes deep, deep, deep into the back post. Not sure what Brighton player it is. First time he tries to volley the ball back across goal. It comes off Nunez and he's given a penalty for handball. Let's have a look here. Where's his arm? Oh, Mateus Nunez. It's Lewis Dunk who first time volleys it back across goal. And Nunez gets himself into an awkward position where his left arm is up in a natural position. It's really poor. And I've got no sympathy there, CJ. That left arm is up in a natural position. It hits the arm. It's a penalty, right?
It is a penalty, but I do find myself asking myself this question. From a human point of view, if someone's about to kick a ball at you, what are you supposed to do? Like, what are you supposed to do with your hands?
I think, but the left arm is up.
Yeah, but if you're
high.
Yeah, it is. But naturally, if I'm about to cross a ball and you're next to me, your natural human reaction is that.
Interestingly, Kwaku, am I right in saying last weekend was it Welbeck that missed a penalty for Brighton?
Terrible penalty.
And they scored a penalty first weekend of the season, didn't they?
Yeah.
I think that was O'Reilly who scored that penalty. Yeah. But he's not on the pitch right now. So let's see who takes it. I think that's not going to be overturned, is it?
No, that's not going to be overturned.
Today, it's just a pen, man.
He's listening to something.
The longer it
No,
goes
confirmation there it was a penalty. I understand what you mean, CJ, but I don't have sympathy for players when their arm is up like that. You are asking for it,
I'm an Arsenal fan. I have no sympathy for anyone with refereeing decisions but my own club. That's business.
Let's see who's got. It's James Milner. James Milner's just come off.
Yeah.
Just come on, sorry. And we know James Milner's got a brilliant record. You have to say. This might be slightly against the run of play, but on 65 minutes, James Milner has got the ball on the spot. Of course, the former Man City player made that controversial move to Liverpool. He has scored his last 5 penalties, has James Milner. Milner v Trafford. Can Trafford redeem himself after a tricky game last weekend against Spurs? It's been a tasty game. It's been a lively game. And we, as always in these situations, just have to sit and wait, don't we, for the referee to blow his whistle. James Milner looks cool, calm and composed. Whenever the referee's ready, this would be wonderful.
Yeah.
Milner v Trafford. The referee blows his whistle. Milner steps up and scores! Trafford goes to his left. Milner goes the other way. 66 gone. Brighton 1, Man City 1.
Yeah, that's. I don't know if necessarily Brighton deserve it, but they've got it, right? And nice. A tribute to Diogo Jota as well, the celebration.
Lovely touch, Kwaku.
Wearing the number 20 shirt as well this season because of Diogo Jota. That's a great tribute to his former teammate. And it was a good penalty, man. Sent Trafford the wrong way, and you backed him, right?
And the great thing with that penalty is sending the keeper away is irrelevant because he ends up putting it right in the bottom corner.
Yeah.
He hits it with pace. So... That is what I would almost say is the perfect penalty. Because if Trafford goes the right way there, he wouldn't get to anyone. He hits it hard into the bottom corner. And as you said, Kwaku, it's a lovely tribute, to Jota. Of course, Milner would have played with for a few years at Liverpool. He's wearing number 20. And Diogo Jota will never, ever be forgotten by Liverpool fans, football fans, and, of course, people that have played with him. I'm sure also against him for many, many years. So, yeah.
And it was a normal penalty as well. It wasn't them silly little stuttered run-ups you normally see. So credit to Milner.
CJ, James Milner. Did you really?
Yeah, no, but that's that is why I love it. That is why I love it. I'm tired of stuttered run-ups. Just smash it.
So we've got a really, really exciting final 23 minutes then. It's City 1, Brighton 1 at the MX, Forest 0, West Ham 0. Although Lee, Forest in the last 10 minutes in particular, a dominating play. But to be fair to West Ham, like with that Callum Wilson chance that took a deflection, really good save by Matt Sells, West Ham having moments on the counter.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And they've got the players to do it. That's what I guess we were talking about earlier on today when we were talking about West Ham. I know they're not playing well, but they have got players in their ranks who can score goals. Paqueta's looked decent today, had that good shot on target early in the game. We know Bowen, obviously Wilson coming off the bench has already proved what he can do, but Forest have to take it. If Forest are going to win this and keep you in final one standing, they have to score a goal soon, because if it gets much further on, they need to take advantage of this momentum they've got, because they're all over West Ham, and West Ham are relying on the break. Fascinating game now. Brighton 1-1 with City. The odds, Brighton just under 4-1. The draw's gone odds on, as you'd expect, with just over 20 minutes on normal time left. And City 17-10. I think if City start pushing forward, then
I'll tell you what, a Norwich just tripped Ruta, and it's going to be another It's going to be another free kick for Brighton in a pretty dangerous position there, kind of on the right-hand side, outside of the box, but a chance to whip the ball into it. They're just not ruthless anymore, City, are they? Like, City in years gone by at 1-0 up, dominating play against Brighton. They'd have been 3 up after 60 minutes, and it would have become a training session. Well, you always feel like the opposition are in games against City now, even at 1-0 and 2-0.
Yeah, that's why for final one, Sandon, I would have never picked this game. I said draw. Again, we've still got, 20 minutes left. Team producer Jamie, you're out, mate. I know what you're talking about.
He was out at 3:15 on the first Premier League Saturday of the weekend.
Is that Chris Wood coming off?
Yeah, Chris Wood's just come off, actually.
Okay, but yeah, this is a different Man City side. We're seeing Pep in a different phase of his City career. He's been there for such a long time, right? He's been there for double the amount of time he's been at any other football club. But he was a Barcelona legend, only there for 4 years. At Bayern Munich for 3 or 4 years. At City, he's been there for 8 years.
I reckon they've even asked him to stay longer at City.
Yeah,
I think
he
must be draining.
Well, he's one of the only managers in football that will never get the sack, right? Yeah. Pep Guardiola will have to walk before, the club's not going to let him go. But this might be the season where we see his powers waning, and this is a Brighton side that if you're not on your P's and Q's, they'll give anybody a game, especially the Amex.
Just some interesting news. Let's talk about Liverpool, Arsenal team news and changes. There's been a change with the refereeing in VAR. The VAR official, Michael Salisbury, has been dropped from the Liverpool and Arsenal game after the PGMOL said it was a mistake for the video assistant referee to disallow Fulham's opening goal at Chelsea on Saturday. King was the goal scorer. I'm sure everybody's seen it over the last 12 to 14 hours, but there was, according to the VAR, a foul in the build-up by Rodrigo Muniz. Quaker, you're a Chelsea fan, and even you said to me this morning it was just quite simply a disgraceful decision.
It was a disgraceful, but that doesn't do anything.
Slap in the face.
That's a slap in the face. That doesn't do anything. That's just pandering to the crowd, right? That's like, everyone's talking about it. People calling it the worst decision in history, so we're going to take him off of it. That doesn't do anything.
Doesn't get full of points.
Mate, we waited for 8 minutes for not just the referee, but the VARs to have a look at that decision, and it came to their decision. To then take somebody off this game because of that, which you guys agreed with as a collective in your gamer chairs sitting in Stockley Park, that doesn't do anything. That's to quote, or not even to quote Sean Dyche, that's artwork nonsense. That doesn't do. Yeah. What does that mean to Fulham fans? They lost the game.
No, it doesn't mean anything to Fulham fans. I'm just playing devil's advocate because I kind of agree with you. Because they maybe think that Michael Salisbury might not be in the right frame of mind, given that he's taken
frame of mind.
I'm just playing devil's advocate, Kwaku. Given the fact that he would have taken absolute pelters from almost everybody in football in the last 16 hours, have they maybe thought he's under serious pressure? He's not stupid. He's getting pelters. Take him off the game. Replace him. I'm playing devil's advocate, Quake.
Yeah, no, but the thing is, Sam, we've done the show numerous times, and you've sat here, you actually drilled it into me. You're saying these officials ain't good enough.
Quake.
None of them are good enough.
The same thing happened yesterday. They come to a terrible decision, and you see headlines and people saying VAR is rubbish, VAR is nonsense, VAR is killing the game. Once again yesterday, that was not a VAR issue. The issue was with first the VAR, Michael Salisbury, wanting to get involved, and then the referee going over, looking at it, and giving it a foul. I've always maintained that I believe the standard refereeing in this country has and been for many, many years simply not good enough. I think we needed VAR in this country many years ago because I thought too many big games, too many important decisions were being ruined by bad refereeing decisions. I know VAR's not perfect. We're getting better with the offsides, but incidents like that yesterday, you cannot blame it on VAR. It is down to these officials not using it properly and not being good enough for their job.
Are we even getting better with the offsides? The Man United game, the Burnley goal that was scored, and then we didn't look at it again. It was like
it's the interpretation.
Honestly, football exists. Football's not black and white, right? It exists in the grey area, and you're going to have varying opinions for various situations. I just don't think it's a game that works with technology. Goal line technology, it works. That is black and white. Offsides, it should work. It hasn't necessarily worked every time this season, but in terms of decisions, in terms of sending the referee to a monitor, in terms of these random geezers sitting in gaming chairs at Stockley Park, making decisions that have never played football in their life, calling it a careless tackle. Like, what does that even mean? Honestly, Sam,
by the way, was that the phrase they used? Careless tackle.
Yeah, careless tackle.
Mate,
what Muniz?
It's a foul.
Tackle.
It's a foul, though, isn't it? It doesn't have to be intentional to be a foul. you're still standing on the guy's foot, and it stopped him.
He just said it was a tackle. That's factually incorrect. It wasn't a tackle.
It's a foul, though. It's an unintentional foul.
You thought it was a foul?
It's a foul, isn't it? If you're playing and someone stands on your foot and it stops you moving with the ball, then it's a foul, isn't it?
Ollie, game's
Oh, Lee, come on, man.
No, but look, I'm like from 80s, 90s football, but like it's still a foul. It's still a foul. I don't, personally speaking,
I don't believe that was a
I think
foul.
you have to be like Graham Souness level of foul.
I believe that was an accidental collision that was not worthy of a foul.
But it's still a foul if you.
No, I disagree with you.
It's not a foul.
It can't be a foul. I think when you do a piece of skill and get your body in front of another player, also the phrase there, it wasn't a tackle. How can you phrase that as a tackle?
Okay, so this is
didn't make a tackle.
This is how I come back. That will come back on that one. A player does an overhead kick, right? That's a high foot. But it's not, is it? It's within the spirit of the game. It's not. It's just a great goal. That was a piece of skill that unfortunately his foot landed on someone else's foot. It's occupational hazard. Football's a contact sport,
exactly.
And like Garnacho's goal against Everton wouldn't have counted if you live by the letter of the law.
It's a high boot, right?
Yeah, it's a high boot, and then it's just not.
Once it goes to your point is correct. It should never have got to that point because then when the referee's put in that position, but when the referee's put in that position and looking, he's thinking, well, he has stopped the other player from moving forward by standing on his foot, and he has had physical contact with him. It should never have gone to VAR, should it? That sort of challenge should be managed in game.
Yes,
and that's that.
I completely agree. But another big problem we got, is that, as we know, when the referees go over, they always just agree with their mates sat in Stockley Park. It's almost a waste of time, isn't it?
Exactly.
Honestly, it sends me. And again, my team was the beneficiary of it, but it felt like you cheated your way to a victory. And like when people talk about top six or big six cartel, it does sometimes feel like that because you're a Burnley fan, and again that was a penalty. But you're feeling like if you're a team that's not in the top six and these decisions go against you, just kind of feel like the world is against you. And unfortunately, those decisions yesterday were just diabolical.
For me, it's the inconsistencies. Like give or take, whatever happened against Chelsea and Fulham in that game, it is what it is. But if that same incident happens in Liverpool versus Arsenal or so on and so forth in the weeks to come, we're going to see the same things but with different outcomes. So it's just the inconsistencies, and it drives fans mad, but it's here to stay.
I think inconsistencies are one of the biggest frustrations. Like sometimes in the box, every kind of 2 months they'll give a penalty in the box for a shirt pull, and then they'll just won't give one for another 2 months, and there'll be a random game where they'll give a foul for the free kick Eze one.
Yeah.
By the absolute letter of the law, in pure isolation, the referee ultimately did make the correct decision. Yeah. But as many people did on Twitter after the game, they used plenty of examples where goals were scored from free kicks where that happened, and they gave them last season. So it's almost just they just basically decide as and when they want to sometimes use the rules properly.
And if you're a Palace fan, you'd be like, so what, are you looking at it more because we scored the goal? Like it just doesn't feel right. And again, my team benefited from that, but inherently you're in the wrong place when you're looking at a goal and looking for reasons to disallow that goal. If it's a goal, it's a goal. If you're trying to find reasons to disallow goals, you can find reasons to disallow every single goal in football because it's a contact sport. Things happen. And I just think we're getting away from the essence of football, what it really
What about
is.
the handball, Kwaku?
João Pedro handball.
In the build-up to the second goal, the penalty. Well,
João Pedro handball.
Yeah.
João Pedro handballs it. Like, that hits his hand. How have we not seen that? How are we not given that? I can fully understand the frustration for Fulham fans. And again, I'm a Chelsea fan. I want to see my team get 3 points. But as a general football fan, watching that, it just felt off. It just didn't feel right. Yeah.
I think that was, apart from Lee, I think that was the general feeling across all of football yesterday. Is that it should have been a foul. But Lee obviously thought it was a foul.
Yeah, it's just I just hate VAR, and I know that you say that VAR is not the issue, and maybe if we find better people.
But you get what I mean, though, when I use that.
I agree. Better people using it. The technology won't be as bad.
Ideally, like a system being in place to get rid of kind of clear and obvious mistakes. But unfortunately, the people using it just aren't good enough and end up getting involved in situations they shouldn't, like yesterday. Shall we go back to the games then? Because plenty are happening. Brighton 1, Man City 1. Both sides have had really good opportunities to go 2-1 in front. For us, Minter, great player, by the way. He's been really good and dangerous and direct from this right-hand side today. Down the right-hand side, found plenty of space, cut in on his left foot and curled the ball past the post. And Erling Haaland missed a header from close range as well. Is the gentleman back there, by the way, a West Ham fan? Are you a West Ham fan? You are a West Ham fan? He's a West Ham fan. Goodness me. We should get him in, shouldn't we, if West Ham lose this game, by the way? Yeah. What a start to... I see him in there shouting at the TV. I'm like, what's going on? I don't know if you're shouting at West Ham or Lee's take on the Michael Salisbury situation. So Brighton 1, Man City 1, 78 minutes gone. Mateus Fernandes has been substituted for West Ham on his debut. Is that a good signing, boys, for West Ham?
Like, let's see.
I think the fact that you both just decided not to answer the question.
Like, let's see, right? I think when
Somerville's back fit, by the way, for West Ham. That's good for them.
But when Somerville signed, you would have said, "Oh yeah, great signing." Has he turned out to be a good signing? Like,
Been injured a lot though, hasn't he?
He has been injured a lot, but West Ham just don't seem to get it right in the transfer window. And when they do get it right, those players end up leaving.
Mitoma's got the ball left hand side for Brighton. In the box, he tried to just open his body and bend it in the far corner. But to be fair to City, they did well. They got bodies back. Mateus Nunes made a really good block. So Brighton 1, Man City 1. It's a pretty even game. End-to-end football. Brighton at the moment have got possession. 79 gone in that game. In the game at the City ground, Forest 0, West Ham 0. Forest, I think, have dominated the majority of play in the second half. But to be fair to West Ham, they've had a couple of decent moments. Matt Sells made a good save from a Callum Wilson strike in the first half. Paqueta had an effort just outside the box, which Shells pushed over. Forest have nowhere near been out of their best. 83 gone in that. Forest 0, West Ham 0. I wonder, Lee, do you think lots of people might have been on City and West Ham, City and Forest, today? So from a bookmaker point of view, and people are doing ACCAs, this is a good result for the bookies?
Yes, it would be. Both would be great results. A draw is always a good result because not many people back the draw as West Ham come forward again.
Captain Fantastic.
It just had to be Jared Bowen. He celebrates in front of the West Ham fans. He kisses the badge on his chest. There are limbs in that away end. Somerville comes off the bench. He does well. He carries the ball. He gets clattered outside the box. I thought the referee was going to blow for a foul. Don't blow for a foul when the ball falls to Bowen on the edge of the box. Left-footed strike. Beats Sells at his near post. And also, there was some tension, wasn't there, in the week with Bowen and the West Ham fans away at Wolves. He makes it very clear. He kisses the badge on his chest. He celebrates in front of the West Ham fans. Who else but Jared Bowen, Kwaku?
Oh, mate, great goal from Jared Bowen. A man that I think is consistently underrated by England managers and by football fans alike. But he just does the job for West Ham, man. And if they have any chance of staying up this season, he's going to have to score a lot of goals. Who sets him up? Is it
Somerville carries it, yeah.
Carries it, and then Bowen first time finishes with left foot. That's a great goal.
Tell you what.
That's a great goal.
Sells it as near post. Yeah, down. I tell you what, Martinez catches that with his teeth, doesn't it? But it's an instinctive finish, isn't it, CJ? When the ball fell to the edge of the box, he only had one thing on his mind there.
He only had one thing on his mind, and he's done it. He's put the ball in the back of the net, and right now West Ham look like they're going to get the 3 points. It's a fantastic finish from Bowen, I must say. And
some good limbs there, by the way.
Limbs, and it's a kick in the teeth for Forest. It could have went either way. West Ham have drawn first blood.
For Forest as well. That's not good, right? Not good at all.
And like I said I said, what was it, 15 minutes ago, they have to capitalise on this dominance.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they've not really been good enough in the final third, Forest. They've not had the final ball, hasn't quite been good enough, had a lot of possession, and they've been in this situation a lot where West Ham have just sat back. And West Ham's got game plan so far has worked, hasn't it? Sit back, soak it up, and then get on the break. And here they go again.
It's a bit like Forest's game plan normally, isn't it? And you're right, Somerville now, off the bench, coming in down the left-hand side. Oh, is that going to be a penalty kick?
Naughty boy.
He's given a penalty, has he?
You've got no complaints.
Somerville on the left-hand side. He goes one-on-one against Sangare, goes on the outside, and Sangare takes him out. I looking at it firstly, I thought Sangare got something on the ball because the ball ended up going out for a corner.
Protesting?
He is protesting, yeah. Minter for Brighton on the right-hand side to Matoma. I tell you what, Brighton in these last 10 minutes are really having a go.
They look like trying to win it.
Let's have a look at this replay. Somerville down the left-hand side, carries the ball into the box. And Sangare, he gets none of the ball at all.
Why are they protesting?
Which is why I said, why are you protesting? You're guilty.
Somerville takes the ball with his left foot, then gets clattered as Garuda has a shot with his left foot that Trafford has to get down and save. If anyone's based on the last 10 minutes, Lee, at the Amex, it's all Brighton.
Yeah, you could have forgiven them for sitting in and thinking, right, let's get the draw here, but they are going for the win. 13-2 they are to win this game in 90 minutes. The draw 2-1 on now, and 5-2 Man City. And
13-2 Brighton.
13-2, yeah.
That feels like a generous price again, given their dominance the last 5 minutes. Interesting. Penalty kick taken for West Ham is going to be Lucas Paqueta, who, according to some reports in the last 24 hours, a fee's been agreed between Villa and West Ham, and personal terms, again, according to reports, have been agreed, but he's got the ball on the spot. Of course, he scored, didn't he, last week? He ended a run of 14 Premier League appearances without a goal for West Ham with a strike in their 5-1 defeat to Chelsea on Friday. I know it ended up being a terrible result, but that was a fantastic League strike, wasn't it, against Chelsea? The Forest players are still moaning here at the referee, and I appreciate the referees haven't covered themselves in glory in the first sort of few weekends of the Premier League season. But goodness me, it was the most blatant. Maybe they thought, because I thought when Somerville took it with his left foot, I thought maybe Sangare might have got something on it, but I think my mince pies are going on me on the field, even though we've got this big new TV. So maybe, is this the last time Paqueta does something in a West Ham shirt? They'd hope not. I think they can't. If Villa want him, they just cannot sell him with 24 hours to go in the transfer window. So it is going to be Paqueta against Sells, 87 minutes. West Ham leading by goals. Now you'd imagine this would all but seal the 3 points for the Hammers. Paqueta steps up, stuttered, run up, and he sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. He goes over and celebrates in front of the... Interesting.
There we go.
So the celebration, he almost calls, says no, goes like that, and then...
Kisses the badge.
Points to the badge. So maybe Fabrizio Romano's got no idea what he's talking about.
I've seen people kiss the badge and leave, though.
No, but that was so deliberate. He picks up the phone, he hangs up, he chucks the phone away, and then he kisses the badge. I love it.
What celebrations I've seen.
I love it.
And now, once again, he celebrates in front of the West Ham fans by touching the base, milking this one, isn't he? And once again, if he leaves after this now, he should never be allowed. He picks up the phone, hangs up, throws it, touches it. Do you know what, by the way? Someone did a piece, by the way, in the papers the other day. I can't remember his name. And it was like the Premier League has just become a soap opera.
Oh, I love it.
And do you know what? The point he was making was right. The actual football becomes irrelevant. It's all about the transfers. It does feel a bit WWE. It's crazy, isn't it?
Oh, mate,
that is an unbelievable Scott celebration. Throws the phone away. Throws it away.
Hey, Fabrizio, personal terms haven't been agreed, pal.
Oh, man.
Credit to Somerville.
All we need is Marinakis to run on the pitch and do something, and we've got a complete Sunday. Oh, man, that's
Paqueta kisses the badge, the West Ham badge, in front of the fans after scoring his penalty. That celebration is iconic, isn't it? That is brilliant. I love that. So I guess that means that he's staying, right? Surely.
Someone tell Fabrizio. This is a great result for West Ham as well, right? Like, off the back. But you said before we went on early, you said, look at this West Ham team. It's not as bad as people are painting them out to be. And if you can get players maybe firing and Paqueta playing his best football, Jared Bowen scoring goals, you said they're not actually as terrible as a lot of football fans are saying.
And Forest aren't as good as we all think they are probably as well. So, and that's just the Premier League though, isn't it? Like we said before yesterday's games, Forest attacking... That one just push wide.
Can I just button, by the way, just I know there were some reports last night that talks were underway and personal terms might have been agreed, but talkSPORT understands. talkSPORT's Alex Crook has said this morning that Paqueta is set to stay at West Ham after they rejected Villa's offer of £47 million. So perhaps that might also explain the celebration as well.
Yeah, he wasn't on the phone to Alex Crook. That wasn't he obviously that was the one they kept at his ear.
Hey, Crookie gets everything right, so
exactly.
he's not throwing the phone away from Alex Crook, is he?
I think, you look at Tottenham yesterday. Before the game yesterday, everyone thinks they're fantastic. Here come Brighton.
I tell you what, City are on the back foot. Ruben Diaz has had to come off the bench to try and shore things up for City. It's all coming through Matoma. He carries the ball. It's pretty much a 4-on-4 situation. He works it to the right where Gruder gets the shot away, but it's well blocked. West Ham coming forward again. Wilson scores 3-0! Wow.
Wilson has been mustard.
What's the scoreline, by the way? Nottingham Forest 0, West Ham 3. It is an unbelievable ball in from the left-hand side. Callum Wilson heads the ball into the turf, into the back of the net. And look, that's a great moment for Wilson because this transfer, there's been some stick, but you could see, look at what that means from Wilson. That means what's him. Was it Juve that played that ball or was it Somerville?
The ball from Juve is
unbelievable.
So Somerville carries it. He plays it to Juve. Somerville's cameo, by the way, the last 15 minutes has been amazing.
Wilson, amazing.
But he carries it. He plays it to Juve. What a save from Trafford! Trafford keeps it out.
Oh my goodness me!
Trafford, take a bow.
Oh, I tell you what.
That's a foul.
That's as good as a goal, that's
James Trafford got some stick last weekend. He has just pulled off an unbelievable save in the 88th minute to deny Brighton a winner. Dunk wins the header from a corner into Van Heck, who shoots from close range. Dunk heads it across goal. It comes to Van Heck, who's a couple of yards out, swivels, turns, takes the deflection, and then Trafford, diving full stretch to his left-hand side, pushes the ball away. Kwaku, that is an unbelievable save.
Oh, that's unbelievable. He saved his team there, man. He might have saved the valuable point, but Brighton come again. Play it!
Brighton through one goal! 1-1! Chance to win it! He's got
Oh my goodness.
City.
Gruder has surely scored a winner for Brighton. How Man City have been absolutely pathetic in this last 20 minutes.
They've been poor defensively. These age-old problems with City.
They have just been so open. We've seen moments like this.
Wow.
In the last 10, 15 minutes, it's the substitute Gruder who gets played through on goal. The keeper comes out. He keeps his composure. He almost waits, doesn't he, for the goalkeeper to make his move. And then he takes it round him. Ruter does so well in the build-up to lay it off. Gruder gets placed through. He keeps his composure. It's a great bit of skill as Trafford comes out. He sits him down. He slots it into the back of the net. Brighton 2, Man City 1.
What a goal that is. The composure shown by everybody in the build-up and to take it around the keeper like that. He
Sat him down on his backside.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
Stains on the shorts.
The last 10 minutes of both of these games have been absolutely unbelievable. And in terms of final one standing, there's a lot of busted actors and busted final one standings, man.
I've just given producer Jamie stick for backing a team that loses 3-0 and final one standing. My team's only gone and lost 3-0 and final one standing. I'm sorry, Jamie, okay?
That is unbelievable.
This time last week, one of the main conversations was about Nuno, wasn't it? And what he'd been saying in the press and what Mr. Manaka could be doing. What happens now? They lose 3-0 at home. Is that back on the table? Because we were saying, some of us were saying we couldn't see him at work on Monday morning.
Yeah.
They end up getting a decent result. Now what happens?
I think the fact that that we haven't heard too much noise in the last few days, I thought was a good thing.
Yeah.
The things have maybe settled down. He said in his press conference on Friday that there's going to be a meeting and conversations are going to be had during the international break.
This won't help.
No, but one thing I would say, I think the issues are obviously off-field issues, aren't they, in terms of what they do. So I know this is a bad day for Forest, but I think the problems are clearly not on-pitch related, are they?
No.
And I don't think this one result... by the way, I tell you what, we talk about, what does this mean for Graham Potter? Because we know he's been under a ridiculous amount of pressure to go to Forest.
It's a fickle game.
And not just to win, though, CJ, but to win in this manner. It's a massive, massive win for him.
Yeah, man, it gets a bit of pressure off you. Like the last West Ham game, everyone was fighting. Now everybody's friends. It's a weird one because obviously West Ham deserved the 3 goals, but it's almost not like it was a 3-0 game. There's been a flurry of goals very quickly. So it helps West Ham, it helps Potter, and it just keeps the good times flowing.
It eases a lot of pressure, though, doesn't it?
But then if they go lose next week, we're having this conversation again.
Yeah, probably true.
And they will. They'll win one and then they'll lose a couple and they'll get a draw. And that's the way of the league. And I think that's the thing that you've got to take into consideration. Outside of the very top teams, anyone can beat anyone in this division, and I'm talking about the top 4 really.
It's cliche, but it's so truly. Yeah. It's so true.
But then again, I probably include City in that top 4, and they're losing 2-1 at Brighton. Yeah. So maybe it's Liverpool and Arsenal.
But with this Brighton Man City game, Lee, we've literally been watching it for the last 20 minutes, and we've said only one team can win this game.
Yeah, only one team looked like
control from City.
Only one team looked like they wanted to go and win it.
90-minute game, man.
Yeah, they suddenly I wondered when they went 1-1, would they sit in and that would be dangerous? But they've not done that at all, Brighton. They've just.
I don't think Brighton are a team that West Ham cut Bowen.
Surely not.
Works it out to the left for Juve. Can they get a fourth here? Crosses. Milenkovic does well to read it. And what a moment for Callum Wilson.
Oh, yeah, huge moment, especially because there's incentives in his contract, right? So,
more from the fact that he scored.
But, yeah, great moment. He's a player that has undoubted quality, right? And Callum Wilson, earlier on in his career, was a player that used to play on the last man and be able to burst in behind a couple of bad knee injuries and became more of a target man in terms of a striker.
It's been fitness with him, innit?
But when he plays, he scores goals. Just to say, by the way, in the City game, there's another goal in this game, man. I can just see it. I can see it.
Yeah. Who's going to score it?
Got a bad feeling. Yeah, man. When you know it's 97 minutes, it's just like you just can see a goal at the end of it, and I'm just hoping.
It's like United.
I'm hoping that
City. I don't want to put them up, but City just do not look like a team that they had. Haaland had a header, didn't he, Lee, which went over the bar from close range, but in terms of the second half, they played really well in the first 20 minutes, but they've been really poor elsewhere.
They're losing 2-1, and Trafford's made 3 good saves.
That's where you want Wilson.
Yeah.
Reuter's coming forward for Brighton. Inside the box. Can he get a shot away? Reuter, he works it out to the left. Cross, that's going to be offside, I think, isn't it? And City are going to clear their lines.
Trafford's made 3 good saves in this match, not just the one we've just seen. So he's, the other ones you'd say he should have saved them, but they were still really good saves. So when Brighton have had an opportunity, they've had the shots on target and they've done what they can do. They've been clinical, really, with what they've had. And City, probably looking at about, I guess, 65% possession, but it doesn't really make any difference, does it, when you're 2-1 down with 3 minutes left of stoppage time now?
Yeah.
And if you look,
there's no urgency about City, though, is there?
Nah, and lost back-to-back games, or it looks like they're going to lose back-to-back games in the Premier League. It's not great going into the first international break. 3 points out of 9?
Yeah.
Here come West Ham again, by the way.
Bowen! Oh my God! No, that would have been
Giggs-esque.
That would have been one
Giggs-esque.
So I think, does Callum Wilson take it off him?
What a player, Bowen.
Jared Bowen carries the ball a long way from the left-hand side. He goes in and out a couple of plays. He beats about 4 Forest players. He goes one-on-one, and Callum Wilson takes it off him and shoots.
Well, that's what you want from your striker.
Get out of the way.
Greed.
Jared Bowen's fuming.
I want greed.
Jared Bowen goes on a ridiculous mazy run. He literally has one-on-one with the keeper, and Wilson takes it off.
As long as they can laugh about it now.
Yeah, if you're 3-0 up, you can laugh about it, can't you? If it's 0-0, you're
I don't think Jared Bowen was laughing about that, by the way. No, but that would have been an unbelievable
saying sorry now.
goal. Yeah, I know. Callum Wilson is laughing at it.
Yeah, you got to laugh it off.
Oh, wow.
He's a what?
He's a kickboxer.
Callum Wilson?
Yeah, he does kickboxing, so Bowen's got no choice but.
They are laughing at it, but that would have been a great goal.
That would have been an unbelievable
How
goal.
good is
All in
Bowen,
a
by the
season
way?
contender.
Man, I know that there was a bit of it wasn't great between him and the fans last week, but
He's the one player that can almost get away with having a word.
Oh, 100%. He is Mr. West Ham, right? He is so ingrained in the fabric of that football club. And I think by the time he ends up leaving that club, he'll probably be the greatest ever Premier League player. He just has done so much in terms of service for a football club. Maybe another player for West Ham
In Premier League era.
in the Premier League era. I'm not talking about Bobby Moore. I'm talking about
Yeah, and of course.
You're going to see him play against Liverpool.
Well, Declan Rice.
You said it, not me.
Jared Bowen scored the goal in that final.
No, I'm just saying, captain at 19.
Yeah, but Jared Bowen was also
he's
there and scored.
Yeah, but-
Jared Bowen's now the captain of West.
Declan twice as well.
Nah, man. West Ham fans don't.
Chelsea City! Oh, they should
Yeah,
score!
you're going to jinx it, man.
Reinders has a header from close range. I think it takes a deflection. Rodri puts in a delicious ball from outside the box. And yeah, Reinders gets his head on it, but Van Heck's in the way. It's going to go out for a City corner in the 96 minutes exactly has been played. So we've got a minute left of added time. 96 gone. Brighton 2, Man City 1. Confirmation West Ham pick up their... Oh, no, sorry. That's given us a goal kick. Did that not come off Van Heck's head?
Yeah, it looked like it did.
Yeah,
It did, didn't it?
Yeah,
I
it did.
think
I didn't see it, ref.
I think he celebrated the. I thought it was like it was a last-ditch clearance. Anyway, good news for Brighton. It's given us a goal kick. Forest 0, West Ham 3. West Ham lost their first 2 league games this season convincingly. Dumped out of the cup midweek. Pressure. Big pressure on Graham Potter. They go to Forest. They win by 3-0. We've got 30 seconds to go in the Brighton-Man City game. Brighton leading by 2-1. Man City look really good, really crisp in their play in the first 20 to 30 minutes. When Brighton equalised, though, in the second half, they dominated the game. I really want to see Marinakis come on the pitch in this.
Oh, man. But, man, I'm happy for West Ham, right? All the pressure building up on...
I'm happy for Jared Bowen as well.
Yeah, for sure. And in terms of this game, all the people that you want to score, scored. Callum Wilson got a goal. Paqueta got his goal and gave us an iconic celebration.
Do it for the people that are just joining us.
And don't forget that.
Yes, Quake.
It was iconic.
That's like Quakey when he gets thrown out at 4:30. I'm throwing the phone away. I'm not interested. Can City? Is there one more chance in this game for Man City? They push bodies forward down the left-hand side. Jeremy Doku's got the ball. There is no one in the box apart now from Erling Haaland. Doku, he comes back to Reinders. Does he get a shot away? He does. It's a bad shot. It goes way wide off the near post, and I think that should be that. Fabian Hertzler, by the way, is looking $1 million.
Drippy.
What's he got on here?
He's like our age, though, isn't it? So, of course.
He's your age, mate, not mine. You're older than him, aren't you?
I am, yes. This is a huge result for Brighton, right? And
Where does this leave Man City, Kwaku? Where does this leave? We thought this was going to be Man City 2.0. 3 games into the season, 2 defeats, and they're not playing particularly well.
And then the one player that linked with on deadline day is the goalkeeper, and their goalkeeper's been their best player today. It's been a bizarre window for City. It's been a bizarre kind of a couple of windows.
It's a bizarre year for City, really.
Yeah, it has, and kind of lost their identity a little bit. They don't strike fear into the hearts of opponents, and that is it.
And there goes the full-time whistle. Brighton 2, Man City 1. No handshake there from Fabian Hürzeler and Pep Guardiola. Did you see that? Pep Guardiola went straight onto the pitch. I think Hürzeler is looking for a handshake. I don't think he's going to get one. Man City have lost their last 2 games. Spurs last weekend. Today it's Brighton. Brighton 2, Man City 1. They did take the lead through Erling Haaland on his 100th Premier League appearance. Milner off the bench scoring a penalty. A lovely, great celebration paying tribute to his good friend Diogo Jota. He played with the Liverpool for many years. Then only one team looked like going on and scoring. It was Brighton. They got the goal in the 89th minute. Gruder slotting home from close range. A wonderful finish. You'd have to say, CJ, Brighton probably deserved that victory.
Brighton more than deserved it. You know, at the end of the day, they've come from a goal behind against historically the big bad bullies of this league, against Pep Guardiola, and they've done well. For Manchester City, as you know, in the Premier League, if you go ahead, you have to see it through to the end, man. And they've shot themselves in the foot. Manchester City are lacking identity and all the issues for all the possession. They're a shambles defensively, regardless of who's out there. Pep's got to figure it out.
Why are they shambles defensively? They've signed Kuzanov, they've signed Rice, they've signed Nori, they've tried different centre, they've signed a new goalkeeper. Is it a system thing? Is it a tactical thing?
Everything, clearly, everything. Defending starts from the front. They're not pressing well. They're not following runners. Look at the way Brighton cut them open for the equaliser, let alone, well, the build-up to the penalty as well. It's everything. It's everything. Clearly, there's something going wrong. Out of everything in that game, it was lovely to see Rodri complaining about time wasting as an Arsenal fan. I love it. But, yeah, it's everything. Pep's got to figure it out.
And you know what the most interesting thing, like from a neutral's point of view, again, my team's not in the title race, but Arsenal fans and Liverpool fans used to look at City's results and be like, okay, good, they've dropped points. Now you're not even really fussed about City's results because you know this is the big game, right? It's them lot. It's not City anymore because they look so far off.
You're expecting City more to be in a race for Champions League football come the end of the season as opposed to the league.
I still think they're in a title race, you know.
Fair enough.
And that's probably because I still have the City.
PTSD, mate.
Yeah, you know what? I always think they're going to get back to the best in the next game. After Wolves, I was like, hey, they're back. They look great. And then,
Do you look at the stats in that game? 64-36 possession to City. 12 shots each. 7 shots on target Brighton had. City had 3 from Haaland. We saw them all in the first half.
They were all in the same sort of... Within 10, 15 minutes.
Touches in the opposition box, 20 for Brighton, 23 for Man City. I mean, you'd be expecting City, if they're going to dominate a team, to be in the box a lot more than that. But it's just, there was just not enough. Other than Haaland, there was just not enough threat there, was there? I mean, a lot of those shots on target came in the last 20 minutes from Brighton. But, they thoroughly deserve that. The stats don't lie there.
Erling Haaland's going over to the way end, which is a nice touch, and he's going to go and give his shirt, I'm sure, to a young kid in the touchline, in the away fans. Sorry, Guardiola. I don't want to read too much into body language, but sort of walked around the pitch, didn't he, for a little bit by himself? And do you think there's part of him that he's just thinking to himself, "Am I going to turn this around?
Yeah, he looks a bit resigned, and again, going into this season, it's the first time ever Pep Guardiola's side has gone into a Premier League season as third favourites, which is it's unfamiliar territory for a man who's been in the game for 15 years, even more than that. But he looks bereft of ideas. The City team doesn't strike fear into your hearts. You look at Erling Haaland, you say, yeah, bona fide superstar. You look at Rodri, you say, yeah, bona fide superstar. Apart from that, nobody really strikes fear into your hearts when you look at City. You look at Bernardo Silva, great player in this day, but is he the player he used to be? John Stones, same thing. Reinders, I think, will turn into a great player. Marmoush is hot and cold. Oscar Bob. So when you're looking at them in the tunnel and you're Brighton, you'll probably think we've got a chance here.
As long as we believe in ourselves.
I think when you look at Liverpool, you look at Arsenal, you say, yeah, serious team, size, physicality, players at their peak, like strength in depth. Well, I think you look at City and that fear factor, it's no longer there.
A very, very early look at the league table, but Man City do go into the international break below Manchester United in the Premier League table. Of course, Man United have got 4 points, don't they, after that late victory yesterday?
But isn't that speaks to what you were saying about the soap opera of the Premier League, right? Man United, terrible start to the season. Man United, like Amarin should be gone. Man United ahead of Man City.
Premier League table there up on the screen, of course. Liverpool and Arsenal, the only two sides with 100% record. We know that one of the sides at least won't have that come 6:30. So Brighton, a decent start to them. They're also on 4 points. Interesting to see Sunderland and Everton, two teams many people thought would struggle this season, have got 6 points from their first 3 games. Man City down in 12th in the table on just 3 points. They won their first game away at Wolves, but I think a lot of teams are going to beat Wolves this season. Spurs, they weren't good. Brighton, they weren't much better. And Man City off to a tricky start to the season.
Yeah, that looking at that table, obviously it makes.
Is it good for you, Quaker? Before 4:30?
But you look at that, and it tells you how, again, it's early to season, hard to read into it. But just see Man United ahead of Man City is throwing me a bit, because Man United have, for everybody talking about how bad the start to season has been, 4 points after 3 games is not terrible.
Given the narrative around the club, they probably would have taken that, wouldn't they?
100%.
4 points.
And it's no different to what it was last year. If you look at the average points across the whole season, it's more or less the same. So they're not doing anything different to what they did last season so far. But, you can't take it away from them. They've played Arsenal, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, you've already got one of the big teams out of the way already. Incidentally, James Milner became the second oldest Premier League goal scorer with that goal.
Should we guess who the oldest is? Is that what you're going to ask us?
Yeah, I was going to.
Was it Giggs?
No, I think he's gone down to 4th now.
The oldest Premier League goal scorer. Let's give us 30 seconds. Who?
Giggs was 39
Gareth
years.
Barry,
86.
TJ said.
No, he's
How
not in
old
the
was
top
the oldest goal scorer?
The oldest is 40 years, 268 days.
Don't.
In recent years.
No, a bit older than that.
Okay.
But
in Premier League era?
Yeah.
Harry Powell stuff.
Played for one of the teams we've just watched,
Oh, I'm going to struggle here.
but played for lots of others as well.
What era was he playing in?
15, 20 years ago. 15 years ago.
No chance.
I was barely born then.
No, you'll know him. He's a very, very famous player. Famous Man United player. Went to West Ham.
Don't tell us. This is bad.
This Man United player that went to West Ham.
This is bad. Not Jeff Hernandez.
He scored the goal at West Ham, which made him the oldest in Premier League history.
Tevez Mascherano?
No.
This is terrible.
West Ham, West Ham.
Who? Say again?
Ted Sheringham.
Yeah, Teddy Sheringham.
Oh my days.
Should have got that.
I tell you what, whatever we do not put that last 2 minutes up on YouTube.
Oh my days.
We have not covered ourselves in glory there, boys.
The top 5 is Teddy Sheringham, the oldest. Now James Milner, Dean Windass, Ryan Giggs, Thiago Silva.
Wow.
That's the top 5.
It's great though, isn't it, the James Milner story? Like the fact that he's still going, he's still fit, he's still strong, he's looking fresh. He's always got the same haircut.
I think he's in the youngest list as well. I think if you look at the youngest goal scorers ever, he's maybe 1st or 2nd or something like that.
Yeah. That's
amazing, isn't it? That you're in the top 5 youngest ever scorers and oldest. Longevity, amazing.
That shows the longevity there. So the 2 games then at 2:00 in the Premier League are done. Quakey, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you have to give Brighton credit as well? Do you think Brighton are a team under Fabian Hürzeler? Where do you think where can they get to under Hürzeler?
They are a team that are maybe a bit restricted by their model. And if they're a foreign team, because they operate in a similar way to like Borussia Dortmund, but the Bundesliga is not strong. So Borussia Dortmund can qualify for Champions League almost every year. If Brighton were in the Bundesliga, there'd be every year a European side. I think in the Premier League, where you've got the big 6 cartel, and then you've got other teams that come in and out of it, it's going to be so hard for them to consistently qualify for the Champions League. But around about 7th, 8th, 9th is where Brighton will finish, and that's very good for a team the size of Brighton, right? The rise of the football club over the last 10 to 15 years has been incredible, and they are viewed as the model when it comes to teams of that size, kind of buying players for cheap, selling them on, bringing in young promising managers, moving on at the right time. I'm really, really impressed by them. But unfortunately, because of the nature of the Premier League, because of how competitive it is, I just don't see them really challenging those top sides for places in Europe.
Unless they hold on to the Caicedos, the Ben Whites, the Cucurellas, all of these players that they've had.
But it's like, is Belabor going to be there this time next year? Is Matoma going to be there
by deadline?
But even the messaging from the management, right? I think they've got a centre midfielder on loan at Swansea. I can't remember his name, who is viewed as being the Belabor replacement. And so Belabor will definitely go next year, and they know that they pre-planned that.
They're always planning ahead, aren't they?
From Basuma onto Caicedo onto Belabor and now onto the new guy.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
Okay, so it finishes Brighton 2, Man City 1. Man City losing back-to-back games. Brighton with their first win of the season. Forest 0, West Ham 3. West Ham with their first point and points of the season. We're going to take a very, very quick break. This is talkSPORT Goals. We're with William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. When we come back, we'll carry on reviewing the 2 games at 2 o'clock in the Premier League and then probably start our build-up to the big one, Liverpool-Arsenal. We'll do that again, shall we? Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill. Gambleaware.org, 18+, terms and conditions apply. It's Sam Ellard. It is CJ the Ludaguna, Quakey Wafari. I love that you always do a little...
You got it, man. It's subconscious. I can't lie. Every time I hear my name.
All right, good stuff, good stuff. And Lee Phelps from William Hill.
I do that.
I like it.
The Paqueta.
That is great. Great content from Lee Phelps, from William Hill, live on talkSPORT Goals. Brighton 2, Man City 1. Man City taking the lead after 34 minutes thanks to Erling Haaland. Milner scored from the spot, then Gruder, late goal to give Brighton their first win of the season. Man City losing back-to-back games in the league. Also finished surprisingly at the City ground. Who on earth will put Nottingham Forest in your final one standing pick? Imagine doing that. They finished Forest 0, West Ham 3, goals from Bowen, Paqueta and Wilson. Lee, you did it, but Quaker, I think, maybe nails it better than you. Could you do the Paqueta celebration for us one more time after he scored his penalty?
And then that. Great celebration, man. Iconic.
Looks like Paqueta's not going anywhere, by the way.
No, and they couldn't afford to lose him, right? He is, after losing Kudus, he's one of the most important players, maybe behind Jared Bowen. and he got on the score, should say, granted from the penalty spot, but that's 2 goals for him this season. And hopefully he can find his best football. Of course, it's been difficult for him over the last year or so. Was actually linked with a move to Man City before all the scandal happened. Obviously, he's been cleared.
What, Button?
No.
Yeah.
Been cleared of all the charges, and hopefully he can get his head down and play football, because West Ham need him. They need him to be one of their better players if they want to stay in the division. But it was a great day for them at the City ground against a Forest side that are still a very good side. 3-0. Nobody had that on their bingo card. No. And like I said before, all the people that he wanted to score, or everybody who wants to score, scored. Look at Jarrod Bowen, look at Paqueta, and look at Callum Wilson. It was a good day for West Ham.
A good day for West Ham, not a good day for Man City, who have lost 2 of their first 3 games in the Premier League season for the first time since the 04-05 season. Would you say the problem with Man City is the main core of players, they've either lost or probably aren't anywhere near at their best? And would you say, looking at their recruitment over the last couple of transfer windows, does it maybe feel that the players that have come in January and in this summer, which is not far off 10 players, have they felt a little bit panicky, a little bit panic signings? Like when you look at them coming in, you're not really sure what they're supposed to be bringing to this team and if they're really kind of suited to Pep Guardiola's system?
Well, I'd say in 2 years ago, for example, you look at their spine, you say, well, Ederson, one of the 2 best keepers in the league. Look at defence, what, John Stones next to Ruben Diaz. Look at midfield, what, Rodri and Kevin De Bruyne, and up top, Erling Haaland. You say, you look in the tunnel pre-match, you said that is one of the best team, if not the best team in the world.
Sprinkling the Mahrezes of this world around them times, yeah.
And you look at like a Kyle Walker in his absolute pomp, and you look at a Cancelo or whoever it was. They had world-class players in every position.
And there was innovation in their system. It's predictable
100%.
now. It's like they're going through the motions. Me personally, I think there's an imbalance. I think some of the players are too young. The Bernardo Silvas of this world, I don't want to question their hunger, but you've been in that environment for a while. There's always rumours about you want to leave. I think they need prime players that are just kind of ready. Obviously, Rodri's been injured. And it just feels like they're just going through the motions. You haven't learned anything about City. Now, granted, they brought in a lot of players and it's going to take time to gel, and it has only been 2 games, but it doesn't look good. They look predictable. And for someone of Pep Guardiola's standards, for me, it comes down to the defending above all. Look at the 2 goals. Look at the whole second half. Pep's got to figure it out.
Look at the goals last weekend against Spurs. I mean, the first one with that ridiculous high line, too easy for Spurs to get in. Then they tried to play out from the back, didn't they? And Trafford obviously played a poor pass into defence. I mean, Lee, I think lots of people went into the season thinking that Pep's got to turn it around. Some new signings came in. There were early signs to the Club World Cup. They were going okay, but 2 bad defeats early on.
Yeah, drifted slightly in the title market from 9-2. We were talking about earlier to 5-1 now, which is not a huge overreaction. But you struggle. We were talking about how close them and Chelsea are on that performance. Yeah, Quaker, you're right. There's not much between them at all, is it? If anything, if Chelsea may have gone over the. Actually, you just wonder about Pep, don't you? Like whether this is the first time he's stuck around anywhere, and you wonder if there's something in him that wants to recreate a team in the way that Sir Alex Ferguson did, the way that Wenger did, and the evidence so far is that he ain't doing it, is he? And that kind of that invincibility and that power that they had just seems to have vanished now, doesn't it? They would have controlled that game at 1-0, and they would have gone on and scored another 1 or another 2, wouldn't they? Like you said, they didn't do that, and the stats don't lie. There was only Haaland who had shots on target in that game, and the rest just wasn't good enough, was it? And you wonder where they're going to start creating from. Doesn't seem to be much. Oscar Bob had a couple of runs, but in the end there was no real good quality.
A player like Cherky's come in. I think there were lots of hopes, but he played well. Okay, he did it right against Wolves, but then he was injured in this game. He got subbed early on in the Spurs game. But do you think there's doubt in Pep's mind, Quaker? Do you think the fact that this bad run of form has gone on now for pretty much a year now, and you saw Pep walking around after, and he walked around the pitch by himself? Do you think he's a man that's thinking, I'm running out of ideas how to turn this around?
I think he'll always back himself, but he's one of the greatest managers, if not the greatest manager of all time. He'll know where his team is comparatively to the other teams in this league, and I don't know if he'll watch this game, but he
will several times over.
But he'll look at Liverpool and Arsenal and say they've just got a bit more than us.
Is that the point? Have they just got better? And City's players aren't
both, isn't it, I think?
City's players aren't as good as they were, but you used to look at the teams, didn't you, and think, well, who would get in City's team? And the answer was usually maybe one player.
Maybe Van Dijk or something like that.
But now, if you look at if City play Arsenal, City play Liverpool, there's a lot of players who'd get in their teams.
Yeah, when you just combine 11s, I think it'd be more heavily weighted to Liverpool or Arsenal. You're right. And I don't know what they do.
Back five over them. Is it a case of like a I guess like it must be like Van Gogh when he's known to draw great artistry and stuff, and he's hit a roadblock. I think that with Pep, because he's got it in him.
Well, with Pep, I do think there's a bit of not an identity crisis, because I think that'll be jumping the gun. He's still one of the greatest of all time. But look at the keeper he's linked with, right? And James Chafford's done amazing today. But Donnarumma. So you go from Ederson, the best ball-playing goalkeeper in the league, next to Alisson, to Donnarumma. And maybe it's Pep reinventing himself, but then you look at the classic Pep Guardiola sides, not just at Man City, but at Bayern Munich and at Barcelona. Erling Haaland wouldn't have played for one of those sides. Donnarumma wouldn't have played for one of those sides. And now you look at some of these players, you're like, are you just trying to do something a little bit different? Because I don't see how a player like Donnarumma fits into a Man City side where he's not great with the ball at his feet. And so maybe there's a shift in identity, and he's trying to find a new way to skin the cat, and maybe it's a Pep being 2 steps ahead, and in 2 or 3 seasons' time, we're all trying to copy him again. But I just think I look at this City side and I look at a lack of identity. I look at a lack of a leadership, really. And like Ruben Diaz is their captain, and he's not starting. Where are the leaders? Where are the people who are really, really holding up the standards of Man City from yesteryear?
I think I mentioned that right at the top of the show. I did not understand why your captain, your best centre half, is not starting. Yeah. Like, I know Pep's always been a coach when City are at their absolute best, where he's always tinkering, keeping people fresh. But to not play your captain, your best centre half, and to change it back 2 again, and bring in Kuzanov, who's very, very up and down, I don't think he helps. I think sometimes maybe trying to be a little bit too clever, Pep.
Yeah, no, sometimes. But sometimes it's worked for him, right? And let's not forget.
It's a catch-22, yeah.
The reason why I think he stuck around, because I do think there was a chance for him to leave, and obviously he signed a new contract, and he's going to be here for another.
Do you think he regrets it?
No, I think he's looking at it saying that this title, if they were to win the league this season, I think he'd put up there with some of his greatest ever titles, especially because how bad they were last season. I tell you what,
if City end up winning the league this season, I think that goes immediately to number one.
Number one.
Given where they are, given how good both Liverpool and Arsenal are, and how much we're expecting it to be a 2-horse title race. So you almost think, Quakey, the fact that the worse City got last season, maybe the more he ended up wanting to stay, to almost try and prove people wrong, that he can reinvent himself, he can do it for a long period of time.
Well, there's talking heads on every show, right? I think if Pep would have left after last season, people would be like, yeah, he's always been given the keys to the Ferrari, and when things get tough, you're not going to stick around. When he went to Barcelona, he inherited Lionel Messi. When he went to Bayern Munich, they were one of the best. They were off the back of winning the Champions League, and he came to Man City, and granted, they weren't the best team in the league, but within
he was able to bring in any player he wanted,
anybody he wanted. And now it's a little bit different, right? There's competitive teams. So I think from a competitor's point of view, which he is, let's not forget, he's not just an artist. He's a competitor. He wants to win. I think he wants to regain this title. Winning 3 in a row, 4 in a row is great, but coming back and winning it again is what we lost to Alex Ferguson for. Not the fact that he's won it, but the fact that he rebuilt that United side 2 or 3 times, and I think Pep wants to do that.
We know that when Pep's in trouble, he often calls up the people above him and says, I need this, I need that. Yeah. Is there anything they can do in the next 24 hours that could possibly help them, do you think?
They did that in January, man. They went big in January. They spent over 100, I think they spent close to £200 million in January. Because they were so poor. They went through like an 11 or 13 game run where they couldn't buy a win. And so I think that call's been made, and they brought in Shirky, like you said. They brought in
Aïnouri,
Reinders.
Youthful kind of players.
And it doesn't look like it's working. I just think this is going to be a tough and long season for Man City.
You know they got next? Manchester United.
Man United.
The Manchester derby in a couple of weeks' time.
Brilliant.
That's going to be
that's going to be good.
That's going to be a fun game, isn't it?
So what if United win that game? They go how many points clear? 4 points clear of City.
They're a point above City. Is it too early to be looking at points and looking at kind of where you are in the league? We're not even in September, are we?
Yeah. It's an interesting one. There's a drama with the Premier League, right? We talk about the X's and O's, but it's always about what goes on off of the pitch and the narratives it builds away from the game. And this season it's set up, and I think we all said it in pre-season, but this season set up to be an all-timer.
Say it every year, but it feels like it this year.
Drama.
We do say it every year, but it does feel like this year in particular.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, good stuff. Quaker, thank you very much. You're going to leave us, aren't you? Yeah. And where are you going to watch the game?
I've no idea. I'm being booted out.
You've got 7 minutes to decide where you're going to watch it. What are the options?
I've watched in the office or watch it at the pub. or watch.
If you want, mate, you're more than welcome. To be fair,
Yeah.
you can just sit there if you want, and if you have something really important to say, I'm happy just to move away from my microphone. You can come in.
I don't think producer Jamie would sign that off.
He's not a fan of you.
Like me, I don't think.
Sit at the end of this desk here.
Have you two had a falling out or something?
I don't know, man.
You guys had a bit of.
We used to go for beers together after the show, and now I don't know what's happened.
Yeah.
Taking food off my table, but it's all right.
Great, good stuff. CJ, the Luguna, is going to stick around for obvious reasons. Ryan Bromelo, who I believe has been double duty today. I believe he was doing the Forest West Ham game for talkSPORT International, so that's a nice day for him. Sam Ellard, Lee Phelps with you until 6:30. We'll take one more very quick break on talkSPORT Goals, and then when we come back, Anfield is looking beautiful. The sun is shining. It is a big game. Liverpool Arsenal. We're watching that next.
For see you lot.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals, brought to you by Final One Standing. It's new from William Hill, 18+, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. talkSPORT Goals taking you through until 6:30 this evening. Then it's Majestic and Alan Pardew from 6:30, taking your calls on pretty much anything you want. I'm Sam Ellard. To my right-hand side is Lee Phelps. To my left-hand side, CJ, the Luguna, and Ryan Bromelo has joined the show. Ryan, welcome. I know you've been a busy man today working on Forest versus West Ham, and it was a good afternoon for West Ham. West Ham going to Forest and winning by 3-0. Brighton 2, Man City 1. Man City losing back-to-back games in the Premier League. But now our attention turns to the big game of the Premier League weekend. It's Liverpool-Arsenal. Both played 2 games, both won both of those games. I'll go through the teams. Alisson in goal. Once again for Liverpool, it will be Szoboszlai at right back. Kanate, Van Dijk, Kirkes make up the back four. Gravenberch, McAllister reunited in midfield together. And it's the same front four of Salah, Wirtz, Gakpo and Ekitike. As for Arsenal, Familiar back five, Raya, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Calafiori. A different look, though, to the midfield three. Martin Odegaard fit enough just for the bench. There was Zubamendi, Rice and Mikel Merino in midfield three. And the front three, Madueke, Gyökeres and Martinelli. So that means that the new signing, Eberechi Eze, is on the bench alongside Martin Odegaard. Max Dowman is on the bench for Arsenal. Rio Ngoma is on the bench for Liverpool. Ryan, welcome to the show. It's early in the season, isn't it? But this game does have that big game feel to it already, mate.
Yeah, I can hear him to be right. Just heavy breathing.
Have you two done a show together yet or not?
No, we're here now. First time very
fresh studio, fresh look, innit?
Do you like the new studio?
I do, yeah. It's very slick. I don't know who's put it together. I don't think Jamie had any say in it, did he? It's obviously it's well designed.
Poor Jamie gets some stick on the show, by the way. Unbelievable, mate. He's booked you for Arsenal Liverpool, and you give him stick.
He knows. I'm only having a little bit of needle with him.
And you've been working already this afternoon. You've been doing Forest Arsenal for that's commentary for the international audience, right?
Yeah,
is that right?
And a big win for West Ham as well because I don't think anybody gave them a chance at Forest at all.
No, I had them in my final one standing pick. The team back to win this weekend.
I think that would have caught a few out though.
Yeah,
you need like a £10 buyback to get yourself back into that. I didn't think anybody gave them a hope in hell's chance, to be honest. But they were really compact for about 70. And then when it came, Bowen, Paquetá, so familiar in bailing West Ham out of trouble. Did the deed for them. And then obviously Callum Wilson, who's good
header.
If we think about today's game, we talk about the speculation around Alexander Isak's future as well. The Callum Wilson replacement. Well, obviously he played for West Ham today and he scored the third, so they'll be made up with that. Forest, I don't really fancy Forest against low blocks. I think they really struggle actually to break them down. And Doy and Hudson-Odoi couldn't really get into the game, trying to isolate Kyle Walker-Peters on the right, and the same with Diouf on the left, and he was imperious today as well. So
how good was that ball for the Wilson header?
And that was the thing, wasn't it? When you looked at the stats, West Ham in the first 3 games had conceded 8 out of 11 crosses. Conceded 8 goals from 11 crosses. So that for me give you a sense of like, well, if you ever do, which teams do you not want to face? Arsenal are one of them, but Forest are certainly right up behind them on that. Chris Wood was sort of non-existent, departed on 71, so they'll be made up with that, mate. They'll be absolutely made up with it.
And on to the 4:30 game. I'm sure people will tell by your accent who your team is. Tranmere. Liverpool this season is 2 wins, it's 2 games, 2 victories. But not convincing victories. Looking a little bit open, looking a different kind of, not much control. The word control came up a lot last season when Slot took over from Jurgen Klopp. What have you made of the first few weeks of the season, Roy?
Well, I mean, we could win every game 3-2, and I don't mind if we do, but I think we're in store for a load of them this year because we haven't sorted our balance out. It's going to take a little bit of time to adjust that. I'll be interested to see today that McAllister's starting, isn't he?
First time Gravenberch and McAllister have been on the same pitch together since the game late last season when we beat Spurs to win the league.
Yeah, it's not ideal if Szoboszlai's at right back, but at least it opens up that option. And it's not even much. I thought he was solid against Newcastle for most of that game, to be honest, and obviously influential in the winner. And then if I look at Wirtz, we want to get the best out of him, and I actually think the combination play with McAllister might just open up another avenue.
What have you not made of
Wirtz
so far?
I think he's still settling into the game. I think he's had 3 really good games for him, to be honest with you, to introduce him to the Premier League.
Social media's being disingenuous to him.
I mean, it's fair view that. If you look at the games he's had, Bournemouth, really physical side. Newcastle was just a throwback to the 80s and the 90s. And Arsenal, again, will be very physical. But I would imagine you'll see more of his technique today. This will be a measure of how he's had 3 games now to settle into the Prem. And he's against tough opposition. He's obviously done it before against, some of the best stars in the world. On the European stage. I think he will be.
Hopefully not today. But...
And what do you make of Eze?
I don't know what to make of him because he's on the pitch, but
he's disappointed by that.
It's an amazing signing for me, man. I couldn't have seen Arsenal doing the business we've done. Do you know what? Arsenal fans were very critical on the club and the spending. Fair enough in terms of recruitment. Yeah. Obviously, where you look at Gyökeres, Eze and Zubamendi, for me, they're game changers. I look at them in their own way of getting us closer to what City have done historically, and obviously where you guys are. But I think there's a lot, I don't know how you solve it, but I think there's a lot for Arteta to do in the attacking sense, because I don't think it's as simple as you sign X, Y, Z and it all clicks. Hopefully we see something today. It should be an even battle. I mean, Madueke, I can't imagine you're going to play right wing too many times, especially if you pass the ball like that. But That's where I'm.
Well, it's interesting he's gone for Kirkes there, because
Did you think Robertson was in your thoughts?
Yeah,
we said that earlier.
And it just shows you how brave he's been this year, to be honest. And I heard one of the pundits talking about Liverpool in that first game against Bournemouth having the swagger to go and win it, and the same the way they did against Newcastle. There was an element of like, no, there's an arrogance that they're going to get over the line. It reminded me of United back in the likes of 2007, 2008, where
when they were good.
This team never dies. You just it doesn't matter how many blows you land on them, they always seem to pick themselves up. And he lost in that game when Newcastle equalised, let's not forget. So to get back into it and then to win it, I mean, honestly, I'm sure you've talked about Rio, but my God, for a kid of that age to finish with such a plum, like, oh my God,
mustard,
unbelievable.
I think the assist as well from someone. He probably doesn't get the assist, does he? But to Bosley, the only player in that goal not to touch the ball.
Yeah.
And the non-touch of the ball was probably the second most important moment of that move. Here comes Jurriën Timber though, coming forward for Arsenal. He's got a little bit of space in midfield. He picked the wrong pass there. He had Martinelli to his left-hand side. He tried to play the ball through to Gyökeres. Overhead it.
I get scared.
CJ, question for you. We touched on it earlier, but lots was made in previous seasons when Arsenal go away from home against the big boys. And some people say, I tell you what.
Already?
Saliba's gone down. And always when a player goes down with sort of no one around him, you worry, don't you? And it's going to be a substitution. William Saliba's down and William Saliba is injured. There's no Saka. Odegaard's on the bench.
Is he? I didn't know that.
Odegaard's on the bench. And CJ, this must be a pulled something because...
Clearly.
Did he...
What's he done there?
Something...
Hamstring?
Yeah, something just goes. He wins a header against Ekitike.
It is a concerning amount of hamstring. I've seen loads of people say this now about Arsenal picking up hamstring injuries.
Well, I can't guarantee it's a hamstring, but it looked like it was some. It wasn't an impact challenge, to put it that way.
Yeah, it feels like something's gone there.
Baptism of fire for the young Mosquera now. And I mean, where you look at Saliba, Kai Havertz, who
looks like he's on his
Mikel Arteta said it's load management. The hamstring injuries don't concern me. We've historically had a small squad. They've played a lot of games. I actually think that was an emphasis on why we signed so many players this summer, but it's a bitter pill to swallow. Defence wins titles. That's one area Arsenal are confident about, and I've got all the faith in Mosquera, but he's no...
Have you seen much of him? I mean, do you know what sort of... Yeah?
From what I've seen of him in pre-season, he's more impressed me and got opportunities at right back, but he is a centre-half by trade. Obviously, I wouldn't want him to be in a game like this, but this is why you bring players in. You could be utilised.
This is where you need your squad, isn't it? If someone does get injured, you've got like Madueke on for Saka, Eza possibly for Odegaard down the line.
I feel like you've got terrific depth though, because even the fact that you're missing Saka and Odegaard, you've got options now that you didn't have before. Imagine what your front three would be if you didn't have those last season. You'd be really...
Be Wanyeri out wide again.
Yeah, it'd be so blunt, wouldn't it? Or you'd be relying on youth. And
we need to get away from that.
But it's not to say that he can't step up to this occasion. It's just like, if you are betting the house on that,
you don't want to live or die by them.
It's problematic.
Tell you, it's early on, Ryan, but that will just naturally lift people in the stadium when you see one of the best centre halves in the league go off after 4 minutes. A new guy to the league coming on in a big moment. It will fill everyone on the league just with optimism around Anfield.
Yeah, it hasn't changed the price much at the minute. Liverpool 7-5, just drifted before kick-off in terms of the price. Arsenal just under 2-1. The draw currently just over 2-1. We were talking about them both being 7-4. Joint favourites for the Premier League title. That changed before kick-off as well. Liverpool drifted slightly. 7-4 to 15-8 is barely anything, to be honest. But Arsenal started this game as the favourites to win the Premier League title. Prices haven't changed, like I say. We were giving money back as a free bet for any bet builders that lost. And I know, speaking to the traders just before we started here, that there's been a lot on goals and shots on target. You think about the quality on this pitch, what shots on target we'll have. Cody Gakpo's one that's popular because it's quite a big price, but there's a lot of support for Gyökeres. And I think we spoke about this on the preview show. I think one of the questions for me is he going to be known as a flat track bully, or can he do it against big clubs? Can he do it in these games? We know he's done it previously. scored a hat-trick against Man City, of course. So, but in the Premier League, can he do it again in these matches, win the big games? And I think that we're going to get answers to some of these questions today. That's a big blow, though, early on, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think that for me, goals in this game, it hasn't started particularly open at the moment, but I think we've had, both teams to score, frequently lands in this game. We had 2-2 draws last season. The last 4 in all competitions, I think 3 in the league, 1 in the League Cup have been draws at Anfield as well. So, you were saying, weren't you, 2-2, 3-3?
Yeah, man.
Do you know what? That's the most popular correct score prediction today in terms of bets, because it's a decent enough price pre-match. 2-2, 3-3.
There's always goals in Arsenal, Liverpool.
CJ, I think just I was going to ask you questions before we reacted to the Saliba injury.
I can't do that.
In previous seasons, people would maybe be critical of Arteta for not going to these games and trying to win and maybe trying to be a little bit more defensive and take a point. What are your thoughts on that opinion? Almost, would you be happy for Arsenal to come here, try and be a little bit more conservative, play on the counter and take a draw? Or do you want to see your team being aggressive and taking gambles going forward?
I mean, naturally you want to see exciting football, but exciting football means nothing if you don't take 3 points or a point minimum. Many people that are saying that need to remember we're not too far removed from when, let's have it right, Arsenal-Liverpool was a write-off. You lot would spank us, essentially. So I do like it. But where we're at now, I do want to see a bit more of what we're about. Sometimes I do think Mikel Arteta's system is more based on stopping the opposition versus actually what we can do. But I've got no complaints about it, really. Like, coming to Anfield, you've got to judge the first 10 minutes, box cleverly, and then when you get opportunities, we can do something. We're speaking about Gyökeres. Arguably, obviously, I want my striker to score in big games and be known as someone that does it all the time. But you could argue our problems in isolation haven't been against the top 6. We struggle in the smaller games where teams play low blocks. So actually, if Gyökeres can be a flat track bully, we're good. And here, this is what you don't want.
Wirtz takes it off Rice. He carries the ball forward. He's got Salah to his right. Szoboszlai's making a run. Salah's ball into the box is really poor. Comes off Calafiore, and now potentially Arsenal they've got 4-on-4 here. Martinelli, he's got Gyökeres, he's got Marino. He's still carrying it into the box. He's got Konate for company, and Konate does enough, does he? Is that going to be a goal kick or a corner? I think he's given a goal kick. And fair play to Konate there, up against Martinelli. In the end, he did enough, because Ryan, Konate comes into this game under a little bit of criticism, because against Newcastle Monday, he wasn't at his best, was he?
He's lost his swagger a little bit, Konate. He does look a little bit lost there as he's defending that. And I actually think the fact that he's, it's not the biggest criticism in the world, but I don't think Martinelli's got the dynamism to get past them. I'd be really concerned if that's
or the decision making,
or decision making, or Saka. There's a different beast altogether if he's isolated and he's vulnerable. And I think that will be a massive battle today. Gyökeres and Konate, and how they deal with that, Liverpool, will be really key. Because, as you said, him being a flat track bully, I think is an interesting comment. Today's a great example.
It feels early, doesn't it, for people to... I know he wasn't at his best against United, but he's a new signing coming in the league for big money. I think for people to already kind of accusing him of being a flat track bully, feels a bit harsh, no?
But that's the game. Do you
think he will be a flat track bully?
No, I think he's actually going to score about 20 league goals for us, but that's more on Mikel Arteta creating clear-cut chances and having a system that breeds that. But, it's nothing to do necessarily with Gyökeres. Everybody's got something to say about Wirtz. Everyone's got something to say about Gyökeres. It's never going to stop.
Do you know what's really interesting, I think, about the Gyökeres and Eze? You're buying them at ages where they're going
right now.
to win now. And I think of Wirtz and Ekitike, you still want the same impact that you would get.
When they got time on their side.
And Wirtz, but you could always come back with the argument, couldn't you? That actually, they've still got a little bit of time to.
You could throw Zubimendi into that as well as 26.
Yeah, exactly.
And also crazy to think that it was last summer that Liverpool were heavily linked with Zubimendi. Wanted Zubimendi, didn't get Zubimendi, but then you fast forward a year. Gravenberch becoming a number 6 was a blessing, wasn't it? Because there weren't too many, if any, better in the league.
He was asked about that in his presser, wasn't he? It's like a
long diagonal ball through to Salah. Thought he was going to get in behind Gabriel, but to fair to Gabriel, he read it well and won the header run.
And if I'm honest with you, I'm not even looking at Gyökeres in a game like this, because when I look at Konate and Van Dijk, as I said earlier, they tend to do well against traditional strikers. Like, they always do well against Haaland. When we've played Liverpool, it's probably a Kai Havertz, a Gabriel Jesus, an untraditional forward that kind of causes issues. So I'm looking at our wide men today to really hurt Liverpool. That's where we're going to win the game, if we are to win this game.
No chances yet in the game, Lee, but 11 minutes in, you probably have to say Liverpool maybe settled a little bit better than Arsenal, enjoying probably more of the possession. Again, not creating any chances, but we've seen Wirtz, interestingly, pick up the ball a couple of times in some decent areas.
Yeah, 5-4 Liverpool now in play, which shows that they've just shortened a bit from that opening price. Something to do with the kind of the injury to Saliba, but also you're right, Liverpool do look more assured at the moment. But Arsenal are doing what you suggested they might do. And Konate, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we were talking earlier on, is it a bit of complacency? Is it confidence? What is it? But he looks. He's had a good 10 minutes.
He just won a big duel there with Gyökeres.
A couple of decent patches on the ball as well. Got the ball away.
And he's like, a little bit off colour. I have to say, I know what I get the, if you look at the actions, he's got 3 or 4 that are complete there, but I actually think he looks a little bit. It really worried me, actually, that ball over the top.
Gakpo with a shot from 25 yards out, tries to beat Raya at his near post, he goes wide.
Gyökeres sort of throws his body into him and he looks uncomfortable defending. He's
looking around,
trying to get his positioning right, and then he's, Martinelli, again, I don't really, if there was a bit more dynamism there, we could have been in serious trouble, I think.
The first real effort, it was from Cody Gakpo from about 25 yards out, 30 minutes in, but he drags his shot way wide.
There's no mad fury or sort of hell-bent intensity so far from Liverpool, which I think is interesting. Yeah.
71% possession.
Go on. So punish that.
Just relax.
Arsenal playing out from the back. Ryan wants Liverpool to punish that, but Arsenal...
We've got to give that context.
To what?
We've got to give that context.
What, punish that?
Yeah.
Do you want to add context to that?
Well, it's sort of like a mislaid back pass.
Cody Gakpo, by the way, decent record in this fixture, 11-4 to score or assist in the game. And here come...
Oh, I'll tell you what, I thought Martinelli was going to get in there
Who
down
plays
the
the
left-hand
pass?
side. Who played the pass? Was it Konate?
That's another example.
Do you think Gakey gets done?
Surely.
I mean, it feels like if there's only 5 million between the two. I know some people are reporting 10, but you got the add-ons on top of it as well. I feel like it should get done. I mean, you talk about holding your nerve in the transfer window. I'm sure we'll come on to the big elephants in the room, but or the big Swede.
Do you want to get context to that as well?
Yeah. The big Swede in the room, in Alexander Isak. There is holding your nerve, and then I also think, we're leaving it very, very tight.
Do you think it gets done, Isak?
Yeah. You've got to feel like that's the direction of travel, right? Surely that's, I'm just surprised we've not seen any real movement from now. Maybe after today's game, maybe they wanted to avoid as many distractions as possible. But I would have thought
Liverpool?
Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. That's my logic, because
avoid distractions. It's been the biggest distraction of the summer.
Yeah, but if you look at Newcastle, for instance, last night, if they decided that they were going to pull the trigger last night after that game, then I could understand it, because there's a logic of you don't want to disrupt their preparation even more than it's already been. But maybe there is a logic that after the game they want to, they'll go all guns.
Well, yeah,
Madueke, come on.
What are the odds say? The odds say it's going to happen or not?
Yeah, well, he's been short. It lengthened a bit during the week out to kind of like the even money mark, but it's shortened again as the weeks got longer.
Go on.
Come on.
Wirtz wins the ball back for Liverpool, 25 yards. He tried to play Salah Rice does really well. The right idea. It's the right idea. Who was that CJ playing out from the back?
First it started with Madueke, and then it was Merino getting caught. We haven't got punished, but get those bad passes out now. You can't do that at Anfield.
Is it timidness to Arsenal, I think? Do you not think?
No, I don't think we're timid. This is how we play every week. It's kind of pedestrian. It's kind of slow pace.
Certainly away against the big boys, you're probably a bit more pedestrian, aren't you, than the normal?
Probably against everyone. We kind of play the same way. If we get an early goal, you do see our tempo start to go up, but it's kind of what we do.
Yeah.
Martinelli down the left-hand side. So I'll tell you what, I thought Szoboszlai Monday night, Ryan, given that he's playing in not his natural position, I thought he did really well at right back.
He's got all the features of a brilliant, versatile footballer, hasn't he? Really, he's got pace, he's got power, he's a real engine on the ball.
Great bonnet.
Great technique, great bonnet, yeah, exactly.
Bonnet?
I mean, maybe we're actually to list the top 10 bonnets of the last decade.
Why do you keep saying bonnet? Bonnet?
Bonnet?
Bonnet?
Bonnet?
It's a bonnet, isn't it?
What's a bonnet?
A bonnet?
Bonnet is air, isn't it?
Lee, can you sort this out for us?
I'm not sure if this
Where
is
are you
accent.
from, Lee?
I'm from up north. I thought you were saying
Grimsby
Barnet.
fan.
I thought you were saying Barnet. You were
It's a
saying
bonnet.
Barnet is a hair.
It's a bonnet.
Yeah,
I don't think it's a bonnet. A bonnet's what's on your car, isn't it?
Yeah. Bonnet, yeah.
I thought maybe it was just like a Scouse thing. A bonnet is the top of your
Oh,
head.
is that a Scouse thing? Oh, apologies,
I
Ryan.
don't know.
It's actually a Victorian thing, really, isn't it? Bonnet. That's a good ball. Yeah.
Yeah, on the live bet, if you do think Gyökeres, and he hasn't had much of the ball at all yet, is going to score the first goal, 6-1. I mean, Arsenal need to kind of attack before you even think about scoring the first goal, but here they come on.
Yeah, first opportunity for Madueke up against Kirkes, and fair play to Kirkes there. He did well. He stood his ground. Madueke went on the outside, tried to get the ball into the box, but Kirkes, who hasn't been at his best in his first couple of games with Liverpool, did good there. I'll tell you what, CJ, look, we know Saka when he's fit obviously comes into the team, but this is a big opportunity for Madueke, which he probably didn't think he was going to get so early on in his Arsenal career.
Like, respectfully to Madueke, I'd prefer that you weren't probably starting left.
Yeah, of course. He hasn't been bought to start, has he, on the right-hand side?
Because I naturally want Saka here, but this is a big opportunity for you to play in your favoured position in a massive game. Show us what you're about. I actually think signing Eze eats the burden on Madueke, because obviously a lot of Arsenal fans, you saw the petitions and whatnot with Madueke. So
that was too much, wasn't it?
He's a good squad player to have. I wouldn't have bought him, but we're at where we're at.
It's a corner for Arsenal.
Vulnerable side.
It's going to be an outswinger from Declan Rice.
Defensively.
Not an in-swinger. And I tell you what, was that Mosquera,
who
got a free header and he just missed it.
Nice idea,
could no one take an in-swinging corner for Arsenal on the left? So there's no Saka.
It's too mainstream.
No, but you'd think the way
Rice has been well on set pieces. Clearly, Madueke can't be that good in training, or naturally being a left footer, you'd want him to take it.
Yeah, right. You mentioned there's been feels like a bit of a lack of intensity from Liverpool in the first 80 minutes. Is that fair?
Yeah, I just wonder if it's deliberate because they're trying to get the balance right a bit more, and he doesn't want to have that. I mean, the gung ho argument's interesting. I get it. Obviously, that we've committed a lot of bodies forward in a lot of attacks already this year. But you know, when Slot speaks in his post match, he talks about moments in games that if you get that wrong, then you put yourself in a really vulnerable position. It's just, it's interesting to see how many he's going to, how many risks then he will take in that respect. I don't think, if I was Liverpool, I'd be trying to hit them hard quite early, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it does feel Lee, like a little bit both sides just trying to work each other out a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and the prices aren't changing at all. There's not much in this. 20 minutes gone already, and not an awful lot's happened, has it? Really, there's not much in terms of. There's been one shot, and that's it. Nothing on target as yet. It's pretty. And that was the Gakpo one, which was a decent effort, wasn't it? But it was well wide. Didn't really trouble the keeper. But yeah, it is steady. It's like you said earlier on. It's like a start of a boxing match where they're just feeling each other out for the first round or two.
Exactly.
And something needs to happen to light the blue touch paper a little bit.
Madueke stand in front.
A little bit of a tussle there between Kirkes and Madueke. A few words exchanged. If you are just joining us, by the way, it's still goal with Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. Perhaps the most noteworthy thing in the first 18 minutes is that the substitution of William Saliba just won a header against Ekitike, and then 30 seconds later was on his backside, went off, looked pretty down, some sort of muscle injury, we're guessing, whether it's a hamstring or a calf, but Mosquera has come on, so big opportunity for him to try and impress, having signed for the club in the summer. Interesting, Ryan, do you think there was a Slot would have thought to have played Bradley at right back, Szoboszlai in a more kind of normal midfield three alongside Gravenberch and McAllister? I know that would have meant that one of the front four would have had to have missed out, but do you think that was an option?
I just think fitness is a big thing for him, and whether or not he wants to use that in the second half as a different outlet, because Bradley does offer you something completely different to Szoboszlai. Although I think maybe Szoboszlai gives you a bit more stability in his position in general when you are when there is the turnover. That's nice.
That's a really nice play from Wirtz there. Uses quick feet to play McAllister. That's what you want to see more from Wirtz, isn't it? Dropping deep, quick feet, on the turn, setting up attacks.
Come on, Noni, come on. Get your body there. Ref.
Madueke, I tell you what, Kirkes has done so well there. Noni Madueke got played down the right-hand side. I thought he got past Kirkes. He did, to be fair, get past Kirkes. And just at the moment as he was closing in on goal,
you never want to see
Kirkes.
You never want to see that. Though.
You don't want to see it, but to be fair, the last-ditch tackle was enough to stop Madueke getting the shot away. But the positive Madueke, CJ, is he got in, he got past Kirkes.
And that's the thing, like, we've got two very frustrating players on the right and the left, but the one thing I'll give Madueke is he actually is a thinker's man's footballer. He actually thinks. Martinelli relies too much on instinct. To be honest, if he didn't help out defensively in a game like this, there'd be no reason for him to be on the pitch, but that could be an angle. Both teams play a high line, both teams could be got at the transition. It's just who wants.
You think Arsenal will be targeting Liverpool's left-hand side with Kirkes? Try and play as many balls in as possible behind him.
Do you know what I'd actually say Canardi side? Really. Because as good as Szoboszlai has been at right back, he's not a right back. It just takes a second. But then you've got Martinelli over there.
Another corner for Arsenal. Liverpool win the initial
hits it
header. Comes back to Madueke. You shot is pushed away at the near post by Addison.
I do feel though that Liverpool might need to create a little bit of chaos and a slight storm, because this is just playing into Arsenal's hands, mate. To be honest.
Yeah, it's a poor touch there from Wirtz in midfield, and Gabriel wins it back, and it's going to go back to Mosquera. Arsenal going to recycle it.
Me, a game where it was 0-0 a couple of years ago, and Arteta had a row with Klopp on the touchline, and after that, Liverpool just went after.
Ignited everyone, didn't it? Were they 2 up in that game, Arsenal?
No, it was no.
Liverpool got it back.
That's another incident. That was when it was Granit Xhaka in Trent, and we was 2 goals up.
Yes, I remember that.
Zinchenko started
People
crying
had
when
to
he
go
came
with Granit
off.
Xhaka for almost trying to give.
Which I think is nonsense. Like, it's Anfield. They're going to get up for it. If that is the reason you didn't win the game, then we're not serious.
Yeah. But it's just momentum, though, isn't it? That's too heavy. But that's okay. It's neat. But that's what 2-3 passes, and then if he gets that pass right, it's 2 passes and he's in.
22 minutes gone then. Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. Touches in the opposite. Liverpool yet to have a touch in the Arsenal box. Arsenal, I thought Liverpool CG, I thought in the first 5-10 minutes it looked like they settled the quicker of the two sides. But after in the last sort of 10 minutes or so, Arsenal got a good bit of control of this game. And you're right, Ryan. It's not a Liverpool team in situations like this where Arsenal have got the ball in their own half. It's not a Liverpool team that are looking to be aggressive and try and win the ball high up the pitch.
No, even the way they're committing their bodies forward, it is fairly cautious and careful.
There's a healthy respect from both sides.
Yeah, definitely.
Come on.
Calafiori there got in down the left-hand side, tried to pick out Gyökeres. His ball was over here, and Kirkez came in and chested the ball back to the goalkeeper. Kirkez started off pretty well for Liverpool. Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0, 24 minutes gone. Does it feel weird, do you think, boys, having a game this big, this early on in the season? Yeah. And I looked, the reverse fixture of this at the Emirates has been played in January.
And when
woke nonsense. What's that?
And when Salah's not here as well, from an AFCON perspective,
could he miss that game?
He won't be in that game.
Definitely the Arsenal. Yeah,
it's just the 7th of Jan, so I'd be absolutely stunned.
Isak will be banging the goals in by the way.
Well, you might have inside information. I don't. But that's the we might need someone like him, because and look, Saka's not here at Anfield, but that's what's disappointing about it. Really, you want the best to play the best with the best.
Yeah, of course you do.
Don't you?
With Isak, like you've probably been asked this a million times, if he signs for Liverpool, is any of his behaviour leave a bit of taste in your mouth?
I haven't really given it a second thought, mate, to be honest. It's Alexander Isak. You sort of look at him and think, to add him to this forward line when it clicks, because it hasn't clicked just yet, and it might take a couple of months for that to happen, it could be frightening and lethal. And I think there's just so many occasions, you could draw the example of Visa, you could draw the example of others in that space. I mean, look at Jackson. I feel sorry for Nicholas Jackson, who sort of had this move on the horizon, a really impressive loan move from Chelsea by all accounts, and he's been told when he's in Munich that there's not going ahead. So, and then also the counter argument, the counterbalance always has to be, well, clubs are quite quickly able to admonish a player if they don't feel that they suits the 11 or not working for them. I think of Casemiro at United. He's honouring a two-year contract. He's on hefty wages, Casemiro at United, but that's because he can't get him off the books. And I think there was definitely conversations about him going to Saudi or elsewhere a year ago, last summer. So he's taking full advantage of the fact that he's on a hefty wage. So I think there's just you when you start getting into these conversations, you're always going to sound fickle and you're always going to sound biased. But I think it's interesting because we don't know the full picture. If it has been the case that Newcastle have said to him, you can go, and they've gone back on their word, then he might feel a bit helpless in that situation, and he's triggered the big exit, and it has to happen like this. If that's not the case, then it feels like uncalled for. I am stunned that he's done it, given the legacy that he had built at Newcastle, the fact that he took them to their first trophy in 70 years, the fact that he was such a linchpin of that Eddie Howe side that made them so impressive last year. I am really surprised that
You think he should have just played throughout the last couple of weeks and just like Eze did with Palace?
Well, it depends if that was going to move the dial or not, doesn't it? Because if Newcastle wanted to hold firm, and for him, it's all well and good saying next year. But who's to say that Liverpool wouldn't want to go and bring somebody in? Had he decided that they were going to stay for another year?
I know this has been part of football for a long time, players doing this, but they're coming out and making statements against the club. This is doing the same thing as you said, isn't it, on social media and all that sort of stuff. Is this going to be what we're going to have now? Players go, I want to move. I'm not going to play.
Yeah, I think
Son Larson didn't play yesterday. I mean, supposedly injured.
Injury,
yeah, fine.
I think that could be a trend. You know the way that
actually going to Chelsea when he hasn't signed yet.
Yeah, I think
right.
Yeah, I get it, and I think it could be a trend. A bit like the PGMOL statements that went out. So when someone had a decision go against them, they had the furore and other statements, and Liverpool kicked it off. I think with the Tottenham goal, which was just. I mean, to be fair,
that was a goal, wasn't it? That was a fact, yeah.
Goal that did not count. That was a goal, Strange. It's very strange. But then that sort of paved the way then for others. You've seen that calm down. I think you might see this calm down as well, because ultimately, you don't want. It's really bad PR, isn't it? And
also,
for all of the players.
I ultimately think, though, as well, that I don't actually think it makes a great bit of difference at all.
No.
Like we've seen Isak sulk for the last month or so. Newcastle are still standing firm and are still saying we need a player in, and you haven't met the fee yet. So Johan Viss is doing the same thing. He wants to come out and put a statement. That's good. But Brentford aren't going to wake up this morning, see that statement, and go, oh, okay, in that case, let's sell you to Newcastle. They're still going to say you're contracted to the football club. So football players can do all this and think they've got all the power. These boys are contracted to the football club, and the football clubs will not sell unless the right fee is matched.
And some cases it hardens their resolve as well. Yeah. And that's what we sort of think with Newcastle. When I saw that statement come out, I thought, you don't really want to be doing that, because if they had any inkling that they wanted to sell you,
and the
trying
statement,
to
and also
force them into a decision that they don't want to make.
And
anyway.
the Isak one was a bit like, I was told. Well, then come out and tell us who told you, where did they tell you, and why did they tell you?
He's not going to.
Well, no, if you're going to come out and do a statement, do it properly.
He's not going to do that about.
Yeah, well, I wonder why, mate.
To be fair to players, we don't know what goes on in the background. Exactly. We don't know what's led to.
You're going to intimate something, just come out and say it.
Because that's how footballers get villainized, because they're seen as the bad guys in this day and age. It's not quite Declan Rice's Real Madrid.
Declan Rice after 29 minutes, from about 40 yards out, has tried to score, and I think that ball is coming our way here in the new studios in London. By the way, Ryan Gravenberch booked in the build-up to that free kick being given away. I think that's the first yellow card of the game. So still Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. William Saliba substituted for Arsenal very early on in the game. Both sides have won their opening games. I think the first 20 minutes has been a real struggle for the attacking players. Perhaps many purists might say that's how it should be in these big games. Liverpool yet to touch the ball in the Arsenal penalty area. And Madueke perhaps has been Arsenal's most dangerous player down Arsenal's right-hand side. You can tell when Arsenal are in possession anyway, he is literally hugging the touchline. So is Martinelli, to be fair. Arsenal really looking to use the width of this pitch. And Saliba's 5th minute substitution was the earliest for an Arsenal starter in a Premier League game since Koscielny back in November 2012. Nice touch there from Florian Wirtz. What have you made so far, Ryan, of Florian Wirtz in the Liverpool shirt?
Yeah, he's struggling to get into this game, to be honest with you. I looked at Rice. It certainly seems to be the instruction from Arteta that those centre-halves are the trigger when he gets the ball is to press him and push him off the ball. And then and Rice as well has gone in on a few occasions and beat him to the punch. So he's not getting the time that he would like. But I wonder if a player of that IQ will eventually work out how he then can operate in a system like this. Don't think he's almost slipped in behind there. That's lucky from Ekitike.
Sleeping.
Declan Rice did well, though, to read that through ball from Szoboszlai, and that's what he's so good at, isn't it? Just that reading the game, stopping those passes from going through the lines.
As much as he's playing in this advanced A, and he's probably known now for scoring those 2 free kicks against Real Madrid, that's Declan Rice's bread.
And at West Ham, that's what he was so good at. I was literally sitting in front of the back four and just stopping attacks.
In front, the recoveries, the box-to-box, even at Arsenal, because we like to press high, as you lot have all seen there. Rice has the capabilities to do that. He allows us to win the ball very high up the field. I'm a big fan of Rice. I think, though, if I'm honest, Calafiori, Zubimendi, to a degree, Madueke, they're the ones that I'm looking at like, okay, you lot have started well. And I must admit, on paper, I wasn't happy to see Marino start, but it looks like we're in...
Who would you have gone for? Wanyeri?
No, Mr. Eze, without a doubt, because naturally, subconsciously, regardless...
Max Dalman?
Back him all the way, but
are we going to see a Dalman and Ngoma tackle at some point in this game, a collision later on?
Maybe in years to come, but maybe not to...
Why not? It could happen.
Marino's got a good record in this fixture, though, to be fair. He scored, he netted twice.
I do like him in this. It's like we're going too up front when we're pressing. So I kind of get it now, Arteta. I see why you're the manager. At least for now.
Still keep the faith, all right?
Yeah, we go back on manager all the way.
Come on.
Yeah, momentum's with Arsenal in this game. I know they're not, there's been no real clear-cut chances, but 3 corners to nil. All the momentum's with them. If you look at the kind of attacking plays, couple of shots, one to Liverpool, one on target for Arsenal. More touches in the opposition box. Well, it's 7-0, isn't it, at the minute? So, yeah, I mean, the way it's going, I mean, Liverpool just don't seem to get hold of the ball, do they, Ryan? And like every time Arsenal's got it, it's being moved forward nicely. It seems controlled. Liverpool seemed hurried, don't they?
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think I don't know if there's a question of physicality, and you look at the bodies in the middle of the park for Liverpool and Wirtz and McAllister, and then you look at the presence of the likes of Marino and Rice. I wonder if there's they don't want to get done on the ball. So they're not charging into challenges, and it's more positionally that they're trying to catch them out with the press. But it does feel like the brakes are on at the moment.
Yeah.
Do you think the Liverpool team is with both Salah and Wirtz in the team, right? Do you think it's a Liverpool team that's almost set up not to press kind of as much and as aggressively as kind of the Liverpool team last season that was more of a 4-3-3?
Yeah, possibly. Oh, go on. Oh, that's so poor.
McAllister with a short, great block again from Declan Rice. Arsenal try and play out from the back. Van Dijk gets himself high up the pitch to win the ball back. He comes forward on the edge of the box, gets his shot away, is blocked. He comes back to McAllister, his shot is blocked. But David Raya plays a really, really bad ball into Zubimendi. How high is Virgil van Dijk up the pitch to win that ball back?
Well, that's
no foul. It goes down like a sack of potatoes.
That's a calculated turnover of the ball, isn't it? And
there's that press, by the way.
There's that press, and it's calculated, but it's not like every single attack where we've seen fairly regularly over the last 2 games. That's a very calculated, precise moment when they have triggered the press. And to be honest, he's just got to let it in. He wins the ball off Zubimendi. I have to say,
I thought he was going to crack it.
He should have. He just should have hit it. It was like Gravenberch, in this fixture. Last week,
Monday night.
On Monday night, he scored against Newcastle. I'm thinking of Fabinho, who's almost in the Gravenberch mould, isn't he? Fabinho led the one in against City
At the near post.
Yeah, I remember that goal. And it was he was even closer to goal at that point. I'm surprised Van Dijk did it because he's got a.
Do you think he just looked like someone that isn't normally with the ball at his feet and just wasn't quite sure what to do?
Centre half, but he's not every other centre half.
If his shooting's half as good as his passing, I would have had a go yourself.
Have you not seen? He scored some gorgeous free kicks for Celtic.
Yeah.
In his past.
Oh, ref, come on.
He just put his laces through it. No, for the best.
Oh, that could be it. That's a poor tackle from Zubimendi on Gakpo. Kicks him and takes him out.
I have to say,
I think Gravenberch got booked. So I think Liverpool were asking the question, why isn't that booking from Zubimendi?
Well, Zubimendi looked very light there, and he was just waiting for a little bit of contact.
I'm obviously going to call it. Yeah. You're not going to get them in England, but I have to call it. Zubimendi, a couple of moments in this last minute, he's looking for fouls that are not really there.
Do you think he just looks big enough to be a number 6?
No, when he's
too small.
I mean, we saw him against England in the Euros. He's definitely good enough, big enough, all that kind of stuff, man.
Madueke against Kirkes in the box. He comes in field. He gets the shot away. Once again, Kirkes reads what I think everyone knew what Madueke was going to do there. He got the ball on his left foot. He got the shot away, but Kirkes did well to get something on it, and it goes over. You can see though, CJ, how often when Arsenal are in possession are they trying to pick out Madueke on that right-hand side. Although you'd have to say though, Kirkes did his job, followed Madueke, and got something on the shot.
Got a little nick on it.
Just enough.
That's what Arsenal need. We need players that are more direct, but we also need moments of that. You only really see us play with that kind of intensity and being direct, like you saw when you go along with David Raya. Typically, we're quite patient. We're going to have to keep utilising that, but we're going to have to use Martinelli on the left.
Martinelli's barely touched the ball, hasn't he, in his first few minutes?
He's just in the team to go backwards with Salah.
It's a corner, and this is going to be an in-swinging corner for Arsenal, who are setting up as they normally do, with a few players almost behind, but beyond the back post. And I think we know where they're going to end up. It's going to be on top of the goalkeeper. Declan Rice's delivery from these situations are normally so good. In swinging corner, and this time it's over here. Mikel Merino goes down, and I think Virgil van Dijk wasn't particularly happy with the way he threw himself to the floor, because I think CJ, I think he's one of those he was, and Canate's having a little bit of needle here.
Boys, just keep going.
I think Mikel Merino tried to. He looked for that one, right? Should we say?
Have a word. Van Dijk, come on, man. You're a captain. Play football. Stop trying to intimidate us.
Just going back to the Van Dijk chance, there have been punters all around the place shouting at that because he's the most popular first goal scorer bet in Liverpool play because of the price.
I don't think they would have expected him to well it in from 20 yards.
Probably a header. Yeah. You've got the first goal.
You still get your money though on that.
I think you probably would.
You've got first goal method header at 6-1, by the way. But yeah, I think there'll be a load of people wishing he'd just thrown his foot through it and leathered it towards the goal. But even like shots on target for him are always like a really popular bet. There's a few different price boosts available at the minute. One that I don't mind is Milos Kirk to be carded 7-2, and if he's under pressure that much, that might not be.
I'm surprised they haven't suspended betting on that.
Yeah, that's a decent bet. Do you often get that, Lee, with these big games that kind of a centre back can be a popular bet for first goal scorer?
Well, when I said about 2-2 and 3-3, it's because the bigger prices. No one really wants to chuck a tenner at like a short price. So yeah, anything that's a bigger price.
Just a bit of a more broader question, not just on this game, but in the first 3 weekends of the season, has there been a particular pattern, something that you've seen that's kind of caught you guys by surprise in terms of a popular bet?
No, not particularly in other than what you'd normally get. To be fair, like people like to go for big price correct scores. People like to put ACCAs on together. We've had a few big winners already so far, but people
accumulators,
accumulators. But generally, people. I mean, a game like this, people want to look for a bet builder because they don't really want to pick a result. It's hard to pick a result. You're going to go for a draw. Like I said to you earlier, people don't necessarily go for the draw. People often call these games.
Go for a shot on target.
They often say it's a 2-horse race, don't they? It's actually a 3-horse race because there's a draw in there. So they go for players, shots on target, bookings, goals, cards, corners, and this is a perfect game for it because you expect that there's going to be lots of shots on target. There's going to be goals. It's going to get feisty at some point. There'll be cards. We haven't seen much of that so far, but this all it takes is one moment for this game to light up, isn't it? And then we know that it'll be on. Arsenal score and it's on, isn't it?
All over it.
I think maybe too early in the season, right, for these big games. Too early in the season. Gyökeres in the box. He plays it. Timber with a shot. Out to Calafiori, shot just goes wide. Once again, though, CJ, Arsenal getting in behind Liverpool's defence, and the referee's going to change that decision, and he's going to give Arsenal a corner. 7 minutes ago until half-time. Still Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0, but it's good football. Gyökeres does well, uses his strength, sees off Konate, picks out the pass, and Timber's effort's a decent one.
The game's gone if that's given as a pen, but we're growing in confidence, really and truly. If we can just make it into half-time with this, I'll have it. I haven't seen Saliba's absence yet. I really don't want to jinx us.
Another corner for Arsenal.
Do you know what this feels like? It feels like when we played Liverpool towards the end of the last season where you lot wrapped up the title, we're just fulfilling the fixtures at this point. It kind of feels like a repeat of that. But as you guys have said, it takes one moment, sparks into life, the crowd start moving mad, and we got a game on.
Another Arsenal corner then, 5 minutes to go until half-time. Versus Marking Gabriel, which I don't like the look of. Rice out-swinging corner. Calafiori does get his head on it. But again, that's the problem with those out-swinging corners, right? If you win the first header, you've got to generate some serious power on it to get it goalwards.
This is where we're missing Saka, because Saka be taking them. And then you pull it right on the keeper, and then what shall be, shall be.
So Liverpool so far have managed to deal with Arsenal corners without too many problems, and it feels like a bit of a heavyweight boxing clash. This just trying to wait each other out, really try and see what's going on. But Liverpool not really looking to be as aggressive and press hard the pitch as they were last season. It's a long ball gone forward there, which Arsenal managed to clear.
Stand in front.
You can't do that.
Yeah, you can.
You can't. You should. Yeah, the card.
Got to do what you got to do when you're, a place like this.
Sloppy, right? Liverpool haven't at any point really in this first half.
He's won it on his chest here, Rev.
Been able to get their foot on the ball and control the game.
No.
It's getting messy now.
No, and it's sort of... It's quite scrappy.
Yeah, that's scrappy.
To be honest with you, it feels like the same game I watched. That Forest West Ham game. Exactly the Forest West Ham game, the first half of Forest West Ham, and for most of the second, really, was like this. It was sort of very congested. When they were trying to open up the opportunities, they were cancelling each other out. And then the only moments that were coming were when it turned scrappy. And you get that bounce. So you even look at the Calafiori shot there. It comes off a ricochet from Van Dijk, runs into his path, and he's got a clear sight to go. But
does it feel like a game of football that both sides are afraid to lose?
Nah.
Or do you think it's too early in the season?
Both teams just being coy and clever, not getting too excited. And I know the fans want to win and statement signings, and it's a 6-pointer, but this is 2 managers, 2 players, 2 sets of players, that are just biding their time. Like, both teams have been well structured.
I ask you a question on that. If I look at Arteta, in the last 10 minutes of this game, if the score remains the same,
he ain't going. If you're asking me if he's going to gamble, it's more. It's more. Let's get the point. Yeah, let's just get the point.
And do you think that's sort of in good stead? Because this is a constant debate that I tend to have with my Arsenal pals. Is that I do think that sort of
ability to gamble.
Yeah, ability to gamble and the need to gamble sometimes means that you often don't end up with the points that you need to in the games. And I think I look at last season, and if you're trying to unlock the reasons why Arsenal didn't muster much of a challenge, they didn't win more than 3 games in a row last year in the Premier League.
Exactly.
And when Liverpool gave them a sniff, they didn't take any advantage whatsoever. So, there's a feeling there from me that there's something holding them back.
More so
by the way that they approach things.
More so in the Champions League last year against PSG, definitely in the League Cup against Newcastle, especially the one at St James's Park. And I would say the smaller teams in the Premier League, where it's looking like we're gonna draw gamble. I'm not so much demanding that at Anfield because if you take that risk and we end up losing, people say at least you gamble, but you don't. If you can't win, don't lose. You have to live to fight another day. I do think Arteta has to be at war with himself, a bit like Pep Guardiola this season. I need Arteta to reinvent himself.
Right, can I ask you a question about Alexander Isak? If Alexander Isak deal does get done, what do you think Arne Slot's long-term plan is in terms of getting everybody into the Liverpool team? Do you think the plan is to go Isak up top and looking from Ekitike from the left?
I feel like a 4-2-3.
How does he balance his team?
I feel like a 4-2-3-1. Is screaming at me. And what's really interesting about that, and we'll come on to Isak in a second, but what I think is really, really interesting about that is Szoboszlai's involvement, because lots of people have written him off this year, and you can see how dependable he is already at right back. And I think he's I remember the game last year where we drew 3-3 with Newcastle and we missed him in midfield. And there was talk when Ekitike was being rumoured with Newcastle they were going to do the 4-4-2, weren't they? And I just think he's got the flexibility and the fluidity slot that he could play a variety of different formations with him, to be honest with you. It's just about unlocking the best Alexander Isak, or the version of Alexander Isak that he can get,
we'll hold that thought, maybe go into a bit more detail on it at half-time, because we are just 90 seconds away from half-time in this game at Anfield. Liverpool 0, Arsenal have been a pretty cagey first half. Arsenal have had the best kind of half chance of the game. It fell from a corner that Liverpool couldn't clear. Madueke had a shot which Alisson pushed away at the near post. I think Liverpool started the game well, but certainly in the last 20 or 30 minutes Arsenal enjoyed the better of possession as Timber goes down in the box under a challenge from McAllister. Half-hearted appeals for a penalty from some of the Arsenal players, but now McAllister is coming forward with the ball. He plays into Ekitike outside the box, interverts, and Calafiori does really well to read it and clear, and now Arsenal can come forward with Madueke.
There's only one man in head of him. Timber overlap, man.
Too many passes, isn't there? There again, you got that opportunity there where you think, don't need to pass it again.
No.
Get a shot off or push it out wide and continue the attack rather than trying something cute.
Yeah.
Well, that's where Ekitike is quite an interesting footballer, because he is known for his link-up and his finishing. It's actually when he just gets a sight of goal that he's got that really strong, low drive, almost a daisy cutter of a finish, goes off the ground and in. And it's so difficult to get anywhere near. Think about Palace, the goal he scored in the Community Shield, and equally against Newcastle. That finish is just so difficult.
All of his goals have been really, really well taken goals, haven't they? Really good finish. I mean, he looks a bit like Alexander Isak, doesn't he, in terms of the way his finishing has been so crisp.
Silky footballer.
We are in 2 at a time there. No real surprise. It's going to be 1 minute of at a time, and a pretty lacklustre and not the best of first half between Liverpool and Arsenal. CJ, as we approach half time, from an Arsenal point of view, have you been happy with what you've seen from your side?
I mean, you can't be unhappy. The game's quite even. What I would say for both teams, this looks like Arsenal versus Liverpool in the third or so game of the season, really. I think the first 10 minutes, I was a bit scared of Liverpool. Not that I'm not saying I'm not, but we've kind of grown into the game. We've done our bit to manage it. The biggest disappointment I could say is obviously Saliba's come off. I think there's been a couple of stray passes that have gone unpunished by us, but other than that, so far so good. It's something to build upon.
Do you think that's altered the game plan a little bit, Saliba coming off? Do you think?
Nah.
I mean, it feels like it hasn't.
Nah,
But I just wonder if you lose someone like that, is it a thought where we were going to try a few things with Saliba?
Nah. It looks like we're still remaining to the script. I would say with Saliba, clearly it looked like one where he must have been struggling all week with that. We've tried his best to play, and there's no risk, but I'm scared now, man. That when you see someone holding their hamstring, surely that's what 4, 5,
you think
6, 8 weeks. Yeah,
6
something.
weeks,
Yeah, you're gone. Like you're gone.
Yeah, I mean, you think, well,
and then you throw Saka into that.
At least you got one international break, which kind of takes 2 weeks out of the
now
injury.
You got Saka. Now you got Kai Havertz who had surgery.
Injuries again for Arsenal.
Yeah, exactly. But this is why you got the depth.
That's why you need strength in depth.
This is why you need.
So we go to half time then at Anfield. Liverpool 0, Arsenal not the most entertaining or enthralling 45 minutes of football. The best chance was probably a Madueke shot from outside the box, which was pushed away. But yeah, not the best 45 minutes. So what we'll do at half time then is we'll take a very, very quick break on talkSPORT Goals. When we come back, we'll take a look at that first half.
I've been dying for the toy.
A very good afternoon. Welcome back to talkSPORT Goals. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel and on your smart TVs. talkSPORT Goals is brought to you, and we're delighted to say by final one standing. It's new from William Hill, 18 plus. Gambler.org terms and conditions apply. Lee Phelps, Sam Ellard, CJ, the deluded gooner, and Ryan Bromelo with you. You love being part, don't you, of the talkSPORT family, Lee Phelps? Have you enjoyed? Have you enjoyed the first few weeks being part of the mayhem and quality that is talkSPORT Goals?
Absolutely brilliant. Today, in particular, those two games earlier on were brilliant. We just need this one to spark into life, don't we? What I like is I like the running commentary we've got today. It feels like this could go off as well. You know, like the old, remember the old Sky with the fans together? What was that called?
The fan zone.
Fan zone. It feels like this could get there today.
Oh, there we go.
Get a little bit.
We've got about 8 minutes.
We're just feeling each other out, Lee, like the teams.
Context to that, please, Ryan. We've got a few minutes to go then until the second half. Boys, while we just break here at half time, can I ask you guys about Manchester United, because we know Man United United have been a massive talking point all week with the game against Grimsby, the comments after the game by Ruben Amorim, and goodness me, it wasn't great yesterday, it wasn't pretty yesterday. They left it late, they got over the line. In one of the papers today, back in the Mirror, an exclusive saying that Man United bosses still fear that Ruben Amorim could walk out. Ryan, I know you love speaking about your beloved Liverpool being good. I know you also love speaking about Manchester United not being so good.
There's a degree of balance.
Could you see Ruben Amorim walking away?
Yeah, definitely. I do find his comments a little bit concerning. It very much speaks to someone who's rabbit in the headlights in the decision making at the moment.
Feeling the pressure.
And you would be, wouldn't you? Because you've thrown the kitchen sink at it. You've been given the tools, albeit probably fairly limited to what he might have hoped for when he first came in financially. He's brought in Mbeumo and Cunha, but the good recruits, don't get me wrong. I think Mbeumo is a great player. I think Cunha is very silky. I just wonder if there was, in his head, he was going to bring in someone maybe up a little bit higher than that, in terms of the quality of the player. So maybe there was an element in his thinking where he's not got necessarily what he wanted, but financially United we're led to believe, certainly, in dire straits. And I just think, when you have results like Grimsby and you lose on penalties, that is the blow that delivers to the camp. And, the way that they celebrated the results against Burnley, genuinely, that's concerning. When you're celebrating the result against a side that is likely to be relegated,
even like a team that can't buy a win, which United struggle with at this moment.
Isn't that where United are at the moment, though? Those results for United are pretty big wins, aren't they? Right?
Yeah, but it's desperation.
Yeah, of course
it's desperation.
You're gonna be if you're them,
and you are, yeah. But it's sort of like how do you get out of that?
Yeah.
How do you get out of that? You need a sudden change. And I looked at West Ham today and I thought, right, what was their sudden change? They changed the formation, so they turned it from a 3 to a 4. They had Fernandes who came in, who offered them something a little bit different, and the character was there on full display after a really disappointing start to the season. I look at United and think, where's that character? Because
a lot of people hide at Man United, specifically the players, man, because the shirt is too heavy. The shirt is clearly too heavy, and I think a lot of people in this day and age, a lot of players, they do hide behind the manager. Unfortunately, in today's day and age, it's always the manager to go. I do think Amorim's scared.
You got sympathy then for Ruben Amorim in terms of what he's inherited and what he's working with?
Not really. I have a degree of sympathy because I don't think you can just blame the manager. Man United have not got here overnight. They did not get here only this season. Since Alex Ferguson's been gone, it's been a mess. They've brought in a number of great managers. That being said, clearly there's chinks in the armour tactically. Clearly there's, away from their front line, their recruitment's been poor. You need a midfield. You're still pigeonholing Bruno Fernandes. You're alienating Kobe Mainoo. You haven't got a goalie, which again, we spoke about this earlier. As long as you've got Onana in goal, you're there to be got. Everything's going wrong at Man United. Whether Amorim will leave, I don't know. I mean, whether he will resign, I don't quite buy that because you've got a sweet...
I don't see him resigning.
I don't see him resigning. They would have to sack you.
Yeah.
And if they're going to sack you, you need that replacement lined up, or indirectly those talks have to be done. I couldn't tell you who the manager would be, but who would it be? If I was a United fan, I want Areola. If you're Areola, are you going to leave Bournemouth right now for Man United? Obviously, it's Manchester United.
But would you not then just think that Areola would almost have the same problems?
That's my point.
The current, because they've tried all sorts of different managers.
This is the issue.
Some with big pedigree, some younger managers.
The West Ham some keeper there. Andoni Iraola.
He should be in goal for Man United, shouldn't he?
When we talked about goalkeepers, we said you need a goalkeeper for Manchester United who can take on that shirt. Don't you think the same's with managers as well? I mean,
100%.
What I don't understand with Amorim is someone from the communications team should just say to him, just stop talking so much. Why do you feel the need to tell everyone everything? I mean, that comment...
It's good for us, Lee.
Great for
Sometimes
us.
I hate my kids, then I don't hate my kids.
Unbelievable thing to say, isn't it?
Crazy stuff.
Obviously, managers, Sunday League or whatever, will always think, sometimes I can't stand my players. Sometimes I love them. We all know that. You don't need to tell us that.
He's honest, isn't he? There's one he said last season where I think he said, I was going to games last season, sat on the coach, knowing we were going to get beaten. And I was like, you might think that. We all probably did. But don't say it as a Man United manager.
What did he say the first game against Arsenal when we beat them? We believe we can beat anyone the way we perform. Now you just got egg on your face in the weeks that have followed. You're not standing on anything.
Pre-season, the message was we've had the best pre-season. Everything's fantastic.
Exactly.
I love the place. 3 games in, he's like talking like the whole world's ended. He's talking himself out of a job.
Exactly.
He needs to stop talking. That would be the best thing that.
And he might even think it's a tactic to keep him in the job. You know, that personality, that charm, which I think United were initially endeared by. I think he might feel it as a trait and a quality. Him being honest and transparency is a step change away from how managers have spoke about him in the past. Obviously, you know, there's flare-ups and there's moments where the comments have been very similar to what Amran said, but he is talking like someone who's very fried at the moment. You know, his decision making mustn't be in the right place. And if that's the case, you know, when you're leading Man United, I just wonder, you know, how bad does it have to get in City? You know, we're talking about him not wanting to walk away because of the financial, you know,
not getting the big payoff.
Yeah, exactly. But how bad does it get before he goes, actually, this could be really damaging for future opportunities and future roles? That, you know, I know you're managing Man United and you've shown that you've been successful elsewhere, but when does the slide?
I think he'll have enough credit in the bank from his days at Sporting, where I think people will look at United as a team that have just everyone's almost failed there in the last kind of decade. Players and managers and almost kind of go, you know, it's more of a culture of the club, it's more of a club thing than their head coach.
Potentially, but that might still play into his decision making.
Yeah,
you know, because whether that's whatever the reality is irrelevant. It's how, if he's been buckled by the pressure, you start thinking of all sorts, then, don't you? You think, how this is going to affect me? How's it going to affect my future employment?
Just one more thing. There's many things to analyse here at Man United. He's been in the club now for 6 to 8 months, and it's been an absolute disappointment. I cannot understand the 6 to 8 months into his reign that at no point has he looked to even change the formation and tinker the formation and try and adapt something a little bit different. I'm a tactical genius, but every time you watch Man United, they are just completely overrun in midfield, outnumbered in midfield. And I kind of got it at first that he comes to this country with a new idea, new identity, and wanted to stick with it and implement it. But we are now 6 to 8 months into the reign, and it's getting worse and worse. And he's still going with the same formation, short in midfield, with Kobbie Mainoo who sat on the bench, a guy that was starting a European Championship final for England sort of a year ago, and doing the same thing and almost playing the same way and getting beat every single weekend.
Playing the back five and conceding every week is clearly not good enough. Like, there is a couple of exceptions. You look at Atalanta and you look at Inter Milan when they play 3 at the back. That's a systemic reason. Typically, because we had this at Arsenal under Mikel Arteta towards the end of Wenger. Like, when you play a back 3 or back 5, you don't trust your defenders. You do not trust you don't trust the whole system. And if he's really been here 7, 8, 9 months and we're still saying the same things, it appears the writing's on the wall. But for Man United, cool, you get rid of the manager. What's changing?
Yeah.
Really, what is going to change?
Yeah, and the other thing is, maybe it says more about the actual division, but one of the markets I like a lot is the top 5 finish. You've got Liverpool and Arsenal, you've got City and Chelsea, and who finishes in that 5th spot? And Man United are the favourites to finish in the 5th spot, which I know some of that is to do with the amount of people who want to back Man United because they were a bigger price early in the season. But who else? What have you got? You got Man United, you got Tottenham, Newcastle, Villa, Brighton, maybe after today.
Comfortably.
Yeah,
and so there'll be another dark horse that's not mentioned.
Yeah.
But Man United is still being talked about in that way. So we're talking about, doom and gloom. But actually...
But until last season, they've always found a way.
Yes.
Yeah.
They've always entered that conversation at the latter part of the season because of the quality that tends to shine through. But the league, I think, is so strong and competitive that's proven problematic.
Well, he's got a smile on his face. Not in the first half, Liverpool weren't too good, but smile on his face. They're talking about the struggles of Manchester United. We're coming up to 5:30. It is Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. We're going to take one more very, very quick break, and then when we come back, we're watching the second half of Liverpool-Arsenal. back to talkSPORT Goals. We're live on talkSPORT's YouTube channel with Sam Ellard, Ryan Bromelo, CJ the Daguna and Lee Phelps from William Hill. This show, talkSPORT Goals, is brought to you by Final One Standing, new from William Hill. It's 18 plus, gambleaware.org. Terms and conditions apply. We're about to get underway in the second half at Anfield between Liverpool and Arsenal. The first half analysis is a simple one. Not a particularly good game of football. A game of football really that lacked a lot of quality. There was no real clear-cut chances. Madueke had a couple of decent moments, a shot pushed away by Alisson. Other than that, though, not a lot to report. There was a big blow for Arsenal very early on in that first half when William Saliba went off with an injury. Mosquera's come on. But to be fair, the Arsenal defence, so far, so good. Liverpool struggling really to create anything in the final third. There's one more Premier League game to bring you, by the way, today. There is live radio commentary on talkSPORT if you're interested, for Aston Villa versus Crystal Palace. The two results today in the Premier League: Brighton 2, Man City 1. Man City led that game after 34 minutes. Erling Haaland scoring on his 100th Premier League appearance. Brighton were much better in the second half. James Milner equalised from the penalty spot, and then late on in the game, Gruder scored a wonderful goal, took it really well, taking it round Trafford, who came off his line. And at the City ground, it finished 3-0, maybe surprisingly though, to West Ham, picking up their first points of the season. They lost their first two league games. They were dumped out of the Carabao Cup. The pressure was on Graham Potter. It still will be, but ease perhaps for the next fortnight when the players go away on international duty. Bowen scoring after 84 minutes. Paqueta scoring from the penalty spot. Callum Wilson scoring his first West Ham goal in injury time. Arne Slot deep in conversation there with Conor Bradley. Ryan, you were on commentary duty, weren't you, for the Forest game? Are you a Paqueta or a Paquetá guy?
Paquetá.
Paquetá?
Paquetá, yeah.
Oh, not Paqueta?
No, Paquetá.
Oh, I go Paqueta.
Yeah.
Do you watch the videos?
Maybe it's just me being pretentious. Paquetá.
Do you watch the videos when all the players talking to the cameras?
Is he say Paqueta, does he?
No, I'm asking you. That's why you're the commentator.
I'm pretty sure it's Paquetá. And I'm pretty sure I've watched that video a year ago, and that's why it's embedded in me to do it. But now you're asking me. Now you're making me question the entire commentary I've just done.
No, I'm sure you're right and I'm wrong.
No, I think he made a big statement at the end of that game. When he scored the second from the spot kick, and he kissed the badge.
Did you see how to say his name?
He sort of pronunciation.
That lad on Talk for International.
He's a Scouser, he'll butcher it anyway. But he made a big statement because he kissed the badge.
Great celebration, wasn't it?
He did it against Chelsea last week, and everyone was like, "Why has he done that?" And then he's potentially going to move to Villa. But he kissed the badge, and it was a very emotional celebration of no, I'm not going anywhere. And I think that's the biggest plus for that West Ham can take, as well as a really significant
and the 3
win.
points.
And the 3 points, definitely. But, you think about sustainability across a season. If you lose Paquetá, or Paqueta, or Lucas, as we call him here.
Call him the Brazilian.
If you lose to the Brazilian...
Paqueta? No, definitely not that.
What do you call him?
Paqueta?
Paqueta.
It's not.
Saying an accent doesn't mean you're right.
If you lose him for the season, like we went on loan, for instance, to Villa, that would be... I
said at the top of the show, no matter what offer came in, they could not afford to sell a player of that quality.
Not this late in the window.
At this stage in the window, given how poor they've been this season.
Lampard's
they haven't
not
even
been
replaced
terrific.
Kudus, by the way, have they?
No, he's not.
Mateus Fernandes, did he play a little bit deeper today?
But there's a big but there, because Crescencio Somerville.
Yeah, he looked good off the bench. Good shout.
What an appearance off the bench.
Since January, and he changed the game, really. I mean,
so once if he can get a regular spot in that, I mean, he was so good in that season at Leeds United.
Yeah.
I mean, you could in the
direct, isn't he, Lee? He wants to take on the fullback.
You could back him for a shot on target or a goal. He was so reliable every week. It was like, if he's playing, he goes in, definitely.
Big win for West Ham earlier on. So we're underway then in the second half. Liverpool attacking the Kop end. Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. 47 minutes gone as Liverpool work the ball back to Alisson. Gyökeres trying to close the ball down.
Come on, together.
There was a pass there into Ryan Gravenberch. Declan Rice was super aggressive, trying to win the ball back. I thought for a second he might have just got there in front of Gravenberch, but he went through the back of him.
Gyökeres looks like he's carrying a knock.
I think that's just the way he runs, mate.
No, because of that, if you look at half time, he was talking with the fitness guy.
That's nice. Oh,
did he?
Okay.
He's carrying something.
I didn't mean that in a rude way.
No, he's clunky.
He sometimes does look like a guy
He's a very clunky and ugly footballer. but I'm here for it. We need that. We need that.
Do you mean the start in the way
Definitely not his looks.
No,
Definitely not his looks. The way he plays.
By the way, does anyone know, on a serious note, quite an important question here, guys. Has anyone got a hair touch count on Gyökeres? Do we have one, Lee? Have you got any odds on that? Why you're in the market on the hair touch? Goodness me, Lee. What's going on William Hill today? Come on, the lads. Let's get it sorted. Verts then. Szoboszlai's got some. We saw Arnie Slot having a conversation in the tunnel with Conor Bradley. Do you think that could be an option for Liverpool in the second half?
It feels like the fair's changed, doesn't it? But then it's interesting to see what he does with Szoboszlai. I think he's definitely going to keep him on, and I think probably actually I've answered my own question because McAllister will probably come off from a fitness perspective.
Oh, you reckon?
He's not really played a huge deal of football, really. So I think he will come off from a fitness perspective.
How stupid that is, mate. What
I like to see. We just start to see Wiertz's growing influence in the game. There, he's had a few moments where the ball was slipped through to him, and if McAllister's touch was better, Liverpool are bearing down on goal there. So that's what he tends to be, the pass before the pass sometimes as well. And we talk about FPL, don't they? And think, is he going to be a?
Are you on FPL?
Right. I'm not, I just haven't got the patience. I have not got the patience.
You don't strike me as an FPLer.
No,
I can't imagine you sat there in your flat on a Friday morning doing your team.
And do that over and over again. Honestly, I struggle with the last man standing. I got knocked out.
I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah, so
in this current one, I have to go into the next draw, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, help yourself.
If I wanted to win the original one,
yeah, that's fine.
I don't see that as a good thing. No, I see it as I wanted to win. I'm going to be in it. I'm buzzing for it. I'm ready for it. But I wanted to win the original one. I
understand that. The original winner, the original final one standing would be a great accolade.
Yeah, I wanted to win that in our debut season together.
But there's still 200 grand available, so you may
we'll have a look, won't we?
We'll have a look.
Of course, we'll have a look.
Just don't pick Burnley first week.
No, goodness me. Jamie Carragher at half-time, CJ, said the game is there for Arsenal. Liverpool don't look compact or great defensively. Martin Odegaard comes on and starts picking passes. It could cause some real problems. Do you think Arteta would have gone in at half-time and gone, listen, lads, go for it in a way, but this game is there for us to win?
I think let's just keep boxing clever. Let's just keep going in confidence. Let's just keep boxing clever. Jamie Carragher all week has been pushing this agenda that Arsenal have to go gun-ho and all of that. Just be calm, man. Jamie, I can't agree with that if you're listening. Just be calm.
What agenda is Jamie? Jamie Carragher. Greatest pundit on television.
Is he the greatest pundit? I don't know.
He's the greatest pundit on television by an absolute mile. The work that guy does on Monday Night Football is generational.
The best
Put
pundit.
some respect on his on television.
I have nothing but respect for him, but he's not got a lick of paint on Thierry Henry as a pundit. He's probably not even better than Gary Neville, and I can't stand him. Jamie Carragher on Sky Sports and all that is not good. When he's on CBS and that, great.
On Monday Night Football, CJ.
Great tactician, but no.
That's what a show is, mate.
He's a great tactician. He's not a great pundit. When he's actually being partisan and non-biased, he struggles with that.
No, I think that's a bit hard.
Please, don't worry, man. He's going to DM you. Don't worry, man. He's hearing this.
He is right now, by the way, telling me, what's this guy going on about? 51 minutes gone, Liverpool nil Arsenal. Ricardo Calafiori's got a throw-in for Arsenal deep in Liverpool's half, although he goes back to Gabriel, who is going to come infield, or in fact, he's going to go back to Mosquera. I mean, right, Liverpool think you got a new guy, new to the Premier League, playing at centre-half for Arsenal. And he hasn't been tested yet, has he? I haven't seen him been put under any sort of pressure.
Don't jinx it.
It really looks like Liverpool are holding... You're doing a Jamie Carragher there. It looks like Liverpool are holding the fire a little bit here, to be honest. And they're just slowly taking control a bit more. But, this style of play, be very predictable, quite a cautious tempo. It's not going to hurt Arsenal. You're going to need a very fortunate bounce that comes through.
This could be the moment.
This could be the moment.
Oh, it opened up for him, didn't it? It was that Gravenberch,
maybe that will be the change. Maybe we'll see that patient play start to be the new brand of slot football. And they do carve out some good space there for Gravenberch. But I always think with tempo, Liverpool are so good when it's that fast, furious, pacey, heavy metal. Yeah, when that's when they can start to blow teams away in a fairly short
right on, man.
Oh, I tell you what, David Raya has played a short pass into Declan Rice. Declan Rice does end up picking out Mosquera, but again, he was being pressed aggressively by Ryan Gravenberch, and I just thought, CJ, for a second, Gravenberch was going to get there, but
my heart sank.
That feels like I'm not surprised, mate. That felt like I know he's been asked to play out from the back, and I know Arsenal do it well, but when you got someone like that, literally you can see.
Talk about trusting your teammate,
Don't play that ball. Go long to Gyökeres.
Yeah.
That's an option for Arsenal now.
I mean, there's trust in your teammates, and then there's craziness, and that was crazy. We got away with it, but at some point we're not. I actually
think from Salah, isn't it? Right, couple of times the ball's come into him. He's been sloppy in possession.
I think both teams look off it, to be honest. You know, and
playing like it's the third game of the season.
It is an element.
Too early,
of that.
Isn't it, for this game of the season?
I think both teams look off it. Honestly, it feels a carbon copy of the Forest West Ham game. It really does. Just very stodgy in possession. Needs something to sting it into life.
Canate there? This game is making.
Look at Canate trying to run back, by the way. Look at Canate drove back, by the way. I'm not being rude, but
he looks like he's got a bit of fitness concern there, doesn't he?
Madueke comes forward into the box for Arsenal.
Decision making, please.
Madueke. Oh, I tell you what,
Kirkes.
It's been a good battle. Has taken plenty of stick in the first few weeks. To be fair. But every time Madueke's been up against him, he's done a good job there. We see Madueke often wanting to go in on the inside. There, he tries to go out on the outside. And by the way, Gyökeres saw what he was trying to do, found space in the box, but his cross was well defended by Kirkes.
Well, defender, look, it's a means to an end, isn't it? Ultimately, you need to stop the delivery, you need to stop the attacker on either side of the field. But the concern for me is it's always last ditch. It's always at a stretch.
So it was like Van Dijk. You never see Van Dijk having to stretch or make a defensive sliding tackle.
No, well, maybe that's harsh on it because Robertson has plenty of those as well. But we were looking for an upgrade on Robertson for that reason. So, it always felt like, he was dropping off in games. So
Declan Rice out-swinging corner that Canate does.
Come on.
Get his head to.
I need to see Madueke take one of the corners now. Just so we can have an in-swinger, just one.
I know that Saka's not playing, but...
Yeah, just one. You're a professional footballer, come on.
The outswing.
You can't be that bad.
Especially with the way you go with your corners. Where you can't have... Unless it goes out of play.
No, I'm with you. I'm fully in agreement with what you're saying. Like, just Madueke is a professional footballer. You must be able to take a corner.
Have you been impressed with Madueke in this half? In the game, sorry.
Impressed is a big word, but you've stood up firm today. You've probably been one of our better players. I can see why we'd play you in a game like this. You have provided something close to a threat for Liverpool. Fair play, Madueke. I still don't think you're worth 50 million, but we're at now. I miss Saka, but we can deal with this.
Lee, in terms of the odds for this second half, what do William Hill have for us?
Yeah, the draw just keeps getting shorter, 23-20 now, nearly even money. As we get to the hour mark, it'll go even money if it stays 0-0, of course. 21-10 Liverpool, so just over 2-1, and Arsenal 12-5. Arsenal to win 1-0 live, 5-1. I know you're fearing that, aren't you, a little bit?
And because there's also a fitness thing around Ekitike and Wirtz. He's brought them both off in the last two games, and I think our impact. If we do get on the ball and have a passage of play or a spell for 5-10 minutes, they're going to be key to unlocking Arsenal. And I think we take them off, which is a genuine possibility. I'm not saying that it's on the horizon, but it's a genuine possibility. That's a big concern for me. That, to be honest, towards the back end of this game, and Arsenal bring on maybe Eze. I think he could be a lightning rod for
Eze and Odegaard to both come off the bench is big, isn't it, for Arsenal?
Depth's the key, mate.
What do you think the change? I mean, Odegaard for Marino and then Eze for Martinelli. Are they the two obvious changes to go for, CJ?
You know what? I actually don't think Arteta will make changes. I think he'll only make changes if, God forbid, either Liverpool take the lead or we do something. In games like this, Arteta only kind of
change. You bring Eze and Odegaard on.
You don't have to bring on Eze. Just because I want to see you doesn't mean you have to.
Surely if the game goes on and the player's tired,
but this is
a ball. Go on.
Salah's in down the right-hand side. He's up against Calafiori.
Just stand up. Don't dive in.
In the box, Calafiori stands him up, as CJ says, and then he tries to put a ball in the and then McAllister just clatters into Martinelli.
That's why I'm not taking off Martinelli yet, because I need you to just keep running back.
So you're up on him.
If anything, you want to get Eze on, but I can see why Marino's on this field. It's difficult to look at subs.
It's just whether you want to go and win the game. You're talking like you want to go and win the game, aren't you? Get Eze on.
From an Arsenal point of view, I'm not even saying they've got to go on and... I'm not saying bring on Eze for a defender. I'm saying as the game goes on and the players tire, Eze for Martinelli is a like-for-like change to change the game fresh.
Him and Eze is not like-for-like.
But Eze's going to have to change, though. If he's going to play on the left-hand side for Arsenal, he's going to have to be more defensive.
Yeah, but I'm
sure we're going to see that.
Yeah,
he won't be able to stroll like he did at Palace under Glasner.
No, to be fair, that's disingenuous to Eze, because for Crystal Palace, you have to defend for large periods of the game. Like his defensive metrics up there. Is Madueke in? Please, composure.
Ref
is there, foul.
Well,
I don't think there's a foul there. Madueke did do well to get a touch, takes it past Van Dijk, but then the ball just ran a little bit too in front of him, and the goalkeeper Allison did well to smother Madueke's feet. Madueke's been Arsenal's probably most dangerous player here. You don't often see Van Dijk get done like that, but Van Dijk did dive in, and Madueke did take the ball past him.
He sort of squirmed an effort towards goal. Really, it's one of those again. That long ball over the top that we were vulnerable and susceptible to against Newcastle, and again, Kenarte's found once and he's battling with Gyökeres on the edge of the area, and I'm a little bit concerned when you start seeing that, because that again is a
he lost the ball midfield, and as Arsenal on the attack,
he looks shattered.
He watching him run back. I mean, he wasn't right. Yeah, I don't know if he is injured, but he looked like a player that he wasn't able to run.
No.
He was like almost power walking. If even that, as Arsenal were on the attack, it was bizarre.
He was, and and one of the things that we have bought and we bought him for was I think Carragher was saying it in midweek actually, his recovery pace. And
covering Trent as Trent bombs on,
and it looks like it's caught up to him, doesn't it? I'm just a little bit concerned about him at the moment.
He looks so heavy-legged when you start watching him.
Gyökeres though, I think, as well. Yeah. Gyökeres always looks a bit heavy-legged.
Yeah, but he looks like he's got no buzz about him, Konate. And a couple of times, as you mentioned, when he's been in like a one-to-one battle with Gyökeres, he looks like he's not even out-muscling him. Gyökeres is really...
Going back to what I think Arsenal do need to do here today, I do think they need to win. I think for me, it's about building a stage and posts of belief throughout the
statement
campaign.
Win early in the season.
Yeah, building those stage and posts of belief throughout the campaign that they can do something different to last year. And what are those markers? Well, winning at the Etihad, winning at Anfield. What are you going to do that's different to last year so that you keep topping up that belief? As the campaign goes along? I think this is a big game for them, really, to be honest with you.
That's why
Liverpool are there for the taking if they're not careful.
That's why, beyond anything, obviously this game is going to, it's all about who's going to win the Prem and whatnot. But we haven't won it since Arteta.
Ball! Go on!
Oh!
Ref,
penalty! Score! Is he offside?
Ref, let's not be
he's
silly.
Offside.
Let's not be silly, ref.
Is he offside?
Ref,
Come on.
A really good ball gets played into Wirtz, who gets his shot away. Raya fumbles it. It then comes to Ekitike. I initially thought he looked offside. We'll have a look at that.
Was Gakpo offside?
So Ekitike put the ball in the back of the net. It would have then been Gakpo. McAllister, quick ball into Wirtz. First touch is really good. Gets his shot away. Gakpo is miles offside. That is, and the referee makes...
Right, you got away with one.
Yeah, well, also, firstly, McAllister with the ball at his feet looks up, quick ball forward. That intent hasn't been there. And you're right, CJ.
He's about to come off for Jones. I'm telling you.
Jones is coming on.
I'm telling you. I think he'll come on. He'll come on for McAllister.
Curtis Jones is someone that's
for McAllister,
in the pockets.
Yeah.
You don't often see Raya pushing and parrying shots like that.
Good from Wirtz, though. Quite sharp. Gets the shots off.
He's offside, isn't he? There, she's gone early, right?
Gakpo is definitely.
Someone of his quality can hold his run.
He's not.
Yeah, and there we go. You're right and cool, right? Yeah, McAllister, who of course has been coming back to fitness, is going to be. He didn't play, did he, in Newcastle on Monday night? He's played now, and Curtis Jones is going to come on for Alexis McAllister. That is going to be, like for like change for Liverpool. Curtis Jones, I thought it was unlucky, by the way, not to be in the England squad in the week. 61 minutes gone, and he is on. Interesting, you were saying earlier that, to just briefly on that England squad, Jack Grealish is coming quite a lot, understandably, after a couple of wins for Everton and 4 assists for him.
Yeah, gone odds on to make the squad for the World Cup, which is, it's quite a surprise. But then he knows what he's doing, and you'd think he'd be a safe pair of hands. He's in the you can bet on the who has the most assists as well, and he's gone favourite for that as well. Obviously, he's got 4, 2 in each game, hasn't he? So he's
who is the favourite for that? Salah?
No, he's favourite now. Salah's second favourite.
The whole season?
Jack Grealish is favourite with 4 on the board. And before that, there were barely even...
Most assists in the Premier League this season. Grealish is favourite.
I don't know.
It's an overreaction early on. But then,
I'd be surprised if he's there at the end.
He never really gets numbers like that,
but you never know if he's the main man at Everton.
Weirder things have happened,
and everything goes through him.
Yeah, to cut you off, Timber's found space. Arsenal playing through the pockets. Madueke now out on the right-hand side up against Kirkes. It comes back to Timber.
Man on, square it. Come on, hit it.
Fiore.
Why are you waiting? I don't mind that, Magalhaes. I don't mind that.
And Gabriel takes the shot on.
You see what just happened there? That was like Van Dijk in the first half. You're just waiting, just crack it.
Half a yard off. He's like 2 yards off it, 3 yards off it.
Just...
You might as well be sitting in the stands.
So what's Konate supposed to do there? To be fair, it gets in the way of the shot from Gabriel. I'm not sure what I was supposed to do there.
No, it's just
centre half turn.
It looked a bit.
The game's gone.
Wow.
You're meant to stand there and.
All right.
Am I not presenting it? I don't know.
He's
Maybe the backdrop of this performance has weighed into me thinking on that, and maybe a bit harsh. But honestly, he looks half a yard off. It really does.
Well, I wonder if Mark Gahey's watching this thing. Get me in.
He was talking about not getting minutes. You get plenty of minutes.
He'll be first choice.
I think he can get back to his best. Don't get me wrong. I just think
that might make him get back to his best.
And it might be a fitness piece, mightn't it? You know, he might need to come out the side. Because to be fair, he usually does have a disrupted campaign, and he had a really clean run last year.
I thought he did well there because an outswinging from Declan Rice and Calafiori was coming onto the ball.
Yeah.
Canate had to get up as Calafiori came in behind him, and he did win the defensive header there.
Yeah, because
I'm trying to be nice to Canate here.
Liverpool, obviously, you know,
that's a good defensive header.
To
be fair, he done what needed to be done.
They seem to have adjusted the way that certainly our fitness last year was brilliant. And obviously, you know, seeing Canate play most of the season, if not all of it, was a great example of that. You know, so he's not used to. He normally has a disrupted campaign with a few injuries here and there. So I just think he needs a little bit of a rest. He needs to be taken out the side for a couple of weeks.
I tell you, it was interesting what you were saying before about this being, you know, a big game for Arsenal. No, we're not talking must win, obviously, but it's be a big statement. 10 points to bridge the gap, isn't there?
Yeah.
From last season.
Yeah.
And where are those? Because Liverpool, all right, not been at the best so far, but you know. The 100% record, you know, conceding goals. So where are Liverpool going to drop enough points for Arsenal to bridge a 10-point gap?
Yeah.
It's a lot, isn't it? I mean,
that's 14 draws last year as well.
It's 2 losses and 2 wins, so it doesn't take too much to do it, but it still has to happen.
But I think about Arsenal when they had their season where they went toe for toe with City. They were playing really attacking, expansive football, and they took it right to the last day.
Okay.
And then as soon as they've started to shuffle back into a completely different thought process, you know, it's a bit more safe in the way that they approach things.
It was very safe.
That, for me, you know, when you're competing... I had this... I was having the conversation with, again, a few of my Arsenal pals on this, thinking, you know, can the Conte style of football win the Premier League?
Style of players.
Yeah, you know, in the sort of this decade, because I look at the last 10 years and think that, you know, when you're trying to deal with Liverpool and City, you've got to beat them on firepower. Because they just tend to score too many
For it to
goals.
work, in my opinion, you need about 20 elite players now.
Yeah.
Right, do you think that Liverpool need a centre-back? If I don't think it is just one or the other. I think financially...
Come on.
That's a great ball. Forward to Salah, whose first touch is really bad, and Arsenal managed to clear. If someone says to you, Liverpool can only sign one, a centre-back in Gahey or a centre-forward in Isak tomorrow, who are you going for and why?
Do you know what the unknown entity in all of that is? Is Giovanni Leone.
Okay, interesting.
Apparently looks mustard. He's an 18-year-old kid that we signed.
The Italian lad.
From Parma, you know, and he's an Italian player. I mean, it depends how much they rate him. They obviously rate him highly because they thrust him right in, and he's the Kwanzaa replacement. You'd have to say Gay, wouldn't you? You'd have to say Gay, but to be honest,
Gay over Isak.
But you'd have to, because ultimately, you know, if you look at the two, we've left ourselves short and light in both areas, in my opinion. And that's because of Gomez's fitness and Canate's form. Now, you might be getting blindsided by Canate's form, because if he takes a rest for a couple of weeks and then comes back into the side, and you see the same Canate that we saw last year. Because let's not forget, you know, he was part of that team that won the league so convincingly last year. So he's not just turned a bad player overnight.
You know, I think lots of people I think
they've just all written him off.
Lots of people will listen to that and see that headline and think, goodness me, you know, you're turning down Ryan, one of the best strikers in the world.
Well, I wouldn't say.
You know, not turn him down again. I'd give you an ultimatum.
Yeah.
But do you not think? I agree with you, though. I think Liverpool going forward, and we've seen so far offensively this season, goals are in this team. Ekitike looks absolutely mustard.
Yeah,
where it's centre back, the numbers are short, and one of the guys is playing alongside Virgil van Dijk is badly out of form.
You don't turn down the opportunity to sign Isak if you can.
No. And again, I do think Liverpool are in a position financially, as we know, where it's not one or the other, is it? Financially, the money's there.
No, and I think they're looking to try and get both in, because they feel like it's two areas of the team that they need to ultimately strengthen. Salah, come on. That's a... come on.
Please.
Salah with a cross to the outside of his left foot, which Raya did catch, then drop, but it went in the air, and it ends up going back into his hands.
Giving you
what is your gut telling you then, Ryan, in terms of Alexander Isak? Is your gut telling you that as we're literally near enough 24 hours away from deadline approaching, do you think Liverpool get it done?
All the noises suggest that's the case. all the noises suggest that's the case, and I think they are. From conversations about this, I think they're probably going to point towards their initial bid.
Lovely.
For me, the fact that they've not gone on to other targets. And we're led to hear from reports that there were other targets in the offing that have been offered to us as sort of as recent as this week. The fact that that's not changed in our thought process feels like there's a genuine confidence that we'll get him. So but it just feels such a surreal sign. If I looked at FIFA and I had a career window and I was buying players, the idea of buying Wirtz, Ekitike and Isak and then Gay and all of these, you might buy 2 or 3 of them, but you wouldn't, imagine buying that. You think, that's just unrealistic. I can't play with that team. It feels fake money. So this just is unprecedented, really. But the money's there and the intent is there. And if that's the case, and Liverpool are such smart operators in the transfer window, you can only assume that it'll get them.
CJ, do you think, looking in on it as an Arsenal fan, with the way Alexander Isak's behaved...
Go on! I can see...
go on. Have you been disappointed with the way he's handled himself and conducted himself, or is it just this now what modern football is going to do? When they want to get a move, they're going to throw their toys out the pram and try and force it.
It's a two-way street because obviously Isak is in his prime and whatnot, but there's another world where he's surplus to requirements. So let's not be under any mistake. Clubs do the same. When the clubs don't want you anymore, they will deal with you in the same way. I personally feel one thing that goes against Isak is we don't know promises that did or didn't happen, and obviously the tribalism. Isak's clearly been... either told he's going to leave or given some encouragement he could leave and some encouragement that the Liverpool move will happen. Or I'd like to imagine you wouldn't go this far to secure this kind of move and burn quote-unquote bridges. So,
a big moment on 69 minutes because these aren't too bad substitutes to make, right? Martin Odegaard is coming on. Eberechi Eze is coming on. Victor Gyökeres, by the way, a short while ago, was booked. And it is the two players we touched on earlier, right? It is Mikel Merino who's going to go off, so Odegaard will come on like-for-like replacement. And Eberechi Eze on the left-hand side. What a moment for him, by the way. You think, as a young boy growing up an Arsenal fan, playing there, then moving and leaving. Fast forward a few years, he's walking out as an Arsenal player, and he is going to be playing for Arsenal away at Liverpool. He comes on for Martinelli. He'll, of course, therefore occupy the left-hand side.
If I'm honest with you, I always talk about Mikel Arteta needed to be brave and things like that. It's not that I don't want to see Eze or Odegaard, but he's actually done the complete opposite of kind of what I want to see. I could understand why Merino and Martinelli were there, but people say Arteta needs to gamble. This is 2 gambling substitutions. Hopefully Eze can bring out the magic. Odegaard, please, because if anyone needs a performance at Anfield, it's you, because fans are starting to do that stuff where they're being very disingenuous to our captain. Like, he's in a bad run. But
it surprises me, mate.
You know, that's
a great player for you.
He's a quality, and we only spent 30 million on him. But it's just, I don't know. People see him as like the teacher's pet for Mikel Arteta. They think he's going to start no matter what, which I do get to a degree. I think had Kai Havertz have been fit last season when Odegaard was struggling, he quote unquote might not have been getting in the lineup really. So yeah, and also what didn't help Odegaard is we were crying and clamouring for Wanyeri to get more minutes, which only really came off the wings.
Right. Gosh, your question going back to Isak. Given the tricky start to the season, in terms of say tricky, obviously in terms of the performances, do you think is there a bit of a worry that it could almost be too many new players who come into the football club?
To a degree, but it's Slot's chance to put a fresh lick of paint on it, and I actually think the players he's brought in. I mean, if you think about them man for man, they're terrific, aren't they? They've all had brilliant, careers so far. In my view, I think about Gay, Kerkez, Frimpong, Wirtz, Ekitike.
But already right now,
yeah, exactly. It seems like a
corner comes in, Arsenal clear.
Terrific window on the surface. It's going to take a little bit of time of settling in. It really is, and we just got to recognise that. But I think Slot said there's no excuses for results. It's not. They settle in and
we'll get results regardless.
We can't. We're going to see this as a transition year. You can't spend that amount of money and see it as a transition year. You have to hit the ground running, which they've done. And sometimes that's it's mentality, isn't it, that gets you over the line. That's a brilliant ball out wide.
So the offside flag's not going to go on.
Verts to Salah, first time shot. Oh, it's a really good block again by Declan Rice.
He's taking a touch and he's invited the block.
Touch from Salah.
Yeah,
and the par, the cross.
See out.
Oh, gets the corner.
Talk, boys.
I don't know. Salah again, it's so interesting. He stays alive in games because that's for me, that's ultimately what makes him world class. Stays alive in games. He scored against Bournemouth, and he set up the definitive assist against Newcastle. So I wouldn't write him off just yet, but he has had he's not had a great game.
He's been quiet. He's barely touched the ball.
Yeah, but then you score and you're a hero.
No, of course, but that feels that's very Mo Salah. But he's just a couple of times the ball comes
being an attacking player is great.
In a poor season so far. He's scored a goal and assist. And both definitive goals and assists at the same time, you know.
Liverpool corner then, 73 minutes gone.
Kanate, it's a bit scary.
Yeah, and Kanate's pretty much going to make a move towards...
UB, take your hands off him, man.
That's a bad corner. Is that Szoboszlai taking the corner?
Terrible corner.
Probably the one you want. Okay, that's decent.
Comes back into the box. To Verts! Oh, he hits it well. I think it comes off Gabriel. Oh, the angle we had, I thought it was going to go into the top corner. Yeah. He made a good connection on it.
Nice, he's knackered.
Absolutely, yeah. So when he hits it, you're thinking if that gets through, it's going to be probably a goal. Just going back to Isak again. The other thing, like you talk about bringing the new players in, he's had no pre-season in terms of games. Didn't play a club friendly for Newcastle. Wow. So you think he's obviously trained. Then where's he been in this part? Where has he been training properly? So how long does that actually take? Let's say they get the deal done. You got the international break. Then what kind of player are you actually getting?
Yeah.
Will he get his? He won't get it. Presumably won't get his 23 Premier League goals or 21 Premier League goals this season because you've got probably 5 or 6 games to get into this side. And then so all of a sudden, what's it done to him mentally? Where is he physically at the moment? I think it's an interesting one. Like, he'll obviously come good, and it may be that just second half of the season he's a player for Liverpool, but no pre-season. It's weird.
I feel it's a player like of his quality. It take a few weeks to get up and running, and then as soon as he's fit, I think he scores goals. I also think, by the way, something that I think if he does end up at Newcastle, I think he scored goals for Newcastle.
Isak, he'll score wherever.
I think I think
he won't play for Newcastle. I don't think he'll play. I don't think he'll play the same way for Newcastle ever again.
I mean, but look at Summerville today. Summerville's been out since January, and when he came on, arguably the best player on the pitch. I think some players.
I think when the window closes,
knack of just hitting the ground.
That's got to get on.
And it's a fit 100%. And then he literally will know he's got absolutely no choice. And I don't think in a World Cup year he's going to just be sat on the bench, or not sat on the bench, just refusing to play. I think if the window closes and he ends up staying, I think he plays, he gets fit, and he scores goals.
Same.
Yeah, here's Eberechi Eze. First moment on the ball was an Arsenal player. Goes past Dominic Szoboszlai into Victor Gyökeres. He's going to come back to Calafiori. 75 minutes gone. What do you reckon, boys? Anyone fancy a winner here? Anyone want to put their neck out on the line?
I think Liverpool will go for the winner, definitely. I still think you'll see potentially Chiesa come on. I don't think he's going to bring Rio on, but,
No Dalman or Ngomiem.
No.
There's no kid on the pitch yet, which is disappointing.
Let's go for it. 1-0 Arsenal.
As they got the winner here, was it February 24, was it?
Yeah.
Is he bang it? They got shoot, man.
I tell you what, Eze works it to Odegaard, who had space on the edge of the box. He had Eze and Gyökeres to his left-hand side, and he just doesn't pick the right pass. And in those positions, the old Odegaard, plays that right ball, and someone gets a shot away.
This is why our fans are so critical on Odegaard, because there's a player in there.
Lucky. Eze to score or assist. Eze to score or assist, by the way, is 8-1. It's an interesting bet. If you think if Arsenal are going to get involved and get ahead in this game,
Liverpool's second change.
I've been in the dressing room today, isn't it?
Huh?
Chiesa coming on.
Here comes. Who's Gakpo?
Guys like this are the ones that scare me.
He might take midfielder off. Depends how attacking he wants to be.
No, I don't think he's taking one of the two midfielders.
He might take off Verts. I think he might.
Was it Klaus Verts as an attacker?
Yeah. Oh, well, I see him more of a 4-2-3-1. So I see the two. Like there's a fitness thing, isn't it? Looks like Ekitike.
Kanate. I think Kanate is down on his haunches.
He's been moving gingerly the whole season.
100%. I mentioned that jog back when Arsenal were on the attack. It was, and
This is bad news for the French because now you got Saliba out and potentially.
It's a matter of time and works, though, isn't it? Because now
bigger things are right about right now than France's back two for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers. 03717 223344. How will France cope without Saliba and Kanate?
Take your Liverpool cap off, man.
He's not throwing Leone into the mix. He's bringing Gomez.
I think that is. I think that's sensible.
It is, but it's
also, by the way, it's also sensible because Leone's not even on the bench.
Yeah. Oh, isn't he? Well, there you go. Well, that's why he's not playing.
So it'd be weird if he played off the bench, wouldn't it?
I haven't seen the bench.
No. Let's go eyes ago.
That makes sense. And you know what? It just pushes Palace's resolve to another 5 mil, did it? Really, you know. For me, it feels like they can ask what they want because, you know, depending on how long he's out for, if he is out or he's just sort of taking a breather.
He's just knackered. He's just knackered, doesn't he?
A bit of energy gel. Lucasade, he's off again.
A rub on the tummy and you'll be all right.
A unit like that with tiny shin pads.
Also, by the way, can we respect the black boots?
Yeah, but he's got
Just
tiny shin pads.
they all got tiny shin pads.
No, but him, come on, you're a unit.
Tiny.
So Chiesa is coming on. Robertson and Goma.
I love the fact. Can I just say, I love the fact that he's being treated much better this year. Federico
He's actually playing some
He's
minutes.
like a cult hero. He's turned into our Divock Origi. He's obviously not had those moments just yet.
He hasn't scored a Champions League winning goal yet, has he?
He hasn't scored, but he scored a goal in the community. Well, not the community. He scored a goal in the Carabao Cup, which we thought, oh, hang on. And then obviously the big one is the one against Bournemouth on the opening day. But he's just got that quality about him. And again, you know, he used to be a £100 million player, let's not forget, with Chiesa. So if they can get him fit and firing, he's a quality player.
Who's £100 million player?
Where?
He used to be, Chiesa used to be mooted as a £100 million player.
Oh, okay.
I thought he went somewhere.
Yeah, no, I'm not. No, I don't think that Bournemouth goal is not as valuable by 90 mil.
Tell you what, Liverpool are so good at selling players. It wouldn't surprise me if he does go to Rome for £100 million. Someone in Saudi Arabia is like, yeah, we'll have him. £100 million. So Ekitike and Kanate have come off.
Walker wounded, isn't he?
That's got worse from standing up to getting off. I mean,
That looked like-
really
that
struggling to get off the pitch,
It's
wasn't
a
it?
long way up, isn't it, to be fair for him? Oh, anyway.
Like me after I finish a workout.
That looked like Cramer.
Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0. Can you hear that in your headphones? Yeah, okay, sorry. Liverpool was just me. Liverpool 0, Arsenal 0, 79 minutes.
Ow.
Huh?
Oh, that's beautiful, Viet.
Jones has got space now down the left-hand side. He comes back, though, to Kirkes. He's gonna...
Brilliant. He
Shake,
opened
boy,
up the
shake.
space there, Viet.
Look, head it out, please. Thank you, ref.
How good is Gabriel, by the way? How good is that defensive
Mustard.
header? He's
Absolutely
unbelievable,
mustard.
by the way.
Absolutely
Kirkes whipped in the ball from the left-hand side. And
They jumped there. He almost got caught out as well.
Rice, send it. Just send it. You're tired as well, Rice. Okay.
I think the ball's gone out for a throw.
Don't worry. Reset. Come on. Job's not done.
Lee, are you, as the neutral in the room, are you sticking with 0-0 here, or do you want to be brave and say there's going to be a winner here?
Yeah, no one. It's just. Does anyone want to go and win this game? I think Liverpool have come on strong.
I don't
a little
think
bit.
so.
It doesn't feel like anyone's really going for it, but the momentum, as we've been watching for the last 10 minutes, has been more with Liverpool in terms of the attacking. But you know, it's whether they can, actually break through this Arsenal backline. I think as we get closer to the 90, they might just settle for a point each. It's 3-1 Liverpool to win it.
There's
9-2 Arsenal.
There's a goal in this.
2-1 on. Yeah, it feels like there is a goal to be scored between the 86th minute and full time is 2-1, by the way. 'Cause we're getting close to that.
What has been the best chance of the game, would you say?
Yeah. I don't know.
Obviously, Van Dijk caught the shot from 25 yards out.
That wasn't
it could be
that was
about to be
closer
this.
than that was
Verts.
yeah,
Madueke had a good shot.
Madueke, that's the only one I can think of.
Clutching though, man.
half chances.
Liverpool, though, have won a free kick. Was that a free kick, or did Mendy get something on the ball?
No,
there?
he didn't get
He what?
Looks like he won the ball.
I thought he got the ball. I thought he's got his foot around Jones and won the ball. Oh, no. I think he goes
buckles
through
his
player.
shin.
It's got nowhere near it.
Yeah, he goes through player first. It will be a free kick for Liverpool. What have you made of Zubimendi's start as an Arsenal player?
I think he's mustard. I call him Zubimendinho. I absolutely love him. He's changed our lives, man. And I think he'll be a player.
Changed your life?
Changed our lives.
Already?
Changed our life. If anybody watches us in midfield, and I'm going to put my neck on the line, if you don't see it now, you'll see it by game week 38. We needed a midfielder like this. He makes everything different for us. I don't think he's ever going to be a player like Eze could grab headlines, Gyökeres could score goals, but he makes the team a better functioning unit. Exactly. You know, many people don't agree that he's necessarily better than Thomas Partey. I think he is. He's less physical. I think, I must admit, though, as much as I'm giving him praise, I think he has probably struggled in the last 10 minutes at the moment. Like, he's conceding some silly fouls and getting a bit overrun, but love him. Love footballers like that. High footballing IQ. Big boy signing for us.
Nice. A free kick for Liverpool. I think only one player, right, can take this shot on from this distance, and that is Dominic Szoboszlai. How far out is this, you reckon? 25, 30 yards?
Yes.
It's Salah or Szoboszlai. I think this has got to be Szoboszlai to put his laces through the ball.
30 yards, yeah.
Is it just me, or is
Gerrard-esque, eh?
does Raya look like he's standing quite a lot over to his left-hand side as opposed to his...
He's like he's daring Szoboszlai to put it that side.
Yeah, but I think Szoboszlai's going to take it on!
Come on!
Fair
Dominic Szoboszlai! time.
Gerrard-esque.
As I said, there's a goal in this. You know what? Sometimes you have to take your hat off.
Mate, that is, literally, David Raya was just so far over to his left-hand side. I was just like, he's literally, and I'm like, if you see Szoboszlai take free kicks for Hungary, he does that all the time.
Yeah. Goal of the season.
25, 30 yards over the wall, into the back of the net. Raya puffs his cheeks. He throws himself to his right-hand side. It's been a game of football. There's lack quality. 83 minutes. Dominik Szoboszlai, take a bow.
Yeah, the Hungarian menace. That is unbelievable.
Oh, technique on that. They're just showing an angle from behind the wall.
Imagine being
over the wall, dips off the post into the back of the net. The technique on that right is unbelievable.
Oh, it's beautiful.
That's what people pay to watch football games for. Mustard.
You know, and look, Szoboszlai, again, you know, this surely is an emphatic message to those people that wouldn't even put him in the starting 11. Let's not forget of their dream 11s when everybody comes in through the door. He's such a terrific player. He's so underrated in my view. He can do so many different things, and that was in the number 8 shirt, Gerrard-esque.
Yeah, 100%. The technique on that, unbelievable. Laces through the ball. It went over the wall. It dips off the post and in. I was tempted to say it just looked a bit too far out maybe to take it on, but unbelievable technique.
And that's the reality in a tight game. You need real quality that's going to unlock it.
Yeah.
And the irony is Liverpool have scored from a set piece.
Yeah, another set piece. There we go. Yeah. So now, CJ, the big question is, what have Arsenal got in the locker?
Going to have to throw the kitchen sink. You're losing now anyways. Might as well just go up the gears. Create a clear-cut chance. You never know what can happen. But the problem with us, we're going to keep playing the same way. It's definitely not. It's come off for Liverpool, man.
Eze, it's through.
Ref, don't be silly. Ref, don't be silly. Ref, do not be silly.
Eze goes through on goal. Before he gets his shot away, he goes down. Arsenal are calling for a penalty. As Eze goes through, Jones is behind him.
Ref, what part of the ball does he get?
What part of the man does he get?
Come on, let's not be biased. He's pulling his shirt. He's pushed him as well. Stop the biased Liverpool commentary. He's pulling him.
Lee?
Come on.
Yeah,
I would say there's nowhere near enough contact to be a foul.
No,
there's contact.
I think he went down.
Whether he went down easy or not, there is contact.
He wasn't pulling a shirt. You said pulling a shirt.
Bro, if somebody does that, what is that? What is that? And then he's cutting from behind. Have you played the game or are you commentating?
He didn't. Well, I'm commentating. Right?
Yeah, but you're not. There's no lived experiences. Clearly, there's no lived experience.
Watching, giving opinion.
No, stop
I would
being
say
biased.
there's nowhere near enough opinion. I promise you, I'm not being biased.
You have been given softer penalties for that. My team as well. We've seen that this week. What are we doing?
What part of that was a penalty? There was nowhere near enough contact.
One. I said
like a sack of potatoes.
I said you love saying that. Like, is it like you love saying that? You love saying that. You love saying that. We're watching it slow down in real time. If you're running at someone in real time in football, any sort of movement will throw you off. Who is that? Who is that from Arsenal?
Zubimendi.
He's too small for that.
Lee, the neutral in the room, was that a penalty, yes or no?
No, I didn't think it was a penalty.
I look forward.
He started to put his hand on his shoulder, and then I think he just backed off it. And then I just don't think he got across him. I didn't think he got across him.
I
look forward to saying sorry.
As Simon Cowell would say, it's a no from me.
All right, Ryan, if you were on commentary duties, and how would you describe that penalty incident?
I genuinely, I honestly don't think there's much in it. Really don't. I can see what you're saying.
Nah, of course I'm clutching.
You are clutching.
Of course I'm clutching.
A shove and a
I'm saying it till I believe it.
But there's definitely not enough contact there for a pen.
I'm saying it till I believe it.
Can't see it. And you know the other thing as well is could be Joe Gomez.
No.
It could be Joe Gomez's last game in a Liverpool shirt.
I'm going to push back on that and say, why do you think that?
If he could either be made as a mate weight in the Gahey deal, we don't know. I know they've ruled that out.
I think
but
that,
you never know. But also, AC Milan have been reported to have interest in him.
Jones, give it to Salah. He's going to cut in and shoot. Oh, his first touch is awful. Yeah. How many times has a simple pass be pushed into Salah's feet, Lee, and that first touch just bounces off him like that?
Yeah, it's like bricks for boots today, hasn't he? But not like him normally. But yeah, just bounced off him again.
Dive in.
Oh, Gomez does.
That's almost as good as the goal. Slept well, really.
Yeah.
Odegaard has way too much space, by the way. To Madueke, cross across goal,
brilliant.
and Gomez does well.
Brilliant.
To show a bit of strength, get Gyökeres out of the way, and it bounces off into a corner.
Trust me, Sam, I do not want to see him go out the door, but there's reports that he's been linked with AC Milan.
I would say
and he'd be open to that move.
Vieira's
gone down here.
But I don't. But we're short of numbers centre back. So if one comes in, why are we going to get rid of one?
Well, would you have 4? You'd have 4, wouldn't you?
So
if you've got Gay, Ken Harte, you'd have 5, wouldn't you? If you brought in Gay. So you'd have 5. And I mean,
about Leone?
I've just genuinely not seen the kid, so I couldn't give you any real view on it. But they've obviously thought that he's a Kwanzaa replacement, and all of the noises that he's a terrific player. So I think they would look at it as Kwanzaa. His like for like is Leone, and then Gomez, who is versatile. I don't think they want to lose him because of that versatility. They don't really get the minutes that they would love to get out of a centre half, but they've, I suppose it's sort of worked out in a really positive way for Liverpool, because it's a natural pecking order. You never got people battling for places in the same way, because you've got your 2 starting centre-backs and you don't want to be changing that a lot. You've got a young lad who can come in for cup games and also deputise when there's an injury. And then you've got someone like Gomez who can play across the back line. He's very versatile and gives you another option.
Right back, left back as well, which is important, isn't it?
Definitely.
No, good point. By the way, the more we look at that Szoboszlai free kick, I mean, the more love we need to give it. I mean, the way he gets it up and down and bends.
Hits it with his laces. And
it goes through the ball. Because he had to get power on it, because it was quite far out. 88 minutes gone. Here comes the main man.
Wataro.
Do you want to sing a song for us? Come on, mate. 1 up against Arsenal. Oh, and here comes Max Dalman.
And no, he is Japanese. And no, he wears number 3. And no, and he's gonna win the league.
Just beautiful.
Wataro.
All right, don't take the mic now. Max Dalman's coming on for... Who did he come on for, CJ? Madueke off. Max Dalman is on the pitch for Arsenal.
I think there could be a slight concern here, lads, that Vieira's has just gone off with an injury.
Well, I think a big concern is there's a free kick in the corner for Arsenal.
It looked like a dead leg.
Left footer on. Here we go. We're going to finally see an in-swinging left foot. Gomez with a brilliant header on top of Alisson, wins the header. So Wirtz has come off, Endo's come on, Dalman, the young kid, has come on.
He's either putting himself in the shop window or saying, "Don't sell me." One of the two.
He can't leave before he scores.
Yeah, well,
right?
Yeah, that's true.
He still hasn't scored for Liverpool, Lee.
Can you imagine his first game?
He's been in the club for a decade, Joe Gomez.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
No, literally nothing. It's crazy. Here is that Odegaard or Dalman?
No, that's Dalman. Come on, make a name for yourself. No, it's not that you need to. Go on. Oh, God, you're showing your age.
Yeah.
And Liverpool do clear. 15 seconds left of normal time. Lee, anything jumps out here?
No, I mean the draw's 5-1. To basically you're back in an Arsenal goal at 5-1 effectively. Arsenal obviously a big price now. Liverpool really short price with seconds left of normal time. Now we're into stoppage time. No, there won't be much. Well, you can't imagine there'll be much.
How long Wirtz took?
Oh, 7.
Hey,
3 or 4.
Yes, he's biased.
No, apologies.
Where did you get 3 or 4?
You're taking more slack than me.
Huh?
You're taking more slack than me.
Mate, I tell you what, it weren't a penalty though. I'm sticking by that, right? It wasn't a penalty.
I look forward to my apology.
I don't think the PGML are going to give you one there.
By 10 p.m, we'll see.
What have Arsenal got? Have Arsenal got anything in them? One big moment.
Playing the same way.
Odegaard cross. Szoboszlai heads away. Salah's going to boot that away. No.
Salah and Rice look shattered.
Salah's had a bad game, by the way.
Ref.
You wouldn't put it past and score in a second, though, would you?
On the counter-attack going through, no, you probably wouldn't.
Stranger things have happened. Get your body there, Gyökeres. He wants to foul. You get your body there. Ref, there's no advantage. Can we have the free kick?
He's giving the advantage. Odegaard, 30 yards out on his left foot.
We're better from dead ball scenarios.
Yeah, it's a good point. He goes to Timber. Is that
Magalhaes. We're doing crazy stuff.
Liverpool with 10 players all in their box there. Timber, oh goodness me, that is bad.
Gyökeres was whisked inside out there, wasn't he?
That was a bad delivery from
He's
Timber.
done. It's just getting from bad to worse.
CJ, what are your thoughts on the game so far?
Can't complain, you know what? It was heading for a draw. That's why you have good players. Szoboszlai's bought a free kick and smashed it in, and it is what it is. It was poor. If anything, it was poor to give away the free kick from Zubimendi. 9 times out of 10, that isn't going to happen. Unfortunately, it happened today. Congrats to Liverpool for the 3 points if it stays like this. Can't complain. Would have loved to have seen us create some more, but it is what it is. Go again next week. Well, after the international break.
Right, if it is 9 points out of 9 going into the international break,
superb.
can't complain with that. The only team with 9 from 9.
Perfection, isn't it? Perfection. That's ultimately what you want. You know, you want to set the pace and set the tone. And the big concern for Arsenal is, and I don't want to speak too soon because I think there's one big chance left in this. But the concern for Arsenal is Liverpool built a lead and were outside quite quickly last year.
I don't see this Arsenal team though being. Because as good Liverpool were last season, Arsenal did make it too easy for times. Liverpool didn't they? Just didn't put anywhere near enough pressure on. I don't think we'll see Arsenal go through spells this season where they drop as many points. Or how often do this, by the way? A player going down with cramp in the last 4 minutes when their side's losing 1-0. Timber must be in some pain here if he's not.
Timber's actually hurt. Oh, Gakpo, shut up.
It is quite strange that because Timber,
you never see that, do you?
On the losing side, so
just roll off the pitch.
Exactly,
go off the other side.
He's like that. No, come on, waste more time.
Yeah.
I don't get that.
He's killed 90 seconds of this game, by the way, by just being on the floor with cramp, which is bizarre.
He asked Gakpo to help him up. Gakpo went to help him up and didn't move.
Yeah,
and then complained that he didn't help him up properly.
that was a
weird,
bizarre 90 seconds of play.
You haven't used all the subs. Come on.
What else? He got off the bench. CJ hasn't got many more options, has he?
Just Timber's dying out there, so take him off. Just gamble, 3 defenders. Just get another attacker on. Come on. We're losing anyways. Like, what's the difference between 2-0 and in the pursuit of making it 1-1 and 1-0 currently?
So 4 minutes to go then of extra time. Liverpool 1, Arsenal 0. An incredible Dominic Szoboszlai free kick, the difference between the two sides. And what, let's be honest, is going to be a game of football, but isn't going to live long in the memory for many neutrals. Apart from that free kick, it's been two sides that I think haven't wanted to lose the game. And it's been a game where we've been lacking any real quality. But Arsenal now have got possession. Liverpool with 11 men behind the ball. Is there one moment, one chance for Arsenal? Is it the kid, the teenager, if even that? Max Dowman tries to go past Kirkes, and Kirkes wins the ball, and Kirkes brings forward. Chiesa's making the run.
Great ball.
Chiesa's got it.
Love that. Release it. Arteta, Zubimendi's finished. Rice is everybody's finished. Come on. You've got Wanyeri, Lewis Skelly. Just gamble. Where's Trossard? Why is Trossard not exactly?
3 to go. Liverpool.
What is the exactly?
Obviously,
what is the difference? Yeah, because what's the difference?
Yeah. No, obviously, that's ridiculous. Eze on the left. Weird seeing Eze in an Arsenal kit, isn't it? Feels like it's been a long time. Calafiori, ball in the box. Should be Alisson's to Dowman.
He's too young. I dive.
Oh, he goes for the shot. It gets blocked. Back to Zubimendi. And then Curtis Jones wins the header. Alisson made a meal out of that cross.
He made that look a lot more dangerous than it is. Ref. Oh.
CJ wanted a free kick on the edge of the box. He's not going to get it. Gabriel. No, squeaky bum time, Ryan.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like that, doesn't it? You know, to be honest with you, it's one of those games where we didn't really we haven't really deserved to win it. Neither team deserved to lose. So, you know, we've got the gain at the moment. If I'd be gutted if we were to give up the ghost a little bit, but to be honest, I'm really happy that we've definitely got to. We're going to take something from it. At least it looks like.
Well, I don't think Arsenal scored 2 goals in the last 2 minutes.
You think Liverpool so far, though? I mean, they've not been impressive in any game particularly, have they? Scored lots of goals, obviously, but and suddenly 9 points, and it's just what champions do, isn't it?
Right?
And if you could add Alexander Isak, into that equation as well, you know. So
and Mark Gay.
And Mark Gay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We've got under 2 minutes to go. Then Arsenal trying to create something here. Alisson hasn't had to make a save, has he? Is that one from Madueke in the first half? That's been pretty much it, right?
Ultimately, football's decided in both ends, and it's been an even game. We ain't created nothing. You lot scored your goal.
Eze gets past the Szoboszlai. His touch is poor, though.
Calafiori. What's that, Cala? All right.
Done well. Long throw.
Put it in the mixer, Put it in the mixer.
Keep it up.
Oi.
Mikel Arteta being ball boy.
Well, because the ball boys are not doing their job. Ref, add minutes on, please. I want anything to win.
Back on Merseyside, Mikel, I think you know what the chant is, right?
Long throw
towards Mikel Arteta. Yeah, it is going to be long throw. Calafiori long throw into the 97th minute. We've got 45 seconds to go. Long ball into the box. Oh my goodness, was that handball?
Yo, Chris, what's going on?
Was that handball?
No, didn't like.
Come on, someone else jump. What are we waiting for?
Brilliant.
Congrats, Liverpool, man. Well done. Raya, come on.
Raya's going to launch it forward. Gabriel's up there. Flick on. Van Dijk clears. 30 seconds to go.
Come on.
Kick is clear at Gakpo.
What are you doing?
Oh, he's done
well.
He's done well.
Now we're in
That's
trouble.
what you're doing.
Now it's 2.
So Boslai's got Salah to his
one
right.
person is
Salah to
looking
his
where Mo
right.
Salah. He's greedy.
Chiesa, sorry. Chiesa!
He's greedy. That's
Corner.
it. It's done now. It's done. He's done his job. He's on the corner. He's done his job.
Well done, lads. Well done.
He's literally done his job
The
there, one
Italian
corner.
stallion.
Oh, well,
10
another year.
seconds to go. Was this not how... Oh, my goodness. It came off his
Oh, ref.
shoulder. You panic, don't you, when you see like bodies on top of each other and people are peeling for a handball. It came off... I think it came off Szoboszlai's
Oh, that's criminal, ref.
shoulder. Top of the arm.
Top of the arm, I'd say. But yeah, I mean,
Hand in a natural position.
it is
That is scandalous.
What's scandalous?
That's scandalous. That's a handball. That's worse than the Chelsea game.
Worse, though, the penalty incident. I thought that was...
Nailed on pen, wasn't it? How on earth was that not given as a penalty? And there's
A few years ago, Odegaard. Crazy.
I think now we're just, seconds away. I imagine this corner's going to be taken. Anfield looks bouncing. Arsenal managed to get that. Arsenal somehow managed to come onto the attack.
Fall into the wrong guy.
I think Endo has just committed the most cynical foul
Endo.
you've ever seen in the history of football.
I
there.
hate the fact that it was against my team. I respect it. Yeah, I respect it.
He needed his gum shield for that.
I respect it. As much as it annoys me, I respect it. If it was the other way around, I want an Arsenal player doing that.
It's fair. I know it's cynical, but again, like,
You gotta do
why
it.
are we so exposed that like
That's from a corner. A short corner.
Strange that.
How did that
Short
so
corner.
quickly? Within
Arsenal
5
one
seconds, it
last
went
chance
short
to
corner.
pump the ball into the
Ray
box.
has got a free kick
Yeah,
just
no
inside his own
press.
half. Every Arsenal player, outfield player, is on the edge of Liverpool's box. Raya launches it long. Van Dijk wins the header, and there goes the full-time whistle. Liverpool beat Arsenal by a goal to nil. Liverpool, the only team who go into the first international break, 9 points from 9. We've got 90 seconds until we go. Ryan, the Liverpool fan, thoughts on the game?
Not much quality between either side, to be honest. I think they tried to cancel each other out, and you know, it was a stalemate for most of it, really, wasn't it? But it just needed that bit of quality to unlock it. Individual brilliance, and Dominic Szoboszlai, as he has done already this season, in a number of ways, steps up to the plate.
Yeah, last week it was the dummy, wasn't it, for the Engamoa goal. This time a brilliant free kick. CJ, from an Arsenal point of view, what are your takeaways from this game?
I mean, to lose it 7 minutes from time is heartbreaking, isn't it? And it's another year where you haven't won at Anfield. But, you know, it was heading for a draw. That's why Liverpool got good players. It was a great free kick. They take the 3 points. Would have loved for us to create some more clear-cut chances and actually work, Alisson. Think we coped well. There's a lot of encouragement to take from the game. But, yeah, we've lost in it. And I guess this is why Liverpool won the league last year and they're the favourites, because they haven't been amazing in 3 games and they've got 9 points and the only way is up.
Yep. Liverpool back to title favourites,
Yeah.
as we said.
Have they come in
would be
much?
if they win. They will. Yeah, they'll come in a fair bit, but still a nice little gap between the two of them. And I think that 10-point gap that Liverpool won it by last year still needs to be bridged. And we asked about Gyökeres. Is he a flat track bully? He needs to do
didn't have
better
a
in
sniff
those
today,
big
did he,
games.
really?
But this is the problem. We're not creating anything for our strikers. So you can get your Eze's, your Gyökeres, your this ones, your that ones. You need to create some clear-cut chances. Well. 2026.
A game of quality where, let's be honest, it wasn't particularly good. It was a scrappy game of football, a scruffy game of football. Liverpool have been absolutely nowhere near at their best in the opening weeks of the season. But the biggest cliche of them all, right? The Son of Champions are a team that grinds out these victories,
You're
right?
saying this with 9 from 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, hey, it's
And they're only going to get better, and they are going to click, and you can see where they will click at some points. I think what's so devastating about the idea of Liverpool this year is they just seem to be winning games where you genuinely
early
think
doors.
that's not going to happen.
And
I could not see a winner today. I really couldn't. I know, I mean, it would break down.
that game looked like
see a winner today.
that game. If we're being honest, that should have been a 0-0 draw, and
Yeah,
both teams get over a point,
definitely.
and we never speak about it ever
Definitely.
again. The most devastating thing of it all, I think, rivals are looking, and thing is that you arguably got Isak to come into that team,
And also,
which
you know,
doesn't feel.
yeah, and Gay. And you know, the interesting thing is everyone talks about Liverpool's defence. They just kept a clean sheet against Arsenal.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
so
Oh, stop slagging up Arte then.
I'm just, you know, just giving you the broader point there.
Is it true you asked him for a selfie the other day in Silverberg? in Silverberg Opticians in Liverpool, and they rejected you.
Yeah, he did. He was on the train with them.
Yeah, and I guess, CJ, the big thing for Arsenal is obviously you got Eze come into the team. You're going to hope that Gyökeres, as time goes on, is going to settle. Odegaard didn't start today, so there's still important players to come back into that team.
I think it's less so much on Gyökeres settling. I think for a man that never had pre-season, he is. It's just we're not creating clear-cut chances. Like, obviously, I'm 30. I'm an Arsenal fan. There used to be a time where it was a striker's dream to sign for our club. We'll create a million chances. You can't quite say that. Set pieces and all of that is where our chances come from. Today, or in the last 2 previous games, and not even when we scored 5 against Leeds, when can you say we've created clear-cut chances from open play?
play. I'm less so heavy on that for this 90 minutes at Anfield because it's Liverpool, but you can have Gyökeres out there, you can have Eze. If you're not creating nothing or something tactically isn't getting us moving the ball.
Good evening and welcome to the Sports Bar on talkSPORT. Me, Jamie, already there. Jason.
Has anyone seen Alexander Isak?